Chapter 1 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 1. Forward. It was a moonless night in no man's land. A man in khaki stood silently waiting in a frontline trench. In the darkness, his eyes were drawn, fascinated, to the luminous figures on the watch dial at his wrist. A splinter of pale light, which he knew to be the hour hand, rested upon the figure 11. A somewhat longer splinter crept steadily from the figure 12. Past 11, he whispered to himself. Less than 20 minutes now. To the right and to the left of him, he, now and then, could see his waiting comrades in the blackness of the trench, their outlines vaguely appearing and disappearing with the intermittent flares of distant star shells. He knew that they, too, were intent upon tiny figures in small luminous circles and upon the steady, relentless progress of other gleaming minute hands which moved in absolute unison with the one upon his own wrist. He knew also that far in the rear, clustered about their guns, were other comrades tensely counting off the passing minutes. At 20 minutes past 11, the artillery bombardment would begin and would continue until exactly midnight. Then would come the barrage, the protecting curtain of bursting shells behind which the khaki-clad figure and his companions would advance upon the enemy's trenches, perhaps also upon eternity. How strangely silent it seemed after the crashing chaos of the last few days. There were moments when the rumble of distant guns almost died away, and he could hear the faint ticking of his timepiece or a whispered word out of the darkness near at hand. He likened the silence to the lull before a storm. 5 minutes thus went by. In another 15 minutes, the fury of the bombardment would begin. It would doubtless draw an equally furious bombardment from the enemy's guns. At 12:10, plus 45 seconds, he and his platoon were to go over the top and plunge into the inferno of no man's land. That was the moment set for the advance, the moment when the barrage would lift and move forward. The slender hand on the glowing dial stole steadily onward. It was 10 minutes after now. 10 minutes after 11, just 1 hour plus 45 seconds to wait. His thoughts flew back to his home in the great city beyond the sea. 10 minutes after 11. Why, that would be only 10 minutes after 6 in New York. How plainly he could picture the familiar scenes of rushing, bustling life back there. Crowds were now pouring into the subways and surface cars or climbing to the level of the L's. This was the third, the latest homeward wave. The 5 o'clock people had, for the most part, already reached their homes and were thinking about their dinner. The 5:30s were well upon their way. How the millions of his native city and other cities and towns, and even of the country districts, all moved upon schedule. Clocks and watches told them when to get up, when to eat their breakfasts, when to catch their trains, reach their work, eat their lunches, and return to their homes. Newspapers came out at certain hours, mails were delivered at definite moments, stores and mills and factories all began their work at specified times. what a tremendous activity there was back there in America, and how smoothly it all ran, smooth as clockwork. Why, you might almost say it ran by clockwork. The millions of watches in millions of pockets, the millions of clocks on millions of walls, all running steadily together. These were what kept the complicated machinery of modern life from getting tangled and confused. Yes, but what did people do before they had such timepieces? Back in the very beginning, before they had invented or manufactured anything, far back in the days of the caveman, even those people must have had some method of telling time. A bright star drew above the shadowy outline of a hill. At first the man in khaki thought that might be a distant star shell, but no, it was too steady and too still. Ah, yes, the stars were there, even in the very beginning, and the moon and the sun, they were as regular then as now. Perhaps these were the timepieces of his earliest ancestors. A slight rustle of anticipation stirred through the waiting line, and his thoughts flashed back to the present. His eyes fixed themselves again on the ghostly splinters of light at his wrist. The long hand had almost reached the figure 4, the moment when the bombardment would begin. He and his comrades braced themselves, and the night was shattered by the crash of artillery. Chapter 1. The Man-Animal and Nature's Timepieces. The story of the watch that you hold in your hand today began countless centuries ago and is as long as the history of the human race. When our earliest ancestors, living in caves, noted the regular succession of day and night and saw how the shadows changed regularly in length and direction as day grew on toward night, then was the first faint, feeble germ of the beginning of time reckoning and time measurement. The world was very, very young, so far as man was concerned, when there occurred some such scene as this. It is early morning. The soft red sandstone cliffs are bathed in the golden glow of dawn. As the great sun climbs higher in the eastern sky, the sharply outlined shadow of the opposite cliff descends slowly along the western wall of the narrow canyon. A shaggy head appears from an opening halfway up the cliff and is followed by the grotesque, stooping figure of a long-armed man, hairy and nearly naked, save for a girdle of skins. He grasps a short, thick stick, to one end of which a sharpened stone has been bound by many crossing thongs, and, without a word, he makes his way down among the bushes and stones toward the bed of the creek. Another head appears at the same opening in the cliff, that of a brown-skinned woman with high cheekbones, a flat nose, and tangled hair. She shouts after the retreating form of the man, and he stops and turns abruptly. Then he points to the edge of the shadow far above his and, with a sweeping gesture, indicates a large angular rock lying in the bed of the stream nearby. Apparently understanding, the woman nods, and the man soon disappears into the brush. The forenoon wears along, and the line of shadow creeps down the face of the canyon wall until it falls at last across the angular rock against which the dashing waters of the stream are breaking. The woman, who has been moving about near the cave opening, begins to look expectant and to cast quick glances up and down the canyon. Presently the rattle of stones caught her ear, and she sees the long-armed man picking his way down a steep trail. He still carries his stone-headed club in one hand, while from the other there swings by the tail the body of a small furry animal. Her eyes flash hungrily, and she shows her strong white teeth in a grin of anticipation. Perhaps it has not been hard to follow the meaning of this little drama of primitive human need. Our own needs are not so very different even in this day, although our manners and methods have somewhat changed since the time of the caveman. Like ourselves, this savage pair awoke with sharpened appetite, but unlike ourselves, they had neither pantry nor grocery store to supply them. Their meal to be, which was looking for its own breakfast among the rocks and trees, must be found and killed for the superior needs of mankind, and the hungry woman had called after her mate in order to learn when he expected to return. No timepieces were available, but that great timepiece of nature, the sun, by which we still test the accuracy of our clocks and watches, and a shadow falling upon a certain stone, served the need of this primitive cave-dweller in making and keeping an appointment. The sun has been, from the earliest days, the master of time. He answered the caveman's purpose very well. The rising of the sun meant that it was time to get up. His setting brought darkness and the time to go to sleep. It was a simple system, but then society in those days was simple and strenuous. For example, it was necessary to procure a new supply of food nearly every day, as prehistoric man knew little of preserving methods. Procuring food was not so easy as one might think. It meant long and crafty hunts for game and journeys in search of fruits and nuts. All this required daylight. By night time, the caveman was ready enough to crawl into his rock home and sleep until the sun and his clamoring appetite called him forth once more. In fact, his life was very like that of the beasts and the birds. But, of course, he was man after all. This means that a human brain was slowly developing behind his sloping forehead, and he could not stop progressing. After a while, a long while probably, we find him and his fellows gathered together into tribes and fighting over the possession of hunting grounds or what-not after the amiable human fashion. Thus society was born, and with it organization. Tribal warfare implied working together. Working together required planning ahead and making appointments. Making appointments demanded the making of them by something, by some kind of a timepiece that could indicate more than a single day, since the daily position of light and shadows was now no longer sufficient. Man looked to the sky again and found such a timepiece. Next to the sun, the moon is the most conspicuous of the heavenly objects. Its name means the measurer of time. As our first ancestors perceived, the moon seemed to have the strange property of changing shape. Sometimes it was a brilliant disk, sometimes a crescent, sometimes it failed to appear at all. These changes occurred over and over again, always in the same order and the same number of days apart. What then could be more convenient than for the men inhabiting neighboring valleys to agree to meet at a certain spot with arms and with several days' provisions at the time of the next full moon, moonlight being also propitious for a night attack. For this and other reasons, the moon was added to the sun as a human timepiece, and man began to show his mental resources. He was able to plan ahead. Note, however, that he was not concerned with measuring the passage of time, but merely with fixing upon a future date. It was not a question of how long, but of when. This presumptuous, two-legged fighting animal, from whom we are descended, and many of whose instincts we still retain, began to enlarge his warfare, and thereby to improve his organization. For the sake of his own safety, he learned to combine with his fellows, finding strength in numbers, like the wolves in the pack, or like ants and bees, finding in the combined efforts of many a means of gaining for each individual more food and better shelter than he could win for himself alone. For example, it was possible that a neighboring tribe, instead of waiting to be attacked, was planning an attack upon its own account. It would not do to be surprised at night. Sentries must be established to keep watch while others slept, and to waken their comrades in case of need. Our very word watch is derived from the old Anglo-Saxon word wicken, meaning wake. And yet, people who try to watch for long at a stretch would be apt to doze. They must be relieved at regular times. It was a matter of necessity. But how could one measure time at night? Where man has been confronted with a pressing problem, he has generally found its solution. Probably in this case, the stars gave him a clue. If the sky were clear, their positions would help to divide the night into watches of convenient length. Thus did primitive man begin to study the skies. No longer a mere animal, he was beginning, quite unconsciously, to give indications of becoming a student. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Time-Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time-Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 2. The Land Between the Rivers. Now we must jump over ages so vast in duration that all of our recorded history is, by comparison, the merest fragment of time. During the prehistoric period, known to us only by certain bones, drawings, and traces of tombs and dwellings, and by a few rude implements, weapons, and ornaments, we must think of the human family as developing very, very slowly, groping in the dawn of civilization, while it ate and slept, hunted and fought, and gradually spread over various regions of the earth. It was in this interval also that man learned the use of fire and the fashioning of various tools. His club gave place to the spear, the knife, and the arrowhead weapons that were made at first by chipping flakes of flint to a sharp edge. Then, as his knowledge and skill slowly increased, he learned to work the softer metals and made his weapons and his tools of bronze. Meanwhile, he was taught, by observing in nature, to tame and to breed animals for his food and use, and to plant near home what crops he wished to reap instead of seeking them where they grew in a wild state. Thus he became a herdsman and farmer. He no longer lived in caves or rude huts, but in a low, flat-roofed house built of heavy, rough stone, and later of stones hewn into shape, or of bricks baked in the burning sunshine. Stone and clay carved or molded into images, and the colored earth, smeared into designs upon his walls, gave him the beginnings of art. And from drawing rude pictures of simple objects, as a child begins to draw even before knowing what it means to write, primitive man came at last to the greatest power of all, the art of writing. Through all this age, man continued to regulate his expanding affairs by the timepieces of the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. He divided time roughly into days and parts of days, into nights and watches of the night, into moons and seasons, determining the latter probably by the migration of birds, the budding of trees and flowers, the falling of leaves, and other happenings in nature, but never guessing how greatly interested future generations would be in the way he did things. He has left only a few records of his activities, and these have been preserved by the merest accident. The historian and the press agent were the inventions of later days. Thus we come down the ages to a date about 4000 B.C., at the very beginning of recorded history, and to one of the most ancient civilizations in the world, that of the region which we now call Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia lies in southwestern Asia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and not far from the traditional site of the Garden of Eden. The name by which we know it comes from the Greek, and means the land between the rivers. But the people who dwelt there at the time to which we refer called it the land of Shinar. This is the region in which, long afterward, so the Bible tells us, Abraham left his native town, Ur of the Chaldees, to make his pioneer journey to Palestine. This is the land where the great cities of Babylon and Nineveh afterward arose. Babylon, where Daniel interpreted the dream of King Nebuchadnezzar, and Nineveh, whence the Assyrians, the fierce conquerors of the ancient world, came down like a wolf on the fold against the peaceful kingdom of Judah. It is the land where, thousands of years later, the famous Arab capital of Baghdad was built. It is the land of Harun al-Rashid and the Arabian Nights, and the land which the British army conquered in a remarkable campaign against the Turks and Germans. Mesopotamia is a land of color, brilliant life, wonders, and romance. Many students and statesmen believe that it will, in days to come, grow fruitful and populous again, that it will once more be great among the countries of the earth. It is a flat region with wide-stretching plains. For the most part, there are no hills to limit the view of the skies, and the heavens are brilliant upon starry nights. In this favored portion of the earth, a high civilization had already been developed in the very earliest days of which we have authentic historic record. The caveman type had long disappeared and had been forgotten. People were already living in well-built cities of brick and stone. Their houses were low and flat-roofed, but the cities were surrounded with high and massive walls to protect them from enemies, and here and there within rose great square towers which were also temples. Perhaps the famous Tower of Babel was one of these, for Babel, of course, is another name for Babylon, and its people are known to have worshipped on the tops of towers, as if by so doing they could reach nearer to their gods. The ancient Chaldeans were religious by nature, and because the skies contained the greatest things of which they knew, they identified many of their gods with the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they worshipped these in their temples. Thus, the sun was the god Shamash, the moon was Sin, Jupiter was Marduk, Venus was Ishtar, Mars was Nergal, Mercury was Nebo, and Saturn was Ninib. In consequence, their priests came to give much of their time to a study of the movements of the stars. These priests, who were shrewd and learned men, discovered a great deal, but they kept their knowledge closely within the circle of their caste. Learning was not for everyone in those days, because the priests posed as magicians able to interpret dreams, to explain signs, and to foretell the future. This brought them much revenue. As prophets, they were not unmindful of profits. When we consider that these astronomers did not have telescopes or our other modern instruments, it is marvelous to see how many of the laws of the heavenly bodies they really did find out for themselves. Books could be filled with the story of their discoveries. For example, they observed that the sun slowly changed the points at which it rose and set. During certain months, the place of sunrise traveled northward, and at the same time the sun rose higher in the sky, and at noon was more nearly overhead. At this time, the days were also longer, because the sun was above the horizon more of the time, and then it was summer. During certain other months, the sun traveled south again, and all these conditions were reversed. The days grew shorter and shorter, and it was winter. This is, of course, exactly what the sun appears to do here and now, and we may observe it for ourselves. But these Babylonian priests were the first to study these phenomena and accomplish something by applying their reasoning powers to the facts that presented themselves. They took the time which was consumed in this motion from the furthest north to the furthest south and return, and from that worked out their year. In order to calculate time, they next devised the zodiac, a sort of belt encircling the heavens and showing the course of the sun and the location of 12 constellations, or groups of stars, through which he would be seen to pass if his light did not blot out theirs. They divided the region of these 12 constellations into the same number of equal parts. Consequently, the sun passing from any given point around the heavens to the same point occupied in so doing an amount of time that was arbitrarily divided into twelfths. But they also devised another 12-part division of the year. They noticed that the moon went through her phases, from full moon to full moon, in about 30 days. So one moon, or 1 month, corresponded with the passage of the sun through one sign of the zodiac. Our own word month might have been written munth, since that is its meaning. That gave them a year of 12 months, each month having 30 days, or 360 days in all. Then, from the 7 heavenly bodies which they had identified with 7 great gods, they got the idea of a week of 7 days, 1 day for the special worship of each god and named for him. In like manner, they divided the day and the night each into 12 hours, and the hour into 60 minutes, and these again into 60 seconds. The choice of 60 was not a chance shot or accident. It was carefully selected for practical reasons, since these old astronomers were wise and level-headed men. No lower number can be divided by so many other numbers as can 60. Just look at your watch for a moment and notice how simply and naturally the minutes, divided into 5s, fit into place between the figures for the hours, and because 60 divides evenly by 15 and 30, we have quarter hours and half hours. Therefore, we should realize with a bit of gratitude that we owe these divisions of time, of which we still make use, to the ancient magician priests of Babylon and Chaldea thousands and thousands of years ago. In doing all this, these early scientists developed at the same time an elaborate system of so-called magic by which they pretended to foretell future events and the destinies of men born on certain days. This was an important part of their priestcraft, and probably it was not the least profitable part. In fact, the priests called themselves magi, meaning wise men in their language, and our word magic is derived from magi. This magic or prophetic study of the stars we call astrology, to distinguish it from the true science of astronomy. But mingled with it all, these priests possessed a wonderful amount of genuine scientific knowledge. Their year of 360 days was, of course, 5 days too short, as they presently found out for themselves. In 6 years, the difference would amount to 30 days, which was exactly the length of one of their months. So they corrected the calendar very easily by doubling the month Adar once in 6 years. Thus, every 6th year contained 13 months instead of 12. That was the origin of the leap year principle, which we still use, although more accurately. It can be seen that, with all their superstition and their befooling of other people, the priests themselves were by no means ignorant. They were really keen observers. This calendar, by which we still measure the years and the seasons, is so interesting a thing that it is worthwhile to pause for a moment in our story in order to trace out its later development. The Babylonian calendar remained practically the same up to the time of Julius Caesar, only a few years before the Christian epoch. The names of the months had naturally been changed into the Latin language, and the Romans, instead of doubling a whole month, had come to add the extra 5 days to several months, 1 day to each. That is the reason for some of our months having 31 days. When Caesar was dictator of Rome, it had become known that the year of exactly 365 days was still a little too short. It should have been 365 1/4. So Caesar, in reforming the calendar, provided that the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th months should be given 31 days each, and that the others should have 30 days, except in the case of February, which should have its 30th day only once in 4 years. A little later, his successor, the Emperor Augustus, after whom the month of August is named, decided that his month must be as long as July, which was Julius Caesar's month. Therefore, he stole a day from February and added one to August. Then he changed the following months by making September and November 30-day months and giving 31 days to October and December. The Julian calendar, with these changes by Augustus, remained in use until the year A.D. 1582, nearly a century after the discovery of America. Then it was learned that the average year of 365 1/4 days was still not exactly right according to the motion of the earth around the sun. The exact time is 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds, being 11 minutes and 14 seconds less than 365 1/4 days. When, therefore, we add a day to the year every 4 years, as Caesar commanded, we are really adding too much. This excess was corrected by Pope Gregory XII in 1582, when he changed the calendar so that the last year of a century should be a leap year only when its number could be divided evenly by 400. Thus, 1700, 1800, and 1900 were not leap years, though the year 2000 will be. This new calendar, which is the one now generally in use in most of the world, is known as the Gregorian calendar. Thus, the plan and principle of the calendar, as well as our smaller divisions of time, in spite of the small changes by Caesar and Gregory, have remained from the Babylonian days down to the present, and we have done nothing to their system in all these thousands of years except, incidentally, to correct it. Only once in history have the measures of the ancient calendar been set aside. That was in France at the time of the Revolution, when the French people, in their passionate hatred of all the traditional things that reminded them of their past sufferings, invented a new calendar, in which they changed the names of months and days, and counted the years from 1792, the first of their liberty. They also abolished all Sundays and religious festivals, and divided the day into 10 hours. This played havoc with timekeeping and caused great confusion. Watches and clocks were made with one circle of numbers for the new hours and another within, on which were shown the old hours which people could understand. But this complication lasted only a few years, for the traditional system was soon restored. To return again to the era of the first calendar. While the wise men of Mesopotamia were engaged in mingling science and mystery, another civilization, the Egyptian, was developing upon the banks of the Nile and passing through much of the same stages. In due course, the Persians conquered both Mesopotamia and Egypt, and absorbed their knowledge. Still later, the wonderful Greek nation combined astronomy with mathematics in a way which makes us wonder to this day. This is the way in which civilization has grown. Race after race, during century after century, has added its new knowledge and discoveries to that which has been learned before. It is interesting to note that the astronomy of the Babylonians appears to have been paralleled independently by other ancient civilizations, between which there was no apparent possibility of intercourse. The Chinese in the East and the Aztecs of Mexico on the other side of the world invented practically the same astronomical instruments as the Babylonians, and made similar discoveries. All methods of indicating time have been steps upon the long road which has led to the making of modern timepieces. The progressive Greeks did not permit knowledge to be monopolized by the priesthood, and probably their common people knew more about the stars than most of the population of America do to this day. Sailors possessed no compasses, but they voyaged very skillfully with the guidance of the stars, while farmers, lacking our modern weather reports and crop bulletins, learned to govern their planting and harvesting by the positions of the heavenly bodies. In one sense, this is time-telling, and in another it is not. But our ideas of time and astronomy have always been so closely associated that it is hard to think of one apart from the other. This is because the movements of the earth, which produce night and day and the changes of the seasons, are our supreme court of time, our final standard for its measurement. And since we cannot see the earth move, we judge of its motion by the apparent movement of the heavenly bodies, just as we realize the movement of a train by watching the landscape rush past us as we go. Some of the great Greek scientists, by the way, had even learned to foretell eclipses of the sun. According to Herodotus, the one which occurred on May 28th in the year 585 BC was predicted by Thales of Miletus, one of the famous 7 wise men. This event was also celebrated because of another interesting association. It stopped a battle between the armies of the Medes and the Lydians. Perhaps we can guess at what happened. Undoubtedly, the eclipse was interpreted by the armies as a sign of divine anger, for the ancients identified many of the forces and objects of nature as gods, and Phoebus Apollo, who it was believed daily drove his flaming chariot across the sky, was the great divinity of the sun. Furthermore, these gods were very apt to meddle with happenings upon the earth particularly with wars, as anyone who has read the Iliad will recall. Imagine, then, the two armies about to go to battle, when suddenly something appeared to go wrong with the sun. There, to their amazement, in a cloudless sky, a dimming shadow touched the edge of the sun's shining disk and began slowly to blot it out. The warriors forgot to fight each other and stared in terror at the sky. The sun dwindled to a crescent. A weird twilight fell upon the earth. Finally, the last thread of brightness disappeared, leaving a dull circle in the sky, surrounded by faint bands of light. The gloom of night fell upon the ground. Birds and animals went to their rest. No further evidence was needed by the superstitious and frightened soldiers. It must be true that Phoebus Apollo was grievously angered, and they forthwith laid down their arms. The sun god, of course, soon showed his approval of this action by coming back into the sky. This is only one of many tales which might be told to show the state of superstition in those days. Learning, then, was confined to the few, and in many instances was used to mystify or terrorize the mass of the people and thus keep them submissive. At best, new ideas were slow to grow or to be believed. For example, Pythagoras, the great Greek philosopher of the 6th century BC, believed the earth to be a globe, but it was not until Columbus discovered America 20 centuries later that people generally began to know that it was not flat. Even in these modern days of the public school, the press, the telephone, the telegraph, the wireless, and other means for the widespread distribution of knowledge, how slowly does truth find its way to acceptance? To this day, superstition is by no means dead. Even Mark Twain, who scoffed at superstition all his life, often said that as he came into the world with Halley's comet in the year 1835, so he expected to die in 1910, the year of the comet's next appearance. Strangely enough, his half-jesting prophecy was fulfilled, for he really did die in that year. Astronomers today can figure out in advance what is to happen in the heavens with an exactness which would have seemed magical in olden times and is hardly less astonishing even now. Their power is largely due to improved scientific instruments, proficiency in mathematics, and greater accuracy in the measurement of time. Not only is the date of an eclipse of the sun now known in advance, but so also is the exact path of the shadow across the world, and the instant of its appearance in any given place. We now have glanced briefly at a few of the features of early humanity's dependence upon the clocks of nature and the way in which they influenced its manner of life. We still depend upon these great primeval timepieces, and we do it for the most part unconsciously. For our master clocks must still be set by the motion of the heavenly bodies. That motion, which now we know to be really the revolution of our earth, is still the legislator and supreme court of time. But we have learned to make and carry everywhere a wonderful machine whose revolving wheels and pointing hands keep tryst with the stars in the heavens and move to the rhythm of wheeling worlds. And so familiar is this talisman of man's making that we forget to look beyond it or think of time at all, save as the position of the hands upon the dial. We carry with us carelessly a toy which tells tales upon the solar system. Our watch is a pocket universe. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 3 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 3. How Man Began to Model After Nature. We now have reached a point far ahead of our story, and must take a backward step. We have been seeing man as a mere observer of nature, but man doesn't stop with nature as he finds it. His man-brain drives him forward. He must make improvements of his own. Animals may live and die and leave no trace save their bones, which, for the most part, soon disappear. But man always leaves traces behind him. He has always interfered with nature, or rather has modeled after nature, seeing in her work the revelations of principles and laws that he might utilize in varying ways for his own benefit and progress. Our material civilization is built up from the accumulated results of all this study and control of nature by hundreds of millions of busy brains and hands through tens of thousands of years. Here we are, then, living, in a sense, on the top of the ages of human history, like the dwellers on a coral island. Hundreds of generations have toiled to raise the vast structure for us, like the little coral polyps which build their own lives into the mass. Yet we take it all as a matter of course, and rarely give a thought to the marvelous ways by which it has come about. You may have just glanced at your watch. To you, perhaps, a watch has always seemed merely a small mechanism which was bought in a store. That is true, and yet remember this: the first manufacturer who had a hand in producing that watch for you may have been a caveman. In order to appreciate this development, let us return, therefore, for another rapid view of prehistoric times. Life in its crudest form. One day much like another. A scanty population, huddled in little groups, in places naturally sheltered. The simplest physical needs to be provided for. Little thought of the past or care for the future. Time reckoning reduced to the single thought of appointment. No reason for measuring intervals. In these and other respects, antiquity presented the greatest possible contrast to our complicated modern life. The long-armed man of our first chapter noticed that as the sun moved, the shadows of the cliff also moved, as did all other shadows. As he formed habits of regularity, it was natural for him to perform a certain daily act, when perhaps the shadow of a certain tree touched upon a certain stone. This would be a natural sundial. But a thinner, sharper shadow would be easier to observe. Suppose, therefore, that some successor to the long-armed man set up a pole in some open space, and laid a stone to mark the spot where the shadow fell when the sun was highest in the heavens. That would be an artificial sundial, a device deliberately planned to accomplish a certain purpose. The man who first took such a step was probably the first manufacturer who had a hand in supplying you with your watch. The shaggy mammoth, the terrible saber-toothed tiger, and the eohippus, the small ancestor of our modern horse, must have been familiar sights when time recording at the hands of some rude, unconscious inventor thus began the long story of its development. One stone reached by the moving shadow would mark only one point of time each day. Why not place 2 stones, 3 stones, or even more, and get more markings? Such a procedure would be more useful because it would indicate the time of other happenings in the course of the day. The sun would pass across the skies, and the shadow must travel around the pole. What more natural than to place the stones in a circle and get a series of these markings? Of course, as the ages passed, life became more complex. Not complex as we would consider it today, but as compared with its rude beginnings. New habits were formed, new needs developed, new activities were undertaken at different periods. Here, then, was the sprouting of modern civilization, the beginning of that specializing of each man in his own particular direction that has carried the world to its present high state of expertness in so many fields. Slowly, steadily, and inevitably, this principle of specialization has been developed. With the increase of laws, for example, certain men came to give them special study, and then to sell their knowledge and skill to other men who had no opportunity for such study. In course of time, the aggregation of laws became so great that these lawyers were forced to specialize among themselves. Today, therefore, we find a number of classes of law specialists. The same thing is true of doctors who have limited their practice until we find those who treat the eye only, or the lungs, the stomach, or the teeth. Even the treatment of the teeth has been subdivided, some dentists limiting themselves to extraction, and some of them even to the treatment of a single disease of the gums. Engineering, too, has branched like a tree, and the branches have branched again and yet again. Electrical engineering has come to be divided into so many departments that telephone companies employ specialists in many branches of the engineering profession. We find the same conditions in any field of thought or activity. All commercial and industrial life is divided and subdivided. Labor is specialized, writing is specialized, teaching is specialized. Even warfare has become a contest between many kinds of trained specialists, each employing the tools of his trade, and every man's outlook upon life is directed chiefly toward the particular corner of the particular field that he has fitted himself to occupy. The first step toward this complex condition of the modern world was taken when each man stopped getting his own food, making his own weapons, and providing for all his individual wants without dependence upon others. When he learned to exchange that which he could best produce for that which some other man had learned to make better than he, the human race unconsciously turned away from the status of the birds and the beasts and began the long, slow upward climb that history records. It was then through trade, barter, and exchange that man began to acquire the manners of civilized life. Trade itself became a specialized activity, and dealers who did nothing but buy and sell, but themselves produced no material goods, found that a special calling was rightfully theirs. The modern merchant is the heir of one of the first specialists in human activity, and the misunderstood work of the so-called middleman is one of the bases of modern civilization, a necessary and honorable calling. Civilization is a thing of the spirit, but it has the support of material things, and it has been truly said that the degree of a people's civilization can be measured by the multiplicity of its needs. The savage is content with food, shelter, and a covering for his body, but every step in civilization's progress has a more and more complex material accompaniment, and these interwoven relationships of modern life, in which the question of time is a most important factor, can only be sustained through the use of accurate time measure. In other words, modern civilization leans upon the watch. But here again, we have run somewhat ahead of our story, which, as a matter of fact, had only reached the point of primitive sundials. But this anticipation will be excused because of the importance of emphasizing that the growing interdependence of human relations had made it necessary to take into account the convenience of a greater and greater number of people, and this involved closer and closer time recording in smaller divisions of time by more exact methods. The sundial underwent so many changes that a volume would be needed to describe them all. For example, it was found that the shadow of an upright stick or stone varied from day to day, because, as we have already noticed, the sun rises farther north in summer in the northern hemisphere than it does in winter. So the mark for a certain hour would change as the season changed, and the dial would not indicate time accurately. Berosus, a Chaldean historian and priest of Bel or Baal, a god of the Old Babylonian, lived about the year 250 BC, and hit upon a very ingenious way of solving this difficulty. He made the dial hollow like the inside of a bowl. Into this the shadow was cast by a little round ball or bead at the end of a pointer that stood horizontally out over the bowl. Now, the sky itself is like a great bowl or inverted hemisphere, and howsoever the sun moved upon it, the shadow would move in the same way upon the inside of the bowl or hemisphere. And by drawing lines in the bowl, similar to the lines of longitude upon the map, the hours could be correctly measured. The hemicycle of Berosus, as it was called, remained in use for centuries, and was the favorite form of sundial all through the classic period of Greece and Rome. Cicero had one at his villa near Tusculum, and one was found in 1762 at Pompeii. But the hemicycle was not easy to make unless it were fairly small, and if small, it was not very easy to read. You can see that a shadow which traveled only a few inches in a whole day would move so slowly that one could hardly see it go. And the shadow of a round ball is not a clear, sharp-pointed thing like the hand of a watch, whose exact position can be seen however small it may be. Besides, the ancients were not very particular about exact timekeeping. They had no trains to catch, and in their leisurely lives, convenience counted for more than doing things on the minute. So they still continued using the upright pointer, which the Greeks called the nomon, meaning the one who knows. Cleopatra's Needle and other Egyptian obelisks may also have been used as huge gnomons to cast their shadows upon mammoth dials, for they were dedicated to the sun. With an object of such great size, the shadow would move rapidly enough to be followed easily by the eye, but of course its motion would be irregular because of the flat surface of the dial. The word dial, by the way, comes from the Latin dies, meaning day, because it determined the divisions of the day. Then there was applied the idea of making the shadow move over a hollow space, such as a walled courtyard, going down one side, across and up the other side as the sun went up, across and down the sky. Sometimes light was used instead of shadow, the place being partially roofed over, and a single beam of light being admitted through a small hole at the southern end. Men kept track of the motion of this beam as it touched one point after another during the day. Do you remember the miracle of the dial of Ahaz mentioned in the Bible? Hezekiah the king was sick and despondent, and would not believe that he could ever recover from his illness or prevail against his enemies. So the prophet Isaiah, in an effort to comfort the royal sufferer, made the shadow return backward 10 degrees upon the dial of Ahaz as a sign from heaven that his prophecy of the king's future recovery was true. You will find the story in Isaiah chapter 38. This dial of Ahaz was probably a curved flight of steps, rising like the side of a huge bowl at one end of the palace courtyard, with either a shadow cast by a pointer overhead or a beam of light admitted through an opening. It can be seen that this and similar great dials were applications of the hemicycle idea on a large scale. According to our chronology, the dial of Ahaz must have been built during the 8th century BC. Although the sundial period was, of course, many hundreds of years older than this, yet the story of this Hebrew king and prophet is the first authentic reference to a sundial which has been discovered. However, the final improvement of the dial was made when it was discovered that by slanting the pointer, or gnomon, exactly toward the north pole of the sky, the point where the North Star appears at night, the sun's shadow could be cast upon a flat surface with accurate results in indicating time. This may sound simple, but if you will look at a sundial such as may still be found in gardens, you will see that the lines of the hours and minutes are laid out on certain carefully calculated angles. You will realize that people had to acquire considerable knowledge before they were capable of making such calculations. The whole subject of dial making is so complicated that in 1612 there was published a big book of 800 pages on the subject. The angles of the lines of the sundial must be different for different latitudes. It took that strong-arm race of ancient times, the Romans, 100 years to learn this fact. The Romans at this time were developing their civilization from the shoulders downward, while the Greeks and some of the Greek colonies developed theirs from the shoulders upward. Rome was a burly power with powerful military muscles. Whatever it wanted, it went out and took at the point of the sword, as some nations have endeavored to do in latter days. Thus the city of Rome became a vast storehouse of miscellaneous loot, the fruit of other men's brains and hands. Some conqueror of that day took back with him a sundial from the Greek colony of Sicily. This was set up in Rome, where nobody realized that even the power of Rome's armies was not able to transplant the angle of the sun as it shone upon Sicily far to the southward. It was nearly 100 years before these self-satisfied robbers found that they had been getting the wrong time record from the stolen instrument. Thus the original owners had a form of belated revenge, could they but have known it. One of the largest of all the sundials was the one set up by the Roman Emperor Augustus when he returned from his Egyptian wars, bringing with him an obelisk not unlike the one which now stands near the Metropolitan Museum of Art in Central Park, New York City. If you can imagine this Egyptian obelisk, with its strange hieroglyphic characters upon its four sides, surrounded by a great dial, with the figures of the hours marked upon its surface, you will get an idea of the size of this huge timepiece. However, it was probably more picturesque than valuable as a timekeeper. There is an important difference between clocks and sundials, aside from the self-evident one of the difference in their construction. Clock time is based on what is called mean time. If we study the almanac table of times of sunrises and sunsets, and count the number of hours from sunrise of one day to sunrise of the next, we find it is rarely exactly 24 hours, but usually a few minutes more or less, while the average for the whole year is 24 hours. The clock is constructed to keep uniform time based on this average length of day. The sundial time marks apparent time, the actual varying length of each day. The sundial time, therefore, is nearly always some minutes ahead or behind that of a clock, the greatest discrepancy being about 16 minutes for a few days in November. There are, however, 4 days in the year when the clock and the sundial agree perfectly in the time they indicate. These days are April 15th, June 15th, September 1st, and December 24th. When, in the 18th century, clocks and watches began to come into widespread use, sundials fell into neglect except as an appropriate bit of ornament in gardens. At Castletown in the Isle of Man is a remarkable sundial with 13 faces, dating from 1720. It was usual to place on sundials appropriate mottos expressing a sentiment, exciting inspiration, or giving a warning to better living. A dial that used to be at Paul's Cross, London, bore an inscription in Latin, which translated means, "I count none but the sunny hours." In an old sweet-scented garden in Sussex was a sundial with a plate bearing 4 mottos, each for its own season. After darkness, light. Alas, how swift! I wait whilst I move. So passes life. Sometimes short familiar proverbs were used, like, "All things do wax and wane." "The longest day must end." "Make hay while the sun shines." It is told of Lord Bacon that, without intending to do so, he furnished the motto borne by a dial that stood in the old Temple Gardens in London. A young student was sent to him for a suggestion for the motto of the dial, then being built. His lordship was busy at work in his rooms when the messenger humbly and respectfully made his request. There was no answer. A second request met with equally oppressive silence, and seeming ignorance of even the existence of the speaker. At last, when the petitioner ventured a third attack on the attention of the venerable chancellor, Bacon looked up and said sharply, "Sirrah, begone about your business." "1,000 thanks, my lord," was the unexpected reply. "The very thing for the dial. Nothing could be better." We see that the principle of the sundial has been recognized and utilized for many centuries. Indeed, we still find sundials placed in gardens and parks, although we rarely take the trouble to look to them for the time. Like the dinosaur and the saber-toothed tiger, they have had their day. They have been forced to give way to devices that overcame some of their objections. Therefore, we must not linger too long upon what is, after all, a closed chapter in the history of time recording. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 4 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 4. Telling Time by the Water Thief. Now we must take another backward step of thousands of years. In considering the subject of time recording, it seems necessary to wear a pair of mental 7-league boots, for we must often pass back and forth over great periods at single strides. While men were still improving the sundial, its disadvantages were already recognized, and search was being made for some other means of telling time. Suppose, for example, that one had only a sundial about the house. How would one be able to tell time after sunset or on a dark day? How would one know the hour if he were surrounded by tall buildings or a thick growth of trees? And it might be very necessary to tell time under any of these conditions. Then again, merely as a question of accuracy, the sundial was not always reliable. It would get badly out of the way if used by travelers, since different markings were needed for different latitudes. While on shipboard, the motion of the waves would cause the shadow to swing around in the most bewildering manner. Even under ideal conditions, it was never absolutely exact, because the apparent motion of our steady-gated old sun is not quite as dependable as most of us imagine. Astronomers find that they must allow for what they call equation of time in order to make their calculations come out true. The question need not be discussed at this point, but it can be seen that as humanity left its earliest carefree days and began to get busy and hurried and anxious over its affairs, it came to feel that after all the sundial was not altogether sufficient for its needs. For this reason we are now taking a third big backward step, returning this time not to the caveman, but to ancient Babylon and Egypt, probably not less than 2,700 years ago, and possibly much longer. In this way, we meet the clepsydra. The clepsydra was an interesting instrument, and it had an interesting name, which meant the thief of water, and came from two Greek words meaning thief and water. You can trace this in our words, kleptomaniac and hydrant. We shall now examine a timepiece that was much more nearly a machine than was the simple shade-casting sundial. The original idea was simple enough. At first it was merely that of a vessel of water, having a small hole in the bottom so that the liquid dripped out drop by drop. As the level within the jar was lowered, it showed the time upon a scale. Thus, if the hole were so small and the vessel were so large that it would require 24 hours for the water to drip away at an absolutely steady rate, it may be seen that the side of the vessel might easily have been marked with 24 divisions to indicate the hours. It may also be seen that the water would drip as rapidly at night or in shadow as in sunlight. And the clepsydra could be used indoors, which the sundial could not, although it required attention in that it must be regularly refilled, and the orifice must always be kept completely open, because the slightest stoppage would retard the rate of dripping and the clock would run slow. The sun, which, with the other heavenly bodies, had therefore been the sole reliance of the human race in its time reckoning, could now be ignored, and the would-be timekeeper called to his aid another mighty servant from the forces of nature, that of gravitation. The most interesting human fact, however, about the clepsydra is that it involved an entirely different conception of the marking of time. Now it was not so much a question of when as of how long. A good sundial set in a proper position would always indicate 3 o'clock when it was 3 o'clock, but the clepsydra might do no such thing. It would merely show how many hours had elapsed since last it was filled, and the steady drip, drip, drip of the escaping water could, and did, lower the surface quite as evenly at one time of day as at another. We have already seen that the first purpose in marking time was merely for making appointments, but the clepsydra shows that, with its invention, mankind had already made some progress toward a new point of view. One important factor in this change was the very practical need of telling time at night, in stormy weather, or indoors, where the sundial could not be used. The clepsydra, on the other hand, worked equally well at any hour or place, and in all sorts of weather. Nevertheless, it too proved to have certain faults. After a time, people noticed the interesting fact that water ran faster from a full vessel than from one which was nearly empty. This was, of course, because of the greater pressure. Since such a variation interfered with calculations, they hit upon the idea of a double vessel, the larger one below containing a float which rose as the vessel filled, thus marking the hours upon the scale, and the smaller one above, the one from which the water dripped, being kept constantly filled to the point of overflow. This improved form of clepsydra opened a field of fascinating possibilities in time recording. it gave the chance to make use of a machine. There is perhaps no more interesting point in studying human development than to see the steady, inevitable way in which mankind from its cave-dwelling days has tended toward machinery. Roughly, this progress may be characterized as of 3 stages. First, primitive man, an upright standing animal, naked, unarmed, weak as compared with some creatures, slow as compared with others, clumsy as compared with still others, a creature with many physical disadvantages, but with the best brain in the animal kingdom. Second, the tool-using man, who had begun to grasp weapons and to fashion implements, thus supplementing his natural abilities by artificial means. Third, the machine-making man, who has fashioned to himself a mechanical body of incredible powers. That is to say, he has learned to intensify his own powers through artificial means which he has invented, as when he made the telescope to give himself greater vision. He has made inventions by means of which he can outrun the antelopes, outfly the birds, outswim the fishes, outgaze the eagles, and overmatch the elephants in sheer physical force. He can turn night into day, can send his voice across the continent, can strike crushing blows at a distance of many miles, and can carry the movements of the stars in his pocket. Some phases of this 3rd stage were foreshadowed when man first applied wheels and pulleys to his clepsydra. Here, then, was water, steadily raised or lowered by means of uniform dropping. Here was a float, whose motion was controlled by that of the water. Here, in fact, was water power, with a means for applying it. Attach a cord to the float, cause it to turn a wheel by use of the pulley principle, and the motion of the wheel would indicate the time. Still better, rig up a turning pointer, increase its speed through the use of toothed gear wheels, place it in front of a stationary disc divided to indicate the hours, and now the apparatus looked not unlike a modern clock. Or attach a bell, and let it be caused to ring at a certain point in the motion. What was that but an alarm clock? Ctesibus of Alexandria was the one who is believed first to have applied the toothed wheels to the clepsydra, and this was about 140 BC. Clepsydrae were expensive, of course. Accurate mechanical work was never cheap until modern times. Cunning craftsmen spent their time upon costly decorations, and these water clocks became triumphs of the jeweler's art, a gift for kings. Therefore, like the sundial, they drifted into Rome, that vast maelstrom of the ancient world. Imagine a great walled city of low, flat-roofed buildings, with fronts and porches of great columns, a town mostly of stone, and much of it of marble, gleaming white under the bright Italian sun, the streets thronged with men in tunics and togas, and here and there some person of importance driving by, standing erect in his chariot, drawn by 4 horses harnessed abreast, and statues everywhere, in the streets and about the buildings and in cool courtyards and gardens among green leaves. The ancients thought of sculpture as an outdoor thing, and where we have 1 statue in the streets or public places of our cities, they had 100. We treasure the remains of them as artistic wonders in our museums, but they put them indoors and out as common ornaments and lived among them. Presently, we hear of the clepsydra being used in Roman law courts by command of Pompey, to limit the time of speakers. This, says one writer of the day, was to prevent babblings, that such as spoke ought to be brief in their speeches. It is not difficult to picture some pompous and tiresome togaed advocate rolling out sonorous Latin syllables as he cites precedents and builds up arguments, while an unseen dropping checks the time against him, and to hear his indignant surprise, and the chuckles of his auditors, when the relentless water clock cuts him short in the middle of some period. Martial, the Latin poet, referring to a tiresome speaker who repeatedly moistened his throat from a glass of water during the lengthy speech, suggested that it would be an equal relief to him and to his audience if he were to drink from the clepsydra. But Roman lawyers were not guileless, and sometimes, so we are told, they tampered with the mechanical regulation, or else introduced muddy water, which would run out more slowly. This suggests one of the difficulties of the clepsydra. Still more serious was the fact that it would freeze on frosty nights. There were no Pieres among the ancient Romans. Polar exploration interested them not at all, but they did spread their conquests into regions of colder weather, as when Julius Caesar mentions using the clepsydra to regulate the length of the night watches in Britain. His keen mind noted by this means that the summer nights in Britain were shorter than those at Rome, a fact now known to be due to difference of latitude. As late as the 9th century, a clepsydra was regarded as a princely gift. It is said that the good Caliph Harun al-Rashid, beloved by all readers of the Arabian Nights, sent one of great beauty to Charlemagne, the Emperor of the West. Its case was elaborate, and at the stroke of each hour, small doors opened to give passage to cavaliers. After the 12th hour, these cavaliers retired into the case. The striking apparatus consisted of small balls which dropped into a resounding basin underneath. The clepsydra appears to have been used throughout the Middle Ages in some European countries, and it lingered along in Italy and France down to the close of the 15th century. Some of these water clocks were plain tin tubes. Some were hollow cups, each with a tiny hole at the bottom, which were placed in water and gradually filled and sank in a definite space of time. When the clepsydra was introduced from Egypt into Greece, and later into Rome, one was considered enough for each town, and was set in the marketplace or some public square. It was carefully guarded by a civic officer, who religiously filled it at stated times. The nobility of the town and the wealthy people sent their servants to find out the exact time, while the poorer inhabitants were informed occasionally by the sound of the horn which was blown by the attendant of the clepsydra to denote the hour of changing the guard. This was much in the spirit of the calls of the watchmen in Old England, and later in our New England, who were, in a way, walking clocks that shouted, 11 o'clock and all's well, or whatever might be the hour. Allowing for the fact that the clepsydra was none too accurate at the best, and that its reservoir must occasionally be refilled, it can be seen that this early form of timepiece, having played its part, was ready to step off the stage when a more practical successor should arrive. With one of its earliest successors we are familiar. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 5 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 5. How Father Time Got His Hourglass. Every now and then one sees a picture of a lean old gentleman with a long white beard, flowing robes, and an expression of most misleading benignity. In spite of his look of kindly good humor, he is none too popular with the human race, and his methods are not always of the gentlest. In one hand he carries the familiar scythe, and in the other the even more familiar hourglass. By this we may assume that he began to be pictured in this way while the hourglass was still in common use. The principle of the hourglass is so similar to that of the clepsydra, and its first use was so early, that it is somewhat of a misnomer to speak of it as a successor. About the only justification that can be made is that the clepsydra has long disappeared, while the sand glass, if not the hourglass, is still sold in the stores for such familiar uses as timing the boiling of eggs, the length of telephone conversations, and other short-time needs. Nothing could be much simpler than the hourglass, in which fine sand poured through a tiny hole from an upper into a lower compartment. It had none of the mechanical features of the later clepsydrae. It did not adjust itself to astronomical laws like the perfected sundials. It merely permitted a steady stream of fine sand to pass through an opening at a uniform rate of speed until one of the funnel-shaped bowls had emptied itself, then waited with entire unconcern until someone stood it upon its head and caused the sand to run back again. However, it possessed some very solid advantages of its own. It would not freeze. It would not spill over. It did not need refilling. It would run at a steady rate, whether the reservoir were full or nearly empty. It could be made very cheaply, and there was nothing about it to wear out. A water clock might be of considerable size, but a sand clock, since it required turning, must be kept small, and an hourglass, a size small enough to carry, became popular, although its use was correspondingly limited. Thus it naturally was assigned to Father Time to be carried before watches were available. A sundial simply would not answer this purpose, since the old gentleman works by night as steadily as by day. How old is the sand glass? We do not know definitely, but it is said to have been invented at Alexandria about the middle of the 3rd century B.C. That it was known in ancient Athens is certain, for a Greek bas-relief at the Mattei Palace in Rome, representing a marriage, shows Morpheus, the god of dreams, holding an hourglass. The Athenians used to carry these timepieces as we do our watches. Some hourglasses contained mercury, but sand was an ideal substance, for when fine and dry, it flows with an approximately constant speed whether the quantity is great or small, whereas liquids descend more swiftly the greater the pressure above the opening. Hourglasses were introduced into churches in the early 16th century, when the preachers were famous for their wearisome sermons. The story is told of one of these long-winded divines who, on a hot day, had reached his 10thly, just as the restless congregation were gladdened to see the last grains of sand fall from the upper bowl. "Brethren," he remarked, "let us take another glass." And he reversed it. "As I was saying," and he went on for another hour. Other preachers, more merciful, used a half-hour glass and kept within its limits. Many churches were furnished with ornamental stands to hold the glass. These timekeepers lingered along in country churches for many years, but ceased to be in anything like general demand after about 1650. For rough purposes of keeping time on board ship, sand glasses were employed, and it is curious to note that hour and half-hour glasses were used for this purpose in the British Navy as recently as the year 1839. The very baby of the hourglass family was a 28-second affair, which assisted in determining the speed of the vessel. The log line was divided by knots, at intervals of 47 feet 3 inches, and this distance would go into a nautical mile as many times as 28 seconds would go into an hour. When the line was thrown overboard, the mariner counted the number of knots slipping through his fingers while his eyes were fixed on the tiny emptying sand glass, and in this way so many knots an hour denoted the ship's speed in miles. In the British House of Commons, even at the present time, a 2-minute glass is used in the preliminary to a division, which is a method of voting wherein the members leave their seats and go into either the affirmative or negative lobbies. While the sand is running, division bells are set in motion in every part of the building to give members notice that a division is at hand. It was an ancient custom to put an hourglass, as an emblem that the sands of life had run out, into coffins at burials. Another early means of recording time applied the principle of the consumption of some slow-burning fuel by fire. From remote ages, the Chinese and Japanese thus used ropes, knotted at regular intervals, or cylinders of glue and sawdust, marked in rings, which slowly smoldered away. Alfred the Great, that noble English king of the 9th century, is said to have invented the candle clock, because of a vow to give 8 hours of the day to acts of religion, 8 hours to public affairs, and 8 hours to rest and recreation. He had 6 tapers made, each 12 inches long and divided into 12 parts or inches, colored alternately black and white. 3 of these parts were burned in 1 hour, making each inch represent 20 minutes, so that his 6 candles, lighted one after the other by his chaplains, would burn for 24 hours. The Eskimos also, through the long Arctic night, have watched the lamp which gives both light and heat to their cold huts of snow. But all these are no more than crude conveniences whose irregularity is evident, and there is likewise no need to do more than call attention to the effect upon fire in any form of wind or dampness in the air. The Roman lamp clock sheltered from the weather was the best of them all, and was the only one which long continued in civilized use. Our chief interest in all such devices comes from the touch of poetry still remaining in the tradition of the sacred flame which must be kept forever burning, and in association of life and time with fire, in such parables as that of the wise and foolish virgins. There is a reminder of this old timekeeping by fire in all that poetry and philosophy which tells of hope that still may live, or of deeds that may be done, while the lamp holds out to burn. Thus far, in spite of occasional glimpses of the Middle Ages and of modern times, we have dealt for the most part with earlier ages. Now our story must leave these behind, and thus passes the ancient world, with its strange pagan civilization which was so human, so wise, and so simple. It is difficult for modern Americans even to imagine existence in ancient Greece or Rome, or in still more ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, since the whole attitude toward life was so essentially different from what it is today. Our debt to the ancients in this one matter of recording time is typical of that in many others. To them we owe our whole fundamental system and conception of it, from the astronomy by which we measure our years and our seasons, and make our appeal to the final standard of the stars, down to the arithmetic of our minutes and seconds, and the very names of our months and days. In the modern application and practical use of all this, on the other hand, we owe them nothing. They never made a clock or watch, or any like device which has more than a merely ornamental use today. They gave us the general plan so well that we have never bettered it, but they left later generations to work out the details. They invented the second as a division of time, but they did not measure by it. They did not care to try. For them, learning was the natural right and power of the few, and the gulf between the most that was known by the few and the little that was known in general was like the gulf between great wealth and great poverty among ourselves. Indeed, in this age of teaching and preaching, when a thought seems to need only to be born in order to be spread abroad over the world, it is hard for us even to conceive the instinct by which men kept their learning like a secret among the initiated, and felt no impulse to make known that which they knew. Their great men thought and did wonderful things, which are now the common property of us all. And their common folk lived in a fashion astonishingly primitive by comparison, in an ignorance which certainly was weakness and may somehow have been bliss. That world of theirs is gone, the body and the spirit of it alike, and there remains to us, along with much of their art and their science, the hourglass, to symbolize that relentless flight of time which they feared but never tried to save, and the quaint sundial in our gardens, a memory of that worldly-wise old philosophy which counted only the shining hours. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 6 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Beerley. Chapter 6. The Clocks Which Named Themselves. Now the scene changes again, and the story shifts forward over the interval of 1,000 years. As we take up the tale once more, we find ourselves in another world, amid a life as different from that ancient life of which we have been speaking as either of them is from our own life today. The ancient civilization which may be traced from Rome through Greece, Babylon, and Egypt, back to the dim dawn of history, is gone, almost as if it had never been. For there came a period when great hordes of barbarians defeated the armies, burnt the cities, pillaged and destroyed, leaving only desolation and ruin behind them. Then followed hundreds of years of what we call the Dark Ages, ages of ignorance and violence, when mankind was slowly struggling upwards again and was forming a new civilization upon the ruins of the old. Therefore, at the point we have now reached, there are no more white temples and pillared porticos and sandaled men in white tunic and toga and marbled statues in green gardens, but everywhere we find sharp roofs and towers, quaint outlines, and wild color like a child's picture book. There are castles with their moats and battlements, and monasteries with their cloistered arches. There are knights in armor riding, and lords and ladies gorgeous in strange garments, and monks in their dull gowns, and the sturdy peasant working in the field, and in the towns, all among peaked gables and Gothic windows and rough cobbled streets, a motley crowd of beggar and burgher and courtier, priest and clerk, doctor and scholar, and soldier and merchant and tradesman, an endless variety of types, and each in the distinctive costume of his calling. And there are churches everywhere, from the huge cathedral towering like a forest of carven stone to the humble village chapel, their spires all pointing up to heaven in token of the change that has come upon the life and spirit of the world. We have come from the height of the classic period suddenly into the heart of the Middle Ages, and in the dark centuries that lie between Christ and his disciples have come and gone, and the religion of the Western world has changed. The old gods have perished, and the saints have filled their places. And Rome has died, and romance has been born. The center of civilization has shifted to the north and west, from the old ring of lands around the Mediterranean to the great nations of modern Europe. Italy has become a jealous group of independent cities, great in art and commerce, but in little else. Germany is much the same, except for the lack of some few score centuries of tradition. France and Spain are already great and growing. William the Conqueror has fought and ruled and died, and the merry England of song and story has grown up out of the fusion of Saxon and Norman. Chivalry and the Crusades, the times of Ivanhoe, and the Talisman are as fresh as yesterday. And by green hedgerows and hospitable inns, Chaucer's pilgrims are plodding onward toward the sound of Canterbury's bells. For here is the point of all our seeking, that there are clocks now in the monasteries and in the cathedral towers. There is just one curious link of likeness between the Middle Ages and the remoter past. As it was at first in Babylon, so now in the 14th century, the priesthood holds almost a monopoly of science and of learning. Thus, although the sundial, clepsydra, and sand glass are still much used, we find ourselves at last in the time and lands of clocks. The very sound of the word clock gives a clue to its origin. It suggests the striking of hour upon some bell. The French called the word cloche, and the Saxons kluge, and both of those originally meant a bell. If you will put yourself back in the picture at the beginning of the chapter, you will find yourself in a realm of sounding, pealing, chiming bells, with the hours of prayer throughout the day, from matins to angelus, rung out from the belfries, and with frequent deep-toned strikings of the hour. Not even a blind man could have remained unconscious of the passage of the hours under such conditions, and time, in a sense, became more a possession of democracy, although timepieces themselves were still the mark of special privilege. Life was also beginning to hurry just a little, very deliberate we should call it in comparison with the mad rush of the 20th century, and yet it began to show its growing complexity in that humanity was becoming more definitely organized, and men were forced to depend more and more upon each other. In all of this, there was a slightly growing sense of the things that were to be. Just as the water, for some miles above Niagara, begins to hasten its course under the influence of the mighty cataract over which it will at last go madly plunging. Herein occurs another of those baffling questions, like the old-time puzzler, as to whether the hen first came from the egg or the egg from the hen. One cannot help wondering to what extent the increasing accuracy of the broadening knowledge of timekeeping was the result of our complicated modern life, and to what extent it was the cause. Certainly we cannot conceive of present-day affairs as being conducted save in the light of moving hands and figures upon a dial. From the Middle Ages, then, we get our word for clock, and, which is more important, we begin to get some crude application of its modern mechanical principles. They were wonderfully skillful, those medieval workmen, considering the means at their disposal, and the ingenuity of some of their clocks is still a delight. But perhaps for better understanding of the story, we should stop for a minute to inquire exactly what a clock means from the mechanical point of view. A clock is a machine for keeping time, and for this there are 4 essentials, without any one of which there would be no clock. First, there must be motive power to make it run. Second, there must be a means of transmitting this power. Third, there must be a regulating device to make the mechanism move steadily and slowly, and keep the motive power from running down too quickly. And fourth, there must be some device to mark the time and make it known. In a typical modern clock, the power comes from the pull of a weight or the pressure of a spring, although clocks may of course be operated by electricity or compressed air or some other means. Also, the regulator is what is known as the escapement, and the recording device consists of the hands, the dial, and the striking mechanism. Having stated this, let us return to the past and see if we can determine how these principles came to be applied. This is not altogether easy. Our forefathers were less particular than we over such trifling questions as names and spelling. Even the learned Shakespeare, long afterward, used several different spellings of his own name. Thus, when we see in the records of the period the name of clock or horologe, we cannot tell with certainty what type is meant, since horologe meant simply a device for keeping time. It might have applied equally well to a clock, a clepsydra, an hourglass, or even a sundial. It is quite possible, writes M. Gublin Breitschmidt, the younger, an eminent horologist of Lucerne, Switzerland, that a large number of the technical inventions of antiquity were lost during the migrations of the barbarians and under the chaotic conditions prevailing during the first 1,000 years of Christianity. But the most perfect surviving instrument for measuring time was the water clock, known as the clepsydra, which was able to maintain its supremacy long after the appearance of the wholly mechanical clock, just as the beautiful manuscripts of the artist, monks, and laymen were favored by the cultured classes long after the invention of movable types of printing. The spread of Christianity throughout Europe caused the foundation of many religious communities, and the severe rules by which they governed, fixing the hours of prayer, labor, and refreshment, forced their members to seek instruments by which to measure time. In the year 605, a bull of Pope Sabinius decreed that all bells be rung 7 times in the 24 hours, at fixed moments and regularly, and these fixed times became known as the 7 canonical hours. The sound of the bells penetrated and came to regulate not only the life of the religious bodies, but also that of the secular people who lived outside the walls of the monasteries. Oil lamps, candles, hourglasses, prayers, and, for those who had the means of buying them, clepsydrae, served as chronometers for the brotherhoods, so that one can easily imagine that many a monk sought to improve these instruments. But as yet no one had found the means to regulate the wheel system of a movement. In the best instruments of this period, water supplied the motive power and served well to regulate the action. There is general belief that Gerbert the monk, who was the most accomplished scholar of his age, and who later became Pope Sylvester II, was the one who took the important step of producing a real clock, and that this occurred near the close of the 10th century, or to be more exact, about 990 A.D. This period was one of densest superstition, and expectancy of the end of the world was in the air, since many people had fixed upon the year 1000 A.D. as the date of that cataclysmic event. Authorities of the Church and of the state were not very partial to invention and research, their attention being fixed largely upon theological, political, or military affairs. But of course, inquiring and constructive minds were still to be found, even without encouragement, these tended to follow the impulse of their natures. It is to the monks in their cloisters that we chiefly owe the preservation of learning through the Dark Ages, and from the monks, for the most part, came such progress of science and invention as was made. If Gerbert, the monk, after patient tinkering with wheels and weights in his stone-walled workshop, really achieved some form of the clock action as we know it, he was one of the great benefactors of the human race. Still, it is not impossible that his device may have only been a more remarkable application of the clepsydra principle. Whatever it was, it seems to have startled the authorities, for they are said to have accused him of having practiced sorcery through league with the devil, and to have banished him for a time from France. His age appears to have had a vast respect for the intellectual powers of his satanic majesty. Anything which was too ingenious or scientific to be understood without an uncomfortable degree of mental application was very apt to be ascribed to diabolic inspiration, and thus found unfit for use in Christian lands. It could hardly have been a stimulating atmosphere for would-be inventors. All of the credit that we are ascribing to Gerbert must therefore be prefixed with an if. Did he really invent the clock movements, or is this merely another of the tales which have blown down to us from the age of tradition and romance? For similar tales are told of Pacificus in 849 A.D., of the early Pope Sabinius in 612, and even of Boethius, the philosopher, as far back as 510 A.D., while always in the background are claims of priority for the Chinese, who are supposed to have discovered many of our most important mechanical and scientific principles away off upon the other side of the world before these were dreamed of in the West. If all of these various claims were true, which is far from likely, it still would not need to surprise us, for it must be remembered that humanity, until within the past few generations, was more or less a collection of separated units, and its records were very incomplete. There was scant interest in abstract research, and very limited intercourse between towns and countries. One who made an important discovery in one locality might be unheard of 100 miles away. Unless all the conditions were favorable, his ideas might even pass from memory with his death, until some scholar of modern times might chance upon their record. All that can be said with certainty, therefore, is that there were clocks of some sort in the monasteries during the 11th century, that back of these were the clepsydra and other time-recording devices, and that here and there through the preceding centuries are more or less believable tales of inventions that had to do with the subject. Let it be remembered, too, that some of the brilliant minds of ancient times made discoveries that were forgotten after the barbarian waves overwhelmed preceding generations. The ages following the downfall of Rome were those of intellectual darkness, illiteracy, and rude force, until mankind groped slowly back toward the light through the process of rediscovery. Thus it mattered not at all to the medieval world that Archimedes, the great Greek scientist and engineer, who, however, chanced to live in the Greek colony of Sicily, was able somewhere about 200 B.C. to construct a system of revolving spheres which reproduced the motion of the heavenly bodies. Such a machine must necessarily have involved some sort of clockwork. We dare not stop to consider Archimedes, lest we stray too far from our subject. But this marvelous man of ancient times, the Benjamin Franklin of his day, seems to have had a hand in almost every sort of mechanical and scientific research, from discovering the principle of specific gravity in order to checkmate a dishonest goldsmith, to destroying Roman warships by means of his scientific engines. The story is told that he set the ships on fire by concentrating upon them the rays of the sun from a number of concave mirrors. And although this story may not be true, the things he is known to have done are extraordinary. Archimedes and his knowledge had long passed away when the monastery clocks of the 11th century began to sound the hour. These were the fruit of a crude new civilization just struggling for expression, and represented the general period when William the Conqueror led his Norman army into England. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Tommack, Tucson, Arizona.
Chapter 7 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 7. The Modern Clock and Its Creators. We learned that toward the close of the 13th century, a clock was set up in St. Paul's Cathedral in London, 1286, one in Westminster by 1288, and one in Canterbury Cathedral by 1292. The Westminster clock and the chime of bells were put up from funds raised by a fine imposed on a Chief Justice who had offended the government. The clock bore an inscription, the words of Virgil, Disciti justitiam moniti, learn justice from my advice, and the bells were gambled away by Henry VIII. In the same century, Dante, whose wonderful poem, the Commedia, parenthetically the Inferno, Purgatory, and Paradise, is sometimes called the swan song of the Middle Ages, since it marks the passing of the medieval times, spoke of wheels that wound their circle in an horloge. Chaucer speaks of a cock crowing as regularly as a clock in an abbey horloge, and this shows curiously the early meaning of the word, for by the word clock Chaucer evidently meant the bell which struck the hour, and very obviously he used the word horloge to indicate the clock itself. Many of these clocks had neither dials nor hands. They told time only by striking the hour. Sometimes in the great tower clocks there were placed automatic figures representing men in armor, or even mere grotesque figures, which at the right moment beat upon the bell. These figures were called jacks of the clock, or jacquemarts, and curious specimens of them are still in existence. The early abbey clocks did not even strike the hour, but rang an alarm to awaken the monks for prayers. Here again the alarm principle precedes the visible measurement of time. Even now, as already noted, we speak of a clock by the old word for bell. In the course of the following century, the 14th, clocks began to appear which were really worthy of the name, and of these we have authentic details. They were to be found in many lands. One of them was built in 1344 by Giacomo Donde at Padua, Italy. Another was constructed in England in 1340 by Peter Lightfoot, a monk of Glastonbury, and in 1364 Henry de Wick or de Wick of Württemberg was sent for by Charles V, King of France, to come to Paris and build a clock for the tower of the royal palace, which is now the Palais de Justice. It was finished and set up in February 1379, and there it still remains, after a lapse of 5½ centuries. although its present architectural surroundings were not finished until a much later date. This venerable timepiece, termed by some chroniclers the parent of modern timekeepers, was still performing its duty as late as 1850, and so it is a matter of interesting record that its mechanism, which served to measure the passage of time in the days when the earth was generally believed to be flat and when the eastern division of the Roman Empire was still ruled from Byzantium, now Constantinople, has served the same purpose within the possible memory of men now living. Its bell has one grim association. It gave the signal for that frightful piece of Medicean treachery, the massacre of St. Bartholomew, planned by Catherine de' Medici, the mother of the King Charles IX, when the armed retainers of the crown of France flung themselves upon the unsuspecting Huguenots and caused the streets to run red with the blood of men, women, and children, a ghastly butchery of thousands of people. As we have seen, de Vic's clock was neither the earliest made nor among the earliest, nor probably did it embody any at that time new mechanical invention. It does, however, fairly and clearly typify the oldest style of clock, of which we today have an accurate knowledge. Compare its description then with the clock upon your shelf. We think of the tall-cased grandfather's clocks as antique, but this tower clock of de Vic's outdoes them in antiquity by some 400 years. And its most interesting feature is its curious likeness in mechanical principle to the clocks of modern times. Like most early clocks, it has only one hand, the hour hand. Its ponderous movement is of iron, laboriously hand-wrought. The teeth of its wheels and pinions were cut out one by one. It was driven by a weight of 500 pounds, the cord of which was wound round a drum or barrel. This barrel carried at one end a pinion, meshing with the hour wheel, which drove the hands. The flange at the other end of the barrel formed the great wheel or first wheel of the train. This meshed with a pinion on the shaft of the second wheel, and this in turn with a lantern pinion upon the shaft of the escape wheel. All of this is, of course, essentially the modern train of gears, only with fewer wheels. The escapement is the most important part of the whole mechanism, because it is the part which makes the clock keep time. It is an interrupter, checking the movement almost as soon as, under the urge of the mainspring, it starts forward. The frequency and duration of these interruptions determines the rate of running. Without this, the movement would run down swiftly. With it, the operation stretches over 30 hours, involving 432,000 interruptions. De Vic's escapement is shown in the illustration. The escape wheel was bent into the shape of a shallow pan, so that its toothed edge was at a right angle to the flat part of the wheel. Near it was placed a verge or rotating shaft, so called from a Latin word meaning turning around. On this verge were fastened two flat projections called pallets, diverging from each other at about an angle of 100 degrees. The width between the pallets, from center to center of each, was equal to the diameter of the wheel, so that one would mesh with the teeth at the top of the escape wheel, and the other with the teeth at the bottom. Now, if the upper pallet were between the teeth at the top of the wheel, the pressure of the wheel trying to turn would push it away until the teeth were set free. But in so doing it would cause the verge to turn and bring the lower pallet between the teeth at the bottom of the wheel. And since the bottom of the wheel was, of course, traveling in the opposite direction from the top, the action would be reversed, and the lower pallet would be pushed away, bringing the upper one back between the teeth of the wheel again, and so on, tick, tick-tock, the wheel moving a little way each time, and the pallets alternately catching and holding it from going too far. The device was kept running slowly by means of a crossbar called a foliot, fastened across the top of the verge in the shape of a T, and having weights on its two ends. When this weighted bar was set turning in one direction, it would, of course, resist being suddenly stopped, and start turning the other way, as it was constantly made to do, and this furnished the regulating action which retarded the motion of the works and kept them from running down. This involves the principle of the modern balance wheel in both watches and clocks, which is that of inertia. The rim of the balance wheel represents the weights on the bar that resist the pull of the pallets. A vital improvement, however, is the interception of the hairspring, which gives elasticity to the pull, and thus supplies the elements of precision and refinement. The inertia of the balance wheel is gauged by the weight of the rim and its distance from the center, and the last refinement of regulation of the mechanism is produced by moving the tiny screws on the periphery of this wheel outward or inward. We shall see later how this old escapement was in principle much like the improved forms in use today. It was as quaint and clumsy an affair as the first automobile or the first steam engine, but like them it was a great invention, destined to achieve great results, for it was the means of making a machine keep time, and every clock and watch in use today depends for its usefulness upon a similar device. The tick is the first thing we think of in connection with a clock, and it is the most essential thing also, because it is the escapement which does the ticking. This old clock of de Vic's also struck the hour upon a bell, and in very much the same way as modern clocks are made to do. But the mechanical means by which it did so are too complicated to be easily described here, and indeed it is unnecessary to do so, since the bell is far less important. A clock need not strike, but it must keep time. On the fearsome eve of St. Bartholomew, therefore, and again within the past generation, the clanging of this old clock's bell was brought about by the whirling gears and ponderous weights of an early craftsman who wrought his work into the ages. As already stated, de Vic's mechanism embodied mechanical principles which, although greatly developed and improved, are employed even at the present day. All the essentials of a clock are there. The motive power, the descent of a massive weight, is now replaced by a slender spring. The train of gears by which this motion is reduced and communicated are cut today with the extreme accuracy of modern machine work. The hand moving around the dial is now accompanied by a longer, swifter hand to tell the minutes. The escapement, which by checking the motive power while yet allowing it to move on step by step, retards and regulates even the numbered striking of the unchanging hours. De Vic's old clock may have been a crude machine. It certainly was a poor timekeeper, but it was the sturdy ancestor of all those myriad tribes of clocks and watches which warn us solemnly from our towers, chime to us from our mantles, or, nestling snugly in our pockets or clinging to our wrists, help us to maintain our efficiency in the complexities of modern life. The mechanism employed by de Vic was retained without any improvement of importance in all the timepieces of the next 300 years. The foliot escapement especially remained in use much longer. Indeed, any modern watchmaker would recognize that it was practically a horizontal balance wheel. Long before it was improved upon, watches had been invented and clocks had everywhere become common. But we shall reserve the watch for the next chapter. For the moment, our concern is with clocks alone. The disadvantage of the medieval clock was its inaccuracy. This was due first to crude workmanship and unnecessary friction, but that trouble was presently overcome, for the medieval mechanic could be as fine and accurate a workman as any modern. He had the artist's personal pride and pleasure in his skill, and also a great unhurried patience, somewhat hard for us to picture in this breathless age. At best, however, his work fell far short of the accuracy possible with modern machinery. Other important difficulties were found in the expansion and contraction of parts due to temperature variations, and the fact that the foliot balance was at its best only when running slowly. Altogether, then, these early clocks were easily surpassed in accuracy of timekeeping by a sundial or a good clepsydra. The question arises, therefore, why this newcomer in the field of timekeeping should have begun to displace the earlier devices. The clock was not yet a better timepiece than the sundial. Why did it grow more common? Well, for one thing, people like novelties. For another, people loved their churches, and lived by the chimes of distant bells, and the clock was by far the most practical striking device, whatever might be its faults in keeping time. But what was most important of all, it was a machine, susceptible of infinite improvement, and offering a field for endless ingenuity. It appealed to that inborn mechanical instinct by means of which mankind has wrought his mastery over the world. We have seen how de Vick's clock contained, as it were, the germ of all our clocks, and moreover the medieval regarded machinery with profoundest awe. It is the unknown which awakes imagination. We wonder at the cathedrals of his day, but the medieval knew about cathedrals. He built them. Considering their comparatively cruder tools, lack of modern hoisting machinery, and so forth, their architectural and building abilities exceeded even those of today. On the other hand, a locomotive or a modern watch, such as we glance at without special notice, would have appeared to him the product of sheer sorcery, too wonderful to be the work of human hands. The Middle Ages could not much improve their clock without some radical invention, and such a mechanical type of invention was yet the province of but few minds. The typical craftsman could merely make the clock more convenient, more decorative, and more wonderful. To this work he and his fellows addressed themselves with all of their patient skill and their endless ingenuity for ornamentation. They made clocks for their churches and public buildings, and elaborated them with intricate mechanical devices. The old jacks that struck the bells were only a beginning. They made clocks for their kings and wealthy nobles, adorning them with all the richness that an artist could design and a skillful jeweler could execute. They made clocks even for ordinary domestic use, so quaint in design and so clever in workmanship that we exhibit them today in our museums. One difficulty in determining the date of the first invention is that long before the days of de Vick and Lightfoot, machines were made to show the day of the week and month, and to imitate the movements of the stars, and the first horological records may refer to clockworks of this kind. The famous clock of Strasbourg Cathedral shows the extreme to which the medieval craftsmen carried this kind of ingenuity. It was originally put up in 1352 and has been twice rebuilt, each time with greater elaboration. It is 3 stories high and stands against the walls somewhat in the shape of a great altar with 3 towers. Among its movements are a celestial globe showing the positions of the sun, moon, and stars, a perpetual calendar, a device for predicting eclipses, and a procession of figures representing the pagan gods from whom the days of the week are named. There are devices for showing the age and phases of the moon and other astronomical events. The hours are struck by a succession of automatic figures, and at the stroke of noon a cock perched upon one of the towers flaps his wings, ruffles his neck, and crows 3 times. This clock still remains, having last been rebuilt in the 4 years 1838 to 1842. But its chief interest is that of a mechanical curiosity. It keeps no better time than a common alarm clock, nor ever did, and in beauty as well as usefulness it has been surpassed many times by later and simpler structures. For the first really important improvement in clock making, we must pass to the latter end of the 16th century. The Italian Renaissance, with its great impulse to art and science, has come and gone, and the march of events has brought us well into the modern world. America had been discovered a century, and is beginning to be colonized. Spain is trying to found a world empire upon blood and gold and the tortures of the Inquisition. England is at the height of the great Elizabethan period. It is the time of Drake and Shakespeare and Sir Walter Raleigh. At this period of intellectual awakening, a remarkable young man steps upon the scene. In 1564, the year in which the wonderful Englishman Shakespeare first saw the light of day, the scarcely less wonderful Italian Galileo was born in Pisa. He was gifted with keen eyes and a swift logical mind, which left its impress upon so many subjects of human thought and speculation that we are tempted to stop, as with Archimedes, and trace his history. But one single incident must suffice. In 1581, this youth of 17 stood in the Cathedral of Pisa. Close at hand, a lamp suspended by a long chain swung lazily in the air currents. There was nothing unusual in such a sight. Millions of other eyes had seen other suspended objects going through exactly this motion, and had not given the sight a second thought. At this moment, however, a great discovery of far-reaching application, one which was to revolutionize clock construction, hung waiting in the air. Young Galileo took notice. The lamp swung to and fro, to and fro. Sometimes it moved but slightly. Again, as a stronger breeze blew through the great draughty structure, it swung in a considerable arc, but always, and this was the point which impressed itself upon the Italian lad, the swing was accomplished in exactly the same time. When it moved a short distance, it moved slowly. The farther it moved, the faster became the motion. In its arc it moved more swiftly, accomplishing the long swing in the same time as it did the short one. In order to make sure of this fact, Galileo is said to have timed the swinging lamp by counting the beating of his pulse. Thus was discovered the principle of the pendulum and its isochronism. By isochronism we mean in equal arcs in equal time. In other words, any swinging body, such as a pendulum, is said to be isochronous when it describes long or short arcs in equal lengths of time. This also applies to a balance wheel and hairspring, and herein lies a remarkable fact. This epoch-making discovery was, after all, but a rediscovery. The isochronism of a swinging body was known in Babylon thousands of years before, although the Babylonians, of course, could not explain it. Lacking in application, it had passed from the minds of men, and it remained for Galileo to observe the long-forgotten fact, and to work out its mechanical application. He did not himself apply this principle to clockmaking, although some 50 years later, toward the end of his life, he did suggest such an application. The first pendulum clocks were probably made about 1665 by Christian Huygens, the celebrated Dutch astronomer and mathematician who discovered the rings of Saturn, and by the English inventor Dr. Robert Hooke. The invention is claimed for several other men in England and abroad at about the same time, but hardly upon sufficient authority. From that time on, the important improvements of clockwork were chiefly made in two directions: those of the mechanical perfection of the escapement and the compensation for changes of temperature. There is a little world of invention and discovery behind the face of the clock, which beats so steadily on your mantle. Look within, if you will, and see the compact mechanism with its toothed gears, its coiled spring, or its swinging pendulum, in which the motion of the cathedral lamp is harnessed for your service. Nothing in that grouping has merely happened so. You may or may not understand all the action of its parts or the technical names of them, but each feature in the structure has been the result of study and experiment, as when Huygens hung the pendulum from a separate point and connected it with a forked crank astride the pendulum shaft. You can see that forked crank to this day, if you care to look. It was the product of good Dutch brains. Next we come to one of the greatest single improvements in clockwork, and the chief difference between the mechanism made by de Vick and the better ones of our own time. When the pallets in a clock are forced by an increased swing of the pendulum, or by the form of the pallet faces against the teeth of the escape wheel in the direction opposite to that in which the wheel is moving, the wheel must be pushed backward a little way each time, and the whole clock action is made to back up a little. You can see that this would tend to interfere with good and regular timekeeping. George Graham in London in 1690 corrected this error by inventing the deadbeat escapement, which rather contradicted its name by working very well and faithfully. There are many forms of this escapement, and there is no need to explain it in detail, but the main idea is this. At the end of each vibration or swing of the pendulum, the escape teeth, instead of being made to recoil by the downward motion of the pallets, simply remains stationary or at rest until the commencement of the return swing of the pendulum. This was brought about by applying certain curves to the acting faces of the pallets. But the acting faces of both tooth and pallet are beveled, so that the tooth in slipping by gives the pallet a kick or impulse outward and keeps it in motion. Nowadays, even a common alarm clock has an escapement working in this way. Then came another remarkably interesting contribution. Have you ever wondered why the pendulums of fine clocks were weighted with a gridiron of alternate rods of brass and steel? For purpose of ornament? Not at all. It constitutes a scientific solution of an embarrassing problem, due to the inevitable variations in temperature. Metals expand with heat and contract with cold. Notched iron bars can be made to crawl along a flat surface by alternately heating and cooling them. Bridge builders sometimes arrange sliding points or rocking points to adjust the differences in the length of the steel. Contraction and expansion are important factors in all their calculations, but a pendulum would change its rate of motion if it changed its length, and this would interfere with its accuracy as a measure of time. Graham worked upon this problem too, and attached a jar of mercury to the rod of his pendulum for a weight. When the heat lengthened the rod, it also caused the mercury to rise, just as in a thermometer, and this left the working length the same. Such mercury-weighted pendulums are not uncommon to this day, but the more familiar gridiron came from the brain of John Harrison, who in 1726 fixed the alternate rods in such a way that the expanding brass rods raised the weight as much as the expanding steel rods lowered it. Thus they neutralized each other. The clock as we know it was now virtually complete. There were structural refinements, but no more radical improvements to be made. In tracing its development from the 14th to the 18th century, we note one curious likeness to the ancient history of recorded time. In this case, as before in Babylon, the first people concerned with the science were the priests, and after them the astronomers. But we note a still more important difference. As the medieval passed into the modern, the practice of horology passed more and more out of the hands of scientists into the keeping of commercial workmen. The custodian of time was at first a priest, and finally a manufacturer. And this change was attended by a vast increase in the general use of timepieces, and the correspondingly greater influence of time upon society and men's way of living. The Middle Ages made clocks and watches make the age in which we live. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 8. The Watch That Was Hatched from the Nuremburg Egg. In the second act of Shakespeare's play As You Like It, when Touchstone the Fool meets Jacques the Sage, he draws forth a sundial from his pocket and begins to moralize upon time. Touchstone's dial must have looked like a napkin ring, with a stem like that of a watch, by which to hold it up edgewise toward the sun, and a tiny hole in the upper part of the ring through which a little sunbeam could fall upon the inner surface whereon the hours were marked. This pinhole was perhaps pierced through a slide, which could be adjusted up or down according to the sun's position at the time of year. In principle, therefore, it was a miniature of the huge dial of Ahaz of more than 2,000 years before. In another Shakespeare play, Twelfth Night, Malvolio is gloating in imagination over his coming luxury when he shall have married the heiress and entered upon a life of wealth and leisure. "I frown the while," says he, "and perchance wind up my watch, or play with my some rich jewel." There, in those two quotations, we have the whole meaning of the watch in the time of Queen Elizabeth. Touchstone's dial was a practical convenience, a thing to tell the time. Malvolio's watch was a piece of jewelry, an ornament indicating wealth and splendor. While watches had been well known for many years, people wore them chiefly for display and told time by means of pocket sundials. For the first watches, we must go back to about the year 1500, shortly after America had been discovered, and when the great tower clocks of De Vick and Lightfoot were not much more than a century old. In the quaint old town of Nuremburg there lived at that time one Peter Henlein, probably a locksmith. But a locksmith in those days would be an expert mechanic, more like a modern toolmaker. Very likely an armorer also, capable of that fine workmanship in metal which we still wonder at in our museums. Nuremberg was then very much a medieval city, all red-tiled roofs and queer windows, where people went about dressed in trunks and jerkins and pointed caps and pointed shoes. It looked like Die Meistersinger and Grimm's fairy tales, and pictures by Howard Pyle and Maxfield Parrish. Very much like Spotless Town, except that it was far from spotless. Now, as you remember, there was not until long after this any means of making clocks keep anything like accurate time. So, instead of improving them, people competed with each other in devising novel and ingenious forms. There could be no more desirable novelty than a clock small enough to stand upon a desk or table, or even to be carried around. Such a clock could not well be driven by weights, but Peter Henlein overcame that difficulty by using for the motive power a coiled mainspring wound up with a ratchet, just as we still do today. There is some dispute over attributing to Henlein the credit for this invention, but at least he did the thing, and it cannot be proved that anybody did it before him. "Every day," wrote Johannes Ciolus in 1511, "produces more ingenious inventions. A clever and comparatively young man, Peter Henlein, creates works that are the admiration of leading mathematicians. For out of a little iron he constructs clocks with numerous wheels, which, without any impulse and in any position, indicate time for 40 hours, and strike, and which can be carried in the purse as well as in the pocket." There was, however, no invention of any such thing as we mean by the term watch today, that came complete from the mind of any one man, but the contrivance gradually grew in shape and structure out of the small clock which could be worn at the belt or on a chain round the neck. It came to be called a watch because clock meant a bell that struck the hours, but many of the first watches had striking apparatus, and this circumstance added to the confusion of names. We slangily call a fat, old-fashioned watch a turnip, but the first watches were very much fatter and more old-fashioned, and might fairly have deserved the name. Before long, Henlein was making them oval in shape, hence they were called Nuremburg eggs. Here, then, is something which we can really consider a watch. Let us see how it compares with those that we know today. In the first place, being egg-shaped, it was thick and heavy. You would not like to carry it in your pocket. It had no crystal and only one hand, the hour hand. So much for the outside. Inside, the difference was still greater. The works were made of iron and put together with pins and rivets. It was all handwork, expert workmanship indeed. But look at the works of your own watch and try to imagine cutting the teeth in those tiny gears, or making those delicate springs with files and hammers. As pieces of hand workmanship, therefore, the watches made by Henlein and his followers were remarkable. But when compared with our modern watches, they were crude and clumsy affairs. Furthermore, they were poor timekeepers. They had the old foliot balance running parallel to the dial. This was all very well as long as the watch lay on the table with the balance swinging horizontally, but as soon as it was carried in a perpendicular position, the arms of the balance had to swing up and down, which was quite another matter. And then, of course, the crudeness of the works produced a great deal of friction. This made it necessary to use a very stiff mainspring. Otherwise, the watch would not run at all. Such a spring exercised more pressure when it was fully wound than when it was nearly run down. And so the worst fault of the foliot was that it speeded up under increased pressure. The first improvements, and in fact the only ones for nearly 200 years, were directed toward doing away with the unequal pressure of the mainspring, and thus make the watch keep better time. If you look into the back of a very early watch, you may see a curious device consisting of a curved arm ending in a pinion, which travels round an eccentric gear of peculiar shape. This is the first type of equalizing mechanism. It was invented in Peter Henlein's time and was called the Stackfried. But it was a clumsy device at best and a great waste of power. Therefore, it was gradually displaced by the fusee. Perhaps one might have felt a certain amount of pride in carrying about such a thick, bulging mechanical toy as were these early watches. But as to possessing something that would keep correct time, That was a different matter. After admiring it and listening to its ticking, one would have to guess as to just how far wrong it might be. People did not figure closely on minutes and half-minutes in the day of the Nuremberg egg. There was no Wall Street and no commuting, and this brings us to a real event in the whole story. Jakob Zeck, a Swiss mechanic living at Prague in Bohemia, Austria, about 1525, began studying the problem of the equalization of watch mechanism. He was sure that there ought to be some better means than that of the clumsy Stackfried. Presently he hit upon the principle of the fusee, and Gruet, another Swiss, perfected it. At last it became possible to make a watch that would not run fast when first wound, and then go more and more slowly as it ran down, and to do this in a really practical way. Before this time, a watch was a clumsy piece of ticking jewelry. Now it became something of a real timekeeper. Therefore, it was not long before people began to want Swiss watches. These were the days when skillful Swiss craftsmen worked patiently in their little home shops, making some single watch part and making it extremely well, while the so-called manufacturer bought up these separate parts and assembled them into watches. What was the fusee that brought about such a change? Not much to look at, surely. Merely a short cone with a spiral groove running about it, and a cord or chain wound in this groove and fastened at the large end of the core. Its principle and its action were very simple, and that is why it was a great invention. Someone has said that anyone can invent a complicated machine to do a piece of work, but it takes real brains to make a simple machine that will do the same work. The shaft of the fusee was attached to the great wheel which drove the gears, and the other end of the cord was fastened to the mainspring barrel. This is the way in which it worked. The mainspring slowly turned the barrel. This gradually unwound the cord from the fusee and caused the fusee to turn. When the fusee turned, the wheels also were forced to turn, and the watch was running. At the start, the cord would unwind from the small end, where the leverage was least. But as the tension of the mainspring grew slowly less, the leverage of the cord grew slowly greater, and consequently the power applied to the wheels was always of the same degree of strength. This invention gave a great impulse to Swiss watchmaking. Several centuries later, it worked to the disadvantage of English manufacturers, for they continued to use it after other countries had found still better methods of power equalization. The fusee was invented about the year 1525, at a time when the world was fairly alive with new ideas. People in Europe were just beginning to realize that they were living on a sphere and not upon a flat surface, and that there was a vast new land on the other side of the ocean. Columbus had crossed the Atlantic but a few years before, and now explorers were making new voyages of discovery in every direction. Printing, invented by Gutenberg about a century before, was becoming common enough to be a real power in the world, bringing the thoughts of men before the eyes of thousands without the slow and expensive process of hand copying. The first printed copy of the Bible had made its appearance, and Caxton had set up his first printing press, all within the lifetime of people then living, and printing shops were being established in many places. Many people were learning to read, a thing that could be said of very few in the Middle Ages. They were finding out something about the wonderful forgotten civilization of ancient times. Everywhere, people's minds were stirring. We call it the time of the Renaissance or the rebirth of civilization, but in some respects it was more like the awakening of the world after a long sleep. Just as a person on waking looks first at his clock or watch, so now the world, preparing to be busy and modern, needed some better means of telling time. It therefore was both natural and necessary that the watch should have received such a great improvement as the fusee at just this period. Then began the age of those strange, ingenious watches which we still find in the museums. For some time there were only a few real improvements. Screws and brass wheels were introduced into their construction about 1550, and glass crystals about 1600. The minute hand appeared occasionally, but it was not in common use for nearly a century afterward, and that shows how watches were regarded in those days. One would think that such an obvious advantage as that of minute notation would have been seized upon and utilized at once. On the contrary, people did not seem to care much about it. What was the use of a hand to mark the minutes, when the watch was more likely than not to be half an hour or so in error? For real timekeeping, there were dials everywhere, and there were also fairly good clocks in the towers. At night, watchmen patrolled the streets and called out the hours. These watchmen were the police of the period. It was part of their duty to call out the time, just as the modern police direct people upon the way they wish to go. For timekeeping, the watch was still less useful than the watchman. Made entirely by hand, it was necessarily expensive. Therefore, it was made regardless of expense. It was thought of as Malvolio thought of it, a possession showing the wealth and station of the wearer, a rich jewel, a toy for noblemen and for kings. Centuries were to pass before real watches were within the reach of common people. It is said that Edward VI was the first Englishman to possess a watch. This young king, who reigned so short a time, will be remembered by many as the young prince in Mark Twain's famous story, The Prince and the Pauper. Mary, Queen of Scots, had a small watch shaped like a skull, a cheerful fashion of the time. Many others were shaped in the form of insects, flowers, animals, and various other objects. Even today, the Swiss make many watches of curious form. Queen Elizabeth and her court selected watches as modern women do their hats, to match their various costumes. These watches were usually worn on a chain or ribbon round the neck, and were largely for display. Several outside cases were often supplied with watches of that period, and they were made to fit on over that which held the works. These were variously ornamented with jewels, tortoiseshell, and intricate pierced work in gold, almost as delicate as lace. The covers were decorated with miniature paintings, some of which were very beautiful. Strangely enough, it was this practice of decorating watches that later gave us our plain white enameled dials, because enamel was the best material on which to paint delicately. To the average museum visitor, the interest in any collection of old watches, aside from their historic association, lies in their marvelously ornamented cases rather than in their mechanism. And in this, he very closely repeats the feeling of their original makers or owners. It was more important to follow fashion than to know the time. This custom of watch decoration continued more or less through the 18th century and even into the 19th, although by that time watches had, as we shall see, become excellent timepieces. The story is told that when Dresden was captured by the Prussians in 1757, they found in the wardrobe of Count Bruhl, the Saxon minister, a different suit of clothes for every day in the year. Each had a watch, stick, and snuff-box appropriately decorated as part of each one. Shakespeare never regarded a watch seriously. In Love's Labour's Lost, he compares a woman to a German clock, still a-repairing, ever out of frame, and never going aright, being a watch. A century after Shakespeare's day, Dr. Johnson remarked that a dictionary was like a watch. The worst is better than none, and the best cannot be expected to go quite true. And Pope says, in the same vein, "'Tis with our judgments as our watches, none go just alike, yet each believes his own." All of this reminds one of Dickens' famous character, Captain Cuttle, whose watch was evidently of the old school. Readers of Dombey and Son may remember how the captain drew Walter into a corner, and with a great effort that made his face very red, pulled up the silver watch, which was so big and so tight in his pocket that it came out like a bung. "Waller," said the captain, handing it over and shaking him heartily by the hand. "A parting gift, my lad." Put it back half an hour every morning and another quarter toward afternoon, and it's a watch that'll do you credit. The old idea of regarding the watch as a trinket rather than as a timepiece, as an expensive toy rather than as an accurate and necessary mechanism, has come down to us from the days when a watch was ornamented outside, because it could not be really useful within. Even now, in spite of the modern demand for accurate timekeeping, that attitude has not entirely died away, as is shown by the expression gold watch and silver watch. Of course, there are really no such things. There are merely gold and silver cases for steel, brass, and nickel watches. Some people still continue this mistaken idea by thinking of a watch merely as jewelry, as a thing meant more for ornament than for use. End of Chapter 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Chapter 9 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 9. How a Mechanical Toy Became a Scientific Timepiece. Now, since we are at last well into the story of the watch, let us glance back over the road we have traveled. We have seen man first beginning to think of time by noting the positions of shadows or the motions of the stars. Next, we have seen him making his plans for days ahead by means of changes in the moon, then by making such divisions in the flow of time as the month, the season, and the year. We have seen him growing out of his savage, isolated life in caves and forests, and forming tribes and settlements, and have seen him coming out of the darkness of those early ages into Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, where our first written history seems to begin. Here, with great cities, temples, and a high degree of civilization and culture, we have found priests studying the stars and making sundials and clepsydra in order to tell the time by the shadows, sunbeams, or the dropping of water. We have taken a glimpse at the wonderful people of Greece and Rome, and have seen how, as they became more cultured, they found it necessary to have more accurate means of telling time. We have considered the advantages and disadvantages of the sand glass, have found clumsy pieces of clockwork in church towers getting their running power from weights in order to strike the bells, and have stood with young Galileo in the cathedral at Pisa when a swinging lamp gave him the idea of the pendulum. Lastly, we have seen the making of smaller clocks that were made smaller and smaller until they could be carried as watches, in which springs were used instead of weights. Following this, it has been merely a question of improvement, as one inventor after another has hit upon some idea that would do away with this or that difficulty. Thus we have come in the time of Shakespeare to a clever little contrivance that ticked beautifully but registered time rather badly, that took a long while to manufacture by hand and cost so much that only the rich could afford to buy it, and that, in consequence, people were proud to own, but did not take seriously as a timepiece. In all this journey covering thousands of years, one thing has made itself clear to us. The story of timepieces is not a mere mechanical story. It is a human story. Men did not put together certain pieces of wood or metal in order merely to make mechanism, but to meet a vital need. One might say that the story of the watch is in the watch itself. The works run and the hands move because of the mainspring, which by pressing steadily forces them into motion, In very much the same way, the busy brains of the inventors and the busy hands of the workmen have been kept active because advancing civilization has been like a great mainspring, always pressing upon larger affairs and greater numbers of people, always needing to fit its engagements more and more closely together, and always calling for better and better means for telling time. Thus, if the watch in the days of Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth was still an inaccurate timepiece, its improvement was a foregone conclusion. Brains and hands were still active. Civilization was still pressing. It is said that a hog helped in the next development. He helped quite unconsciously by furnishing a bristle. In order to understand this, we must remember Galileo's swinging lamp and the pendulum that the Englishman Hooke and the Hollander Huygens applied in the making of clocks. It will be recalled that a pendulum swings in arcs of different lengths in exactly the same time, and that this property is called isochronism. Both Hooke and Huygens could see that the application of isochronism would be quite as valuable in a watch as in a clock, but they realized this could not be accomplished by means of the pendulum. Therefore, each began to experiment, and each seems to have hit upon the same idea as a substitute for the pendulum in about the year 1665. This is where the hog's bristle came into use. One end was made fast, while the other was bent back and forth by the balance as it swung to and fro. Being short and stiff, it acted as a spring. In fact, its motion was something like the swing of a small pendulum, and some people incorrectly claim that the name of hairspring first came from this use of a hair. Of course, a very fine steel was soon substituted for the bristle. Next, it was realized that there would be an advantage if a much longer wire spring were used, and obviously the only way in which this could be done was by making it in the form of a coil. So we have the delicate coiled hairspring as it is found in our own watches today. The principle of the hairspring is not unlike that of the pendulum. The farther the pendulum is swung out from the lowest point of its arc, the greater is the force that gets it back. And the farther a spring is bent from the position of rest, the greater is the force exerted to get it back. With both of these devices, it is possible to obtain regular beats and steady motion. It is hard to realize that nearly 100 years must have passed before the hairspring came into common use. Today, any new device is described in catalogs, written up in the papers, manufactured in quantities, and is quickly carried by travelers in every country. But in those days, everything was still made by hand, piece by piece, and there was comparatively little travel that would admit of its distribution. Ideas made their way very slowly. In fact, Julien Leroy rediscovered the principle of isochronism and announced it with a good deal of pride, quite ignorant of the fact that Hooke and Huygens explained it nearly a century before. And so the hairspring was slowly adopted by English watchmakers with a number of minor improvements. Other inventors, of whom presently we shall hear more, worked out better methods of escapement, and the watch movement developed slowly toward its present form. It became possible to tell time more accurately and to make arrangements and plans more closely as the watch became a better timekeeper. The pace of life was speeding up, and people were realizing the value of minutes, even of seconds. Therefore, the minute and second hands were added to the hour hand that so long had moved alone around the watch dial. And in 1704, Nicholas Fazio, a Swiss doing business in London, introduced jeweled bearings into the mechanism. The importance of jewels is often misunderstood even at the present day. Many people do not know why jewels are used in a watch, assuming that they are intended for ornament or in some way to increase the value. but most of the jewels in a watch movement are placed out of sight, and although they often consist of real rubies or sapphires, they are so tiny and their intrinsic value so small that no watch requires more than $1 worth of jewels. They are strictly utilitarian in their purpose. A pivot or bearing running in a hole drilled in a jewel creates almost no friction and requires so little oil that a single drop as big as a pinhead is enough for an entire watch. Because jewels are so hard and smooth, a watch with jeweled bearings runs better and wears less, and requires less power to drive it than one in which they are lacking. During all the time recounted, the great mainspring of civilization had been pressing, ever pressing. Nothing could be considered good enough if a way could be found to improve it. A last improvement came out of the sea. Travel had been reaching out in every direction. Ships were fitted out by scores to take goods from England or the continent of Europe to lands across the seas and to bring back the products of those countries. The time had been but a few generations earlier when people had stood on the shores of the ocean and had wondered what might lie beyond their sight. That water stretched out to the edge of the world they felt sure, but what there happened to it they could not tell. Surely, however, it must be peopled with monsters and demons. It was foolhardy to venture too far from land. We can hardly realize what a piece of insane rashness it must have seemed to most people when Columbus sailed out boldly into this vast mystery, nor how the world was thrilled when he brought back word of strange land and strange peoples he had found beyond the horizon. But by the time now reached in our story, the oceans had become highways of trade, and men were beginning to draw those strange, crude maps of the continents which make us smile until we stop to think how maps might have looked had they been left for us to make. At all events, the problems involved in navigation were being much discussed in every land. One of the greatest of these problems was to discover the whereabouts of the ship at any given time. When one is out of the sight of the land, the sense of location necessarily becomes inoperative. One wave looks like another, and there are winds and currents which might carry a ship hundreds of miles out of its course, unless there were some way of knowing its true position. At first the stars and later the compass gave help in giving direction, but not in showing position. How might this be done? There was no possible way in which the element of telling time did not enter. That sounds a bit strange until one stops to think of the rotation of the Earth once in 24 hours. If one could travel around the Earth from east to west at a uniform rate in exactly 24 hours, he would find clocks and watches indicating the exact minute he started at every step of his journey, and the sun would remain steadily at the same height above the horizon if he always kept to one parallel of latitude. His rate of speed would have to be about 18 miles a minute if he chose to travel along the equator, or to state the same thing in another way, when it is noon in New York, it is 11 a.m. in Chicago, 10 a.m. in Denver, 9 a.m. in San Francisco. It is also 1 p.m. several hundred miles out into the Atlantic, 2 p.m. still farther out, 5 p.m. in London, and so on. In other words, it is some one of all the movements of the 24-hour day at the same time, but the time that indicates each of these moments is different at different points. Therefore, if you could find out the time at any point and compare it with the time at the place you had left, you would know how far east or west you had come, but not how far north or south. Ascertaining the time was not difficult. At noon it would be shown by the sun. Nor was it difficult to compare the time provided one had an accurate timepiece. but a watch that ran either fast or slow might mislead one by hundreds of miles. You can see how important it was that navigators have some means of exactly measuring time. This was one of the points at which the great mainspring of civilization pressed hardest upon the brains of inventors and the hands of workmen. So, from the 16th century onward, the leading governments of Europe offered large rewards for a chronometer sufficiently accurate to determine the longitude at sea. In England, Parliament offered £20,000, or $100,000, for a timekeeper which, throughout a voyage to the West Indies, would give the longitude within 30 miles. This meant that it must keep time within a minute a month, or 2 seconds a day. Both Huygens and Hooke somewhat naively attempted to make a pendulum clock keep time at sea. But imagine the action of a pendulum while a ship was rolling and tossing. The problem was really one for the watchmaker, since a clock is made for keeping time while standing in one position, and a watch for keeping time while being moved about. John Harrison, the inventor of the famous gridiron pendulum, finally won the munificent prize. In 1762, after several trials and failures, he succeeded in producing a timepiece which varied under test only a minute and 4 seconds during a voyage of some 5 months. This was excellent timekeeping, far within half a second a day. It made it possible for a captain at sea to determine his position within 18 miles. Harrison's mechanism was too complicated for description in these pages. Indeed, it was so difficult of comprehension that before paying him his reward, the English government asked Harrison to write a book of explanation in order that his inventions might be copied by other makers. He did so and finally received the money. Harrison's ideas have now been greatly simplified, but in general his plan is used in the making of marine chronometers to this day. Thus, in a sense, it is due to Harrison's brain that our great ships are able to cross the ocean almost on scheduled time. Both the first success of the chronometer and the later efforts toward improving it had a great influence upon the next few generations of watchmakers. The final improvements were made in the days of the American Revolution. It was at this latter period that a man named Thomas Mudge worked out the kind of escapement that is still used in our watches. A little later, the Swiss Parisian Abraham Louis Breguet improved the hairspring by bending its outer coil across the others to their center and fastening at that point in order that the spiral of the spring should expand equally in all directions from the center. The last development of importance consists of doing away with the fusee. The faults of this device had been the need of a thick watch to give it room, and the danger that a broken mainspring might destroy other parts of the movement in its recoil. French and Swiss watchmakers reduced the friction until it needed very little power to run the mechanism, and then were able to employ a mainspring, which was not stiff enough to require a fusee. American makers adopted this idea, but the British clung to the fusee and the stiff spring. It has cost them much of their prestige as watchmakers and much of their trade. Thus, the mechanism of both clocks and watches was practically in its present state by the year 1800. The grandfather's clock of that date may look old-fashioned, but it tells time a modern way, and the mechanical ideas in George Washington's watch were not so very difficult from those which we find in our own. There have been many small improvements since, but the great inventions had all been made. It is interesting to remember that most of these inventions are due to the English artisans of the 17th and 18th centuries. Although in delicate workmanship and beautiful decoration, they were equaled and perhaps excelled by the Swiss and by the French. The work of producing a satisfactory timekeeping machine begun by priests and by astronomers, and carried forward by the demands of the navigator and the patient labor of the craftsman, had ended after thousands of years in triumph. The ticking contrivance of wheels, lever, and springs was no longer a mechanical toy. It was a marvelous instrument, which was made by man with his head and hands, and yet was almost as accurate in its action as the sun and stars themselves. Here ends the first great division of our story. The scientific problem had been solved. What remained was to democratize the keeping of time, to place mechanism equal to the best of those days within the reach and within the means of every man. In this later development, the work was to pass out of the hands of artists and inventors and into those of manufacturers. Its history from this point on is no longer a record of science, but a romance of industry. End of Chapter 9. Recording by tommack.
Chapter 10 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by garybclayton. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 10, The Worshipful Company and English Watchmaking. From the beginning, there are two sides to the history of timekeeping. The first is the story of discovery and invention, how men labored for thousands of years to produce a contrivance that would really tell the time. But if only a few such machines existed in the world, it would be of very little use to humanity in general, however perfect each might be. Accordingly, history must now recount how clocks and watches came to be made in sufficiently large numbers and at sufficiently low cost to be within the reach of all who needed them. The turning point from the inventive to the industrial side of the development was reached about the year 1800. Timekeeping has always been a part of history, and history a part of timekeeping, and this opening of the 19th century was a period when history itself was changing, for the progress of civilization is like a journey over a mountain road. One must needs turn occasionally, or one can rise no higher. The American Revolution had ended but a few years before, and the thinly settled states were trying the strange experiment of having the people govern themselves without a king. In the Old World, the people of France had suddenly risen up and seized the power from their king, and a bloody struggle had ensued in which many of the old nobility had been beheaded. In England, the power of the throne was growing less, and the power of the people greater. In fact, the whole world was becoming more and more filled with democratic ideas and ideals than ever before. Now, this same democratic idea that set up republics was getting ready to put a watch into every man's pocket. At first, everyone had told the time for himself, and had told it badly. Now, after thousands of years, it had come about that a few had the means of telling time accurately. The great inventors mentioned in the last few chapters had contributed one idea after another until, among them all, they had worked out clocks and watches that would keep correct time. But these timepieces were not yet convenient in form, and they certainly were not yet convenient in price for the average man. They still were made by hand in small quantities, and such a condition would have to be changed before it would be possible for everyone to tell the time and to tell it well. Naturally, the industrial and business development of watchmaking began long before 1800, long before, indeed, the time at which the inventions were all complete. For centuries, the two sides of the story, the inventive and the industrial, had progressed side by side, but for the sake of clearness, we have described the inventions first. Now we must glance back again to the time of Shakespeare, when the period of modern inventions was just beginning, in order to see how the business side of watchmaking started upon its growth. 4 nations have been concerned in this development: England, France, Switzerland, and the United States. The English worked in one way, the French worked in another, the Swiss in still another, while the Americans took up the final organization of the work in a manner that was thoroughly typical of their peculiar genius. The mechanical improvements and inventions were mostly made, as we know, by the English. But for the beginnings of the watch industry in England one must go back to a time before the days of Hooke and Huygens, to the year 1627, the year of incorporation of the Worshipful Clockmakers Company. Imagine such a name being chosen today. The Worshipful Clockmakers Company was the original trade organization of the business in England. It was not at all like our modern companies, but was one of those great trade guilds which played such an important part in the development of European industry. People sometimes think of the medieval trade guild as something like the modern trade union, but this is a mistake. It was in many ways quite different. Perhaps one might call it a sort of a cross between a labor union and a manufacturing trust. Within a certain district, all who were occupied in a particular business were required to belong to the guild. Otherwise, they were not allowed to do business, and the district might include the whole country. In order to gain an idea of a guild, imagine in this country a single association of jewelers to which everyone connected with the jewelry business was forced to belong, whether he were manufacturer or retailer, employer or employee, the head of his firm or the last new clerk behind the counter. Or, to look at it in another way, imagine a trust controlling the whole industry and a union including all the workmen under a closed shop system, and then suppose that the trust and the union were one and the same. That would be like one of the great medieval guilds. It was easy for such an organization to create a monopoly of the entire national product. Sometimes the guild would forbid the importation of foreign goods and would not permit workmen to come from other countries. It usually regulated to some extent the condition of wages and labor. It fixed its own standards of quality of the product. If goods did not come up to this standard, they might not be sold, and the rules of the guild had practically the force of law. But it did not attempt to control prices, nor to limit the quantity of production, nor to interfere, except very indirectly, with free competition among its own members. Thus, it was not, in our modern sense of the conception, a company at all, but an association of independent manufacturers or tradesmen, each in business for himself, each in competition with his fellow craftsmen, and all kept upon a tolerably even footing by limiting the amount of labor that each one might employ. Its members were the master craftsmen, each the head of his own house. Through them were associated the journeymen or skilled workmen in their employ, and the apprentices. These latter might rise to be masters in business for themselves, but no one without such a connection could engage in the business at all, in any capacity whatever. The Worshipful Clockmakers Company, under its charter granted by Charles I, had the power to make rules for the government of all persons following the trade within 10 miles of London, and for regulating the trade throughout the kingdom. Its first master, or president, was David Ramsay, who was mentioned as having been, quote, constructor of horologes to His Most Sacred Majesty James I, end quote, and is one of the characters in Scott's novel, quote, The Fortunes of Nigel, end quote. Its wardens or executives were Henry Archer, John Willow, and Sampson Shelton, and there was besides a fellowship or board of directors. The company proceeded at once to forbid all persons, quote, making, buying, selling, transporting, and importing any bad, deceitful clocks, watches, larums, sundials, or cases for the said trade, end quote, and full power to search for, confiscate, and destroy all such inferior goods, quote, or cause them to be amended, end quote. This company limited the volume of business by forbidding any one master to employ more than 2 apprentices at one time without express permission. And, since all journeymen must first pass through the stage of apprenticeship, this tended to keep up wages by limiting the labor supply and to keep competition on a fair basis. The coat of arms of the company represented a clock surmounted by a crown, the feet resting upon the backs of 4 lions, all of gold, upon a black ground. On either side were the figures of Father Time and of a king in royal robes. and the motto beneath read, Tempus Imperator Rerum, or, quote, Time, the Emperor of Things, end quote. These matters sound rather quaint to us, but perhaps the quaintest of them all is the idea of a monopoly concerning itself so jealously with the quality of the product and letting prices and competition practically alone. It was under such conditions that the English work was done and the inventions made. Huygens was, of course, not an Englishman, and Hooke was rather an inventor and a scientist than a manufacturer. Both these men themselves made clocks and watches, but they made them only as instruments to assist them in their researches, or as working models of their design. It was often said of Hooke that he never cared to develop an invention after he had proved that it would work. But once these first inventions had been adopted, the real production of timepieces was in the hands of the Clockmakers' Company, and the great names were those of clockmakers. These were the days when the leaders of the industry worked with their own hands as well as with their heads. We may imagine the master seated in the front room of his shop studying over a new model, or putting together and decorating one already made, or, perhaps, making with his own hands some of the most delicate parts. From the back rooms would come the sound of tapping or filing as the journeymen and apprentices were hard at work upon their various tasks. Meanwhile, perhaps some apprentice, standing outside the door, would call out to passers-by and urge them to step in and buy. This was a favorite form of advertising in that time. For that matter, we still have our barkers and pullers in at Coney Island and elsewhere. Everything about the small business was carried out under the personal direction of the master and, where necessary, by his own hand. The phrase, quote, clockmaker to the king, end quote, meant something more when applied to such a man than merely that royalty had purchased some product of his craft. Such a one was Thomas Tompion, often called, quote, the father of English watchmaking, end quote. He was the leader of his craft in the time of Charles II, and he, more than anyone else, worked out the inventions of Hooke for actual manufacture. He left his father's blacksmith's shop to become a clockmaker. From this he went on to the more delicate work of making watches, and at last became a famous master of his guild. It may fairly be said of him that he set the time for history in his day, for most of the royalty and great men of Europe timed all their doings from banquets to battles by Tompion watches. Meanwhile, he too was making watchmaking history by his improvements. Tompion made watches with hairsprings, balance wheels, and escapements with various improvements. His design of the regulator is nearly that in modern use. His cases, too, were as famous as the movements that he made. The so-called pendulum watches were then much in fashion, and Tompion met the demand by making a number of them. They did not, of course, work with a pendulum, but one arm of the old foliot balance could be seen through an opening in the case or dial, and looked like a pendulum swinging to and fro. To read the advertisements of that day, one would think that all lost or stolen watches were of Tompion's making, so often does his name appear in them. Many legendary stories are told about Tompion's work. It has been set down in cold print that Queen Mary gave one of his watches to Philip II of Spain, and that he made watches for Queen Elizabeth. Unfortunately for such stories, Tompion was not born until 1638, by which time both Mary and Elizabeth had been dead for some years. But though the legends themselves are untrue, yet they do shed some light upon their subject, for such stories, true or false, are not told about unimportant men. And it is true that Tompion grew so celebrated that at his death, in 1713, he was buried in Westminster Abbey, where only the great may have resting places. Another famous watchmaker was George Graham, the inventor of the mercury pendulum. He first was Tompion's journeyman, then his partner, and at last became a well-known astronomer, having become interested in astronomy through making astronomical clocks. But his great contribution was the invention of the dead-beat escapement, which, in one form or another, is in use in all the best clocks and watches of the present time, and which has had more to do with making their accuracy possible than has any other improvement since the discovery of the isochronism of the pendulum and hairsprings. Graham also is buried in Westminster Abbey. His body lies beside that of Tompion, his teacher and friend. Another famous figure was Daniel Quare, the first to devise the mechanism for driving the two hands as we have it today. Quare was a Quaker, and was no less prominent in the Society of Friends than in his business. As a Quaker, he was opposed to taking an oath of any kind, and was what we now call a, quote, conscientious objector, quote, to warfare. Therefore, at the same time that he was being honored by royalty for his work, he was being prosecuted and fined for his refusal to pay taxes for the support of the army and of the established church. When he was made clockmaker to King George I, means had to be devised for excusing him from taking the oath of allegiance. It was Quare who originated the practice of giving to each watch a serial number, so that it could always be identified. This is, of course, a common custom with us. We also number automobiles and many other manufactured articles of value, and Quare's device of numbering watch movements may very well have given the start to all this. Still other famous watchmakers were Harrison and Arnold and Earnshaw, who between them developed and perfected the marine chronometer that we discussed in the last chapter, and Mudge, in whose hands watch movements really became modern in type. Men of this kind thought first of producing reliable work which would give service. Ornaments, curiosities of workmanship, and even convenience were secondary. Some of these men were extremely independent. For example, Arnold, in his early days and by way of establishing a reputation, made a repeating watch less than a half-inch in diameter, so small that it was worn set in a ring. But when King George III had bought the masterpiece, and the Empress of Russia offered 1,000 guineas, more than $5,000, for a duplicate, Arnold coolly excused himself on the plea that he desired the specimen to remain unique. Time passed. Machinery began to be employed in manufacturing and handwork declined. The guild system in every line slowly changed into our modern organized industry. This was only natural, for factories were becoming larger, their output was increasing, and the head of the business was no longer likely to be himself a master workman. The greater part of this change, of course, took place in the 19th century, and was primarily owing to the increased use of machine power and improvement in transportation. But as regards watchmaking in England, the substitution never became complete, for the bulldog quality in the Englishman has always made him hold fast to his ideas. Habits died hard, and the old methods were changed slowly and under protest, even when these changes spelled progress. At first, as we have seen, the watch was the work of one man and of his assistants, and was almost entirely handmade. In those days, the trade was supplied by a multitude of small independent manufacturers. To make a single watch might take weeks or months, and every one must be made separately and patiently, regardless of labor or expense. So long as this method could hold its own, the English watchmakers led the world. Their watches were good, but they certainly were not cheap. After a time, other countries began to use more modern methods, and English watches could no longer stand competition in the world's markets. However, the bulldog quality still held. English manufacturers preferred to lose ground rather than change their methods. The introduction of machinery and the employment of women operatives were each bitterly opposed. Factory production was never adopted on a large scale, nor was there much combination of small independent manufacturers. Necessarily, these things did, at last, come to be done, but half-heartedly and without much success. At one time, for example, there were some 40 small factories making various parts which each watch manufacturer assembled and adjusted for himself. The Clockmakers' Company is still in existence, although now, of course, it has developed into a society like the ordinary modern association of manufacturers. Under pressure of change and competition, English manufacturers were compelled unwillingly to change their system of production, but the character of the watches they would not change. The same country which had made so many of the mechanical inventions finally settled down into satisfaction with its models at a time when other nations were continuing to make improvements, as, for example, when they clung to the fusee after watchmakers abroad had found a better substitute. The English watch has remained heavy, substantial, and reliable. It is an excellent mechanism produced regardless of expense. Such a watch cannot be made cheaply, least of all by British methods. There has been something obstinate in the maker's attitude. If the law of supply and demand called for something different, so much worse for the law. The English have been slow to see the possibilities in the cheap watch. They have not realized that a watch need not be expensive in order to keep good time. They started to put the watch into universal use, but left to other nations the completion of the process. End of Chapter 10. Recording by garybclayton.
Chapter 11 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 11. What Happened in France and Switzerland. Across the English Channel lives a race of a very different character. The French are people of highly adaptable minds. Often they see possibilities in the inventions of other nations, which those other nations have failed themselves to see. The automobile was first made in the United States, but the French soon developed it into something that was better than our early clumsy cars, and we were years in overtaking them. The Wright brothers first learned the secret of aerial flight, and then Wilbur Wright sailed for France, where the people went wild with enthusiasm over the idea of flying. It was in France that aviation really became what it is today. The French have always been fine mechanics and finished workmen. It was to be expected that they would do something artistic and interesting with the manufacture of timepieces. They could not make a better watch than the British were turning out toward the end of the 18th century. Nobody could, but they could make it more beautiful. In Shakespeare's time and afterward, while watches were still more valuable as works of art than they could be as timepieces, the richest work of this nature was done in France. There, watches were made in the form of mandolins and other musical instruments, in the form of flowers, in the form of jeweled butterflies, and in wonderful cases painted and enameled and engraved. In the G. Pierpont Morgan collection in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, there is a watch which, in 1800, on the fifth day over the Battle of Marengo, Napoleon Bonaparte gave to Murat, who was his brother-in-law and one of his generals. On the back cover of this watch appears a miniature portrait of Napoleon himself, and since he himself was the author of the gift, one may assume that it represented the great emperor's own conception of himself. The wristwatch, today a military necessity, was at first a French idea. It is interesting to learn that the merchants and makers of this kind of work were in their own time called neither watchmakers nor horologists, but toymen. There again is shown the old idea about watches. They were not timepieces but toys. Later on, towards the end of the period of invention, when first the clock and soon afterward the watch had become fairly accurate timekeepers, the French makers again took the lead in the same way. Once more they beautified what they could not practically improve. The French clocks of the period of Louis XIV and his successors are celebrated for their design. One might easily suppose, from an examination of the great modern collections of rare and precious watches in our museums, that the French had been the leading watchmakers of the world, for the specimens there found, being selected chiefly for beauty or value from the collector's point of view, are oftener of French than of any other make. Yet it must not be supposed that the French made no inventions. The credit for some of the important improvements is disputed between the English, French, and Swiss, and it is not always easy to decide which nation has the better claim. Furthermore, certain of the French watchmakers came from Switzerland, while at various times some of those in France moved to England, especially during the Reign of Terror. The distinctions are somewhat confused, and we can only speak in a general way. However, while the watchmaking industry was developing in France, it gave forth a seed which took root in new soil. In the hill country of eastern France, in the town of Autun, there lived a watchmaker named Charles Cousin. One day, in 1574, for reasons that we do not know, he moved a few miles eastward across the border into Switzerland, and there settled in the beautiful lake city of Geneva. He probably had no thought that this personal act of a private citizen would have an effect upon history, but an industry employing thousands of people and making millions of dollars worth of goods can be traced back to the time when he crossed the border. Remember that this was back in the days of Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth, while watches were still esteemed jewels and ornaments for the wealthy, and when the improvements which later made them practically useful had not yet been invented. The business side of watchmaking was thus growing up at the same time with the inventive and scientific. It was preparing itself for the day when the mechanism should be perfected, and the only remaining task would be to popularize its perfection. Charles Cousin liked Switzerland, and 13 years later he became a citizen. In the course of time, he was active in founding a watchmakers' guild in Geneva, and from that period Geneva watches have been famous. This does not mean that Switzerland had contained no watchmakers before Cousin's appearance, but we are considering the beginnings of a great industry and not a mere instances of isolated workmen. The man from Autun seems to have been one of those energetic leaders who see possibilities and know how to organize. It is largely through such men that the world progresses. You will remember that in an early chapter we touched upon the way in which men first began to exchange the results of their work in order that each man might devote most of his time to the special task for which he was best fitted, such as hunting or the making of weapons. Through this exchange, everyone was enabled to live better than anyone could have lived by himself. But if it were true that people doing different things could help each other, it also became true after a while that people doing the same thing could help each other and could help the general public by learning to cooperate. They could exchange ideas, improve their work, and bring about better conditions. This was one of the effects of the guilds. They changed crafts into industries. The guild with which Charles Cousin now had to do, some say he was its sole founder, was a very dignified and important board of master workmen. It was founded about 50 years earlier than was the Worshipful Clockmakers' Company in England, and its members were no ordinary workmen. Switzerland was, and still is, a thoroughly independent little country, and a man skillful enough to make a whole watch with his own hands was apt to be a man who realized his own worth. The members of this guild were decidedly particular about their dignity, and their meetings were serious occasions, as may be seen from Article 1 of their regulations, which read, quote, "Whenever the master workmen shall meet in a body to discuss subjects pertaining to their guild, they shall, before proceeding to such discussion, offer prayer to God, beseeching him that all that they say and do may rebound to his glory and may further the interests of these people." End quote. As a matter of fact, this dignity was based upon a correct conception that has been somewhat overlooked in the present busy age. The man who has to do either with the manufacture or sale of timepieces does well to take his position seriously, since he is a most important link in our entire civilization. Such a man may well reflect upon the fact that without the timepieces which he produces or sells, the world would drop into hopeless confusion, for human society is able to run smoothly and efficiently only when it is correctly timed. Workmen and dealers engaged in such a vital industry have a great responsibility to their fellow men. It is probable that members of this guild who met from time to time in the Swiss city by the lake shores, under the shadows of the snow-topped Alps, realized something of this responsibility. Their timepieces were not yet as accurate as are ours of today, and the world was not yet so busy that its affairs required the closest adjustment, but they at least were trying earnestly to keep the human cogs running smoothly by turning out watches as nearly perfect as their skill and knowledge would permit. This may be seen again in Article 5 of their regulations. Quote, "The functions of the jurors are to enforce the laws of the guild and to provide that there be no infringement of the same. To this end, they shall be required to visit each journeyman at least 4 times during the year, having power to seize all articles which do not conform to the specifications now in force, to report all delinquents to the worthy governing board, and to punish the offenders in accordance with the gravity of their fault." End of quote. It is quite clear that Geneva was out for quality in watches, and indeed the name of the Swiss city has always been associated with quality. Nevertheless, they were no angels, those old Swiss craftsmen. They were in fact quite preponderatingly human. Thus it was not long before they began to make a tight little monopoly of their business. They restricted the number of workmen who might be admitted to the guild, and they secured special ordinances by means of which all other watchmakers were forbidden to establish themselves within a certain distance of the city. In other words, they did not purpose allowing the new and promising industry to grow beyond their control. There were, however, other independent people in those days who hadn't the slightest intention of being bound by such restrictions. Here and there, a watchmaker left Geneva to carry on his work in some foreign city, as, for example, in Besançon, France. Thus began a competition which grew and spread as time went on. This competition developed some interesting features. For example, the guild in Geneva obtained the passage of laws forbidding anyone from bringing into the city, in a finished state, a watch constructed within a certain distance. Schemes for watches and certain parts might be made at will, but only members of the citizen guild were permitted to complete these schemes. Such restrictions naturally did not tend toward low-priced watches, but all watches in those days were necessarily high-priced, and a man wealthy enough to afford one was apt to seek the best that could be bought. Geneva's strictness gave it so great a reputation that during the 17th and 18th centuries foreign watchmakers flocked to the Swiss city very much as art students later journeyed to Paris, and it became the acknowledged center of the European industry. As time went on, the demand for timepieces became more widespread, and many Genevans moved to other cities, where they became dealers in Geneva watches. It is said that, in 1725, the city of Constantinople contained as many as 88 mercantile agents, who had become established in this way. 100 years after founding of the guild, Geneva was producing 5,000 watches a year, having 100 masters of the guild and 300 journeymen. Now, 5,000 watches is no small output when it is considered that each one must be constructed entirely by hand and occupied a matter of weeks in the making. Yet, By 1799, the city contained nearly 6,000 watchmakers and jewelers and was producing 50,000 timepieces a year. Not many miles to the northward from Geneva is another mountain city, that of Neuchâtel. Neuchâtel also contained an enterprising and skillful population, for the Swiss people seem to have been naturally ingenious and skillful in the use of tools. Doubtless the mountainous character of the country had something to do with this fact. Farming and fruit raising are slow, hard work in the rocky soil, and severe climate and the making of bulky articles is not desirable, where transportation must be had over mountain trails. The Swiss with their clever fingers had long been famous for their wood carving. Now, when they had a chance at an industry which called for delicate and skillful handwork, and which produced goods of small size and high value, it exactly suited them. Geneva saw it first, but kept it so closely to herself that it was several generations later before watches were known in the Neuchâtel district not far away. Yet this district is another great center of the industry. It is said that in 1680, more than 100 years after Charles Cousin moved to Geneva, a horse dealer from the little town of La Seine came home from his travels and brought with him an English watch. Great was the wonder that it excited among the simple people of this native place. They passed from hand to hand the little ticking mechanism which had the strange power to tell time, and then one day the ticking ceased, which perhaps is not surprising, in view of the freedom with which the watch has been handled. The horse dealer knew nothing of the mechanism, but was very anxious to have the works set right. It chanced that there was a young locksmith in La Seine, a lad of only 15, named Daniel Jean Richard, who was so skillful and ingenious that he had already made repairs in the tower clock of the village. "Show the watch to Daniel Jean Richard," said everybody. The delighted lad began to take delicate mechanism apart, studying carefully each wheel and spring and lever until he felt that he understood exactly how it should work. Then, when he had succeeded in reassembling the parts and in making the watch tick bravely once more, he was seized with a great ambition to build another one all by himself. After many experiments with his crude locksmith's tools, he did produce a watch which would run and which would tell time after fashion, the first watch ever made in the Neuchâtel district. But it did not satisfy his artist's soul, and he realized that he must have better tools. Somebody told him that there was in Geneva a machine for cutting wheels, and he set out to see it for himself, only to come back sadly disappointed. Wherever he asked to see the machine, the canny Geneva craftsmen shook their heads. This eager lad from another town had far too intelligent a face to be allowed to learn the precious secrets. The most that they would do was to let him have a few of the wheels made by the machine. Then he began to work out for himself a machine to cut the wheels, and at last succeeded in the task, so that before long he was well on the way to becoming a watch manufacturer. Richard, however, was generous with his ideas. He instructed a number of the young men of his district, so that watchmaking soon began to flourish in his town and in those about it. We have now seen how the watchmaking industry became established in two great centers, in Geneva, where the highest quality was maintained, but under the rule of the guild, which did not encourage quantity of output, and in the Neuchâtel region, where no guild system existed. In the course of time, this latter region overtook and passed in quantity of output that of Geneva. By 1818, the Neuchâtel district of the Jura was turning out watches at the rate of 130,000 a year. The solid old Geneva watchmakers criticized their rivals as being less exacting in quality and less careful as to the standard of gold used in their cases. But the Neuchâtel people had no difficulty in finding customers. We read that 140 of their merchants went twice a year to the Leipzig fair, where they sometimes sold watches to the value of 4 million francs, $800,000 in a year. The two principal centers of Swiss watchmaking have been mentioned, although, of course, watches were made in other districts as well. It is easy to see that many generations ago it had already become a very large industry, and so we need not be surprised to learn that even today the tiny inland country produces a larger annual export value of watches than even our vast United States. Watchmaking has been so large a source of wealth that the Swiss government has aided it in every way, including the establishment of schools and courses for training skilled workmen. More than 60,000 Swiss people are directly employed in the Swiss watch industry, and over 300,000, or 1/12 of the entire population, are indirectly connected with it. The Swiss have also made many inventions and improvements, so that they have had much to do with the development of the watch itself as well as with the industry. As we have already seen, it was a Swiss who invented the fusee, another who introduced the use of jewels for reducing friction, and the stem wind is also of Swiss origin. It was the Swiss, too, who, early in the 19th century, did away with the solid upper plate which covered the works, and used instead a system of bridges. The bridge form of movement allows each part to be repaired or adjusted separately, and today it is to be found in all watches of the higher grades. The Swiss invention of the fusee, described in Chapter 8, played an important part for several hundred years, but at last it was replaced by something simpler and still more effective. Made to equalize the difference in the pressure exerted by a stiff mainspring when first wound up and when partly run down, it worked beautifully but was rather clumsy, and it required comparatively heavier parts which naturally necessitated the use of greater power. Thus friction and, consequently, wear were increased. But the Swiss, by making watch parts that were very light but yet strong, and by reducing friction principally through the introduction of jewels into the mechanism, succeeded at last in getting a movement that could be run with very little power. So they now could use a weak and slender mainspring, made so long that only its middle part ever was wound and unwound, and thus the pressure remained equal, and the use of the fusee was no longer necessary. This principle, called the going barrel construction, reduced friction and made the thin modern watch a possibility. The American makers, as we shall presently see, adopted the going barrel construction practically from the first. They had no traditional prejudices, and they knew a good mechanical idea when they saw it. But the British would have none of it. Their national bulldog quality set its teeth on the old idea that had given them their heavy, substantial, accurate watches, and hung on grimly. The Swiss watches might be lighter and more graceful, but they questioned their lasting qualities. The Swiss could make watches more beautiful, but the English were suspicious of cheapness and declined to adopt the new development. Thus the English, who up to about 1840 had led the world in the manufacture and sale of watches, began to fall behind. The American watch industry was then in its infancy, and the French industry had never been of any great size. The Swiss gradually drew ahead until they practically gained control of the world's market for watches. Switzerland became known as the place from which watches came, and, very much as Havana stands for a fine cigar, so a fine watch was apt to be called a Geneva. This, then, was the situation at about the middle of the 19th century, when watchmaking in America was beginning to grow into a large industry. The French had always made good watches, and very beautiful and elaborate ones too, but they never made very many. The English were falling behind so far that it was said in 1870 that half the watchmakers' tools in England were in pawn. The Swiss were in control of the business, making both the best and the worst watches in the world, and by far the greatest number. Everywhere a good watch was still too costly to be owned by anyone of moderate means, while cheap watches were little more than toys, which could not be depended upon either to wear well or to keep good time. In spite of all developments, therefore, there still remained the need both for a high-grade watch at a reasonable price and for a cheap watch that would be accurate under rough usage. These things were genuinely necessary, for the world was growing steadily away from the theory of special privilege, and the requirements of the average man were becoming more insistent. From those early days, when the astrologers in Mesopotamia had kept their knowledge a secret for themselves, down through more than 40 centuries, only a few had possessed the means of accurately telling time. But now had come the railroad, the telegraph, the modern factory, the newspaper, and many other developments, which speeded up the movements of humanity in the rush and whirl of modern life, until it had become absolutely necessary that the means of measuring and performing those movements in an economical manner should be within the reach of every man. It remains to be shown how American watchmaking discovered this need and organized to meet it, how it found and filled the gap that had been left in foreign watchmaking between high-priced watches that were good and low-priced watches that were not good, how it developed a cheaper good watch and a better low-priced one that the world had so far known, and how, in so doing, the American industry has grown within the memory of living men to such an extent as to take second place and, in many respects, first place in watchmaking throughout the world. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 12. How an American Industry Came on Horseback. At last the clock industry came to America, and it came on horseback. If you had been upon a dusty country road in Connecticut about the year 1800, you might have seen a plainly dressed young man come riding along with a clock strapped to each side of his saddle and a third fastened crosswise behind him. "Hello, Eli Terry," you might have heard some farmer sing out as the rider drew near. "Hello, Silas," the other would call back. "Don't you think it's about time you bought a clock?" "Can't afford it, Eli. It takes me a long time to make $40 raising wheat." "Yes, but you can't afford to be without one, Silas." And, dismounting, he would unstrap one of the clocks and bring it up to the stone wall. Then would follow the period of bargaining, so dear to the shrewd, hard-headed sons of Connecticut. Perhaps, when young Terry climbed back into the saddle and said "Gid-up," one of his clocks would stay behind with the farmer. Like most successful salesmen, Terry was a close observer of human nature. He knew that habits once formed are hard to break. He discovered early that if a prospective customer could be made to depend upon a clock for telling time, the clock would soon sell itself. One day, during a rainstorm, he sought refuge in a farmer's home. He brought in one of his clocks and placed it on the mantel over the fireplace, explaining that he would like to leave it there, where it would not get wet, while he continued on his journey. "I'll be back for it in a few days," he said as he waved goodbye. When Terry returned some days later, the farmer realized that the clock, which he had first regarded as an extravagance, had somehow become a necessity, and, with no urging on Terry's part, the sale was quickly completed. Some of the original clocks are still running in the very farmhouses where Eli Terry succeeded in selling them, and where they have ticked off the minutes of American history since the days of Adams and Jefferson. They were truly remarkable clocks, in spite of the fact that their works were cut out of hard wood with country tools and put together by a carpenter. The first American clocks were made of wood, and most of the early clockmakers were at first carpenters. We have seen clockmakers developing from priests and astronomers and blacksmiths and locksmiths and jewelers, but here is a new gateway to the trade. This came about naturally enough in a country where the cheapest and most plentiful material was wood, and where the carpenter and joiner was accustomed to constructing every possible thing of it. Eli Terry of Connecticut was one of the best known of these early New England craftsmen. He was born in East Windsor just a few years before the Revolution. By the time that he was 20, he had made a few clocks, cutting the wheels out of hard wood with saw and file, and making wooden hands, dials, and cases. Then he moved to Plymouth, not far from Waterbury, and set up a small shop where he employed several workmen. They would make a dozen or two at a time, entirely by hand. Then Terry would take these out and sell them, sometimes as far as the New Country, across the New York state line. It took a long time to make a clock in this way, even for fingers that were as clever as Terry's, and it is no wonder that he was compelled to charge from $20 to $40 apiece, a sum which, by the way, would be equal to at least 4 times as much today, according to the difference in the purchasing power of money. We must remember, too, that a family then bought its clock as it bought a wagon or a spinning wheel, almost as a man buys his house today. Certainly it was a far more important transaction, relatively, than the purchase of a motor car. Probably, if one could have overheard some of these roadside clock sales, it would have been noted that the bargaining was not all upon one side, for there was not a great deal of money in circulation, and people were very apt to swap. Likely as not, Terry would have to take his payment in lumber, in clothing, or in some other commodity, and these, in turn, he would dispose of when an opportunity presented itself. This was more or less the type of the old horseback Yankee trader of the days when men still remembered the Revolutionary War. These were the days when a man who produced some one thing might be forced, in order to realize on its value, to trade it for almost anything else. When we think of the early American timepiece, we generally picture to ourselves the so-called grandfather's clock, the kind with the tall case which Longfellow wrote about, as standing on a turning in the stair and ticking away, forever, never, never, forever, as it marked the passage of the years. But Eli Terry, the first of all American clockmakers, could not well carry such a big contrivance with him on his horseback trips. Therefore, while he made the works for these clocks, he left it for other people to construct the cases. The clocks which he sold complete were those which could stand upon a shelf or hang upon the wall. After a time, his orders increased to a point where he felt justified in moving into an old water-power mill and rigging machinery to do some parts of the work. Thus we find machinery used in American clockmaking almost from the beginning of the industry. Terry was thus a real manufacturer. He had grasped the importance of machine production in contrast to hand craftsmanship. The move paid. It cut the cost of making nearly in half and greatly increased the output. He now could afford to sell his clocks more cheaply, and the business grew at once. After a while he began to make clocks in lots of 100 or 200, and then indeed his neighbors shook their heads gravely. "You are losing your mind, Eli," they told him in solemn warning. "The first thing you know, the country will be so full of clocks that there will be no market for them. You are getting reckless and ruining your business." But Eli Terry followed his own judgment instead of that of the croakers. Before he died, he was making 10 or 12,000 clocks in a year, and was selling them too. They brought him a fortune. Thus was the industry of making timepieces born in America. It began in New England, which is still the chief center of manufacture, and it began with clocks, not watches, for the simple reason that in those days a watch was a luxury, whereas a clock was a necessity. Like the watch industry in Switzerland, American clockmaking was an active business from the start, and as we have seen, the man with whom it started was a typically Yankee combination of ingenious mind, skillful fingers, and a knack for business. Of course, the conditions of life in America at that time had a great deal to do with methods used in building up the industry. Instead of a civilization centuries old that had wealth, rank, royalty, and a complete organization of all methods of living, here was a new country learning to do things in its own way. It is hard for us to imagine the conditions which prevailed when our whole population was a mere fringe of scattered settlements along the Atlantic seaboard, when people made long trips on horseback or by stagecoach, and men wore powdered wigs and knickerbockers, when New York was a small town on the lower end of Manhattan Island, and Chicago had not even been dreamed of. Still, it was necessary to tell time, and our thrifty ancestors needs must watch the minutes in order to save them as thriftily as they saved everything else. Not one person out of hundreds, in a country where a living must be wrung from the soil by means of hard work, could afford to own anything so expensive as a watch, but everyone felt it necessary to have a clock, if possible, and it became one of the greatest treasures of the home. This, then, was the market in which Terry and those who followed him had to sell. It was a market that could not afford to pay for ornament, but desired practical service at low cost. What was needed, therefore, was a clock that would keep time and cost not a cent more than was absolutely necessary. The American industry was forced to start upon a basis entirely different from that of Europe. As Eli Terry's business grew, he needed assistance, and he secured the help of a young mechanic named Seth Thomas from West Haven, and the two worked together for some time. The name of Seth Thomas has appeared upon so many clock dials that it is perhaps the best known name in all American clockmaking. He was a good mechanic and a good businessman, and he had ideas of his own about increasing trade. In the course of time, about the year 1800, he and a man named Silas Hoadley bought the original Terry factory in the old mill and set up business for themselves. Terry, however, established himself elsewhere and continued to manufacture clocks. Thus the industry was growing. There were now 2 factories instead of 1. Seth Thomas prospered by adopting each popular fashion or improvement in clocks as it came along and applying it upon as large a scale and as honestly and well as could be done. He built up such a reputation that even today, while the name of Seth Thomas on a clock face does not suggest any particular form or style of clock, it is associated with good timekeeping and honest workmanship. The third of the famous old New England clockmakers was Chauncey Jerome. He was a man younger than Terry and Thomas by nearly a generation. Like both of his predecessors, he was brought up to the carpenter's trade, and like both of them he was born New England trader. But of the three, Jerome was perhaps most the inventor and least the man of business. As a boy he worked for Seth Thomas, when Thomas was still building barns and houses. He worked for Eli Terry in the old shop at Plymouth. Then, after a period of soldiering in the War of 1812, he went back to clockmaking, sometimes manufacturing by himself, and sometimes associated with one or the other of the two older men, or in other firms and enterprises too numerous to follow. Always he seems to have been somewhat of a rolling stone, although in his time he gathered as much moss as the best of them. Always he was inclined to experiment with new ideas. Jerome's carpenting skill caused him to be first interested in the making of cases, and most of the familiar forms of old American clocks, the square clock with pillars at the corners and a scroll top, the clock with a mirror underneath the dial, and the like, were designed by Terry and Jerome between them. Later on, when the establishment of brass foundries in Waterbury and Bristol had enabled American makers to construct their work of brass instead of wood, Jerome worked out a design for a brass one-day timepiece in a wooden case, small enough for easy transportation and cheaper than any clock ever made up to that time. Its price at first, near the place of manufacture, was only $5 or $6, but afterwards this was reduced. This low-priced clock was as remarkable in its way as was the dollar watch which it foreshadowed, and like the watch it would not have been possible except through machine work and quantity production. It was a success at once, and Jerome's business rapidly increased. In 1840 he was established in Bristol, turning out the new clocks by the thousand and rapidly making a fortune. A year or two later he decided to send a consignment of them to England. Again, people shook their heads and prophesied failure. "You're losing your mind, Chauncey," they told him, as they had told Eli Terry before him. The older wooden movements could not, of course, endure a sea voyage without swelling and becoming useless. A brass movement could, of course, be sent anywhere, and some of the more expensive ones had been shipped to all parts of the country. Yet it seemed absurd enough to send American clocks to England, where labor was so cheap, to England, which was then the chief clockmaker of the world. Nevertheless, Jerome persevered, and his son sailed for London with a cargo of the cheap clocks. At first, the English trade would have none of them. No clock so cheap could possibly be good, they said, and Connecticut was the home of the wooden nutmegs. It was only after great difficulty that they were introduced. Young Jerome got rid of the first few by leaving them about in retail stores, asking no payment for them until sold. The enterprise was saved by an event which was a joke in itself. The English revenue law at that time permitted the owner of imported goods to fix their taxable value, but the government could take any such property upon payment of a sum 10% greater than the owner's valuation. Jerome's clocks were valued at their wholesale price, and were presently seized by the customs officials on the ground that this valuation was fraudulently low. The elder Jerome chuckled upon learning of this. He was well satisfied to have closed out his first cargo at 10% profit, and at once sent over another shipment, which was taken over by the customs as promptly as the first. But by the time the third consignment arrived, enough of the clocks had been sold to establish a demand for them among the retailers, and the officials finally conceded that the low price might be a reasonable one after all. Jerome was not at the height of his prosperity. He had the largest and probably the most profitable clock business in the country, and in the few years following, his product was exported to all parts of the world. Then, the Bristol factory burned down and he moved to New Haven, where the Jerome Manufacturing Company enjoyed a brief period of great success. The business was constantly extended, and the wholesale price of the cheap brass clocks was brought as low as 75 cents. This figure seems almost impossibly low for the time, but the authority for it is Jerome's own autobiography. A few years before the Civil War, the Jerome Company failed, and curiously enough, this failure came about through its connection with that usually successful man, P.T. Barnum, the famous showman. The story is too much complicated to be given here in detail, but it seems that Barnum had become heavily interested in a smaller clock company, which was merged with the Jerome concern. The overvaluation of its stock, combined with mismanagement and speculation among the officials of the Jerome Company, served to drive the whole business into bankruptcy. Barnum lost heavily, and it took him years to clear up his obligations. Jerome never did recover from it. After some years of failing power in the employ of other manufacturers, he died in comparative poverty. His long and eventful life spans the whole growth of the American clock business, from the days of Eli Terry and his hand-sawed wooden movements, down to the maturity of the modern business supplying, by factory methods and the use of specialized machinery, millions of clocks to all parts of the world. He had made clocks all over Connecticut, in Plymouth, Farmington, Bristol, New Haven, and Waterbury, as well as in Massachusetts, and for a time in South Carolina and Virginia. He had worked with his hands for Terry and Seth Thomas at the old wooden wheels and veneered cases, which were peddled about the country and sold for $30 or $40 each, to be the treasured timekeepers of many households. And he had headed a modern factory, turning out dollar clocks by the tens of thousands. It is said that a child in the first few years of its life lives briefly through the whole evolution of civilized mankind. That infant industry, American clockmaking, likewise, in the short space of 50 years passed through most of the steps of the whole growth of time recording between the Middle Ages and our own era. This country stands now among the leading clockmaking nations of the world. Its product is famous in every land, and a timepiece from Waterbury or New Haven may mark the minutes in the town from which Gerbert was banished for sorcery because he made a time machine, or in that land between the rivers where the Babylonians first looked out upon the stars. Most of the American clocks are still made in Connecticut. In fact, more than 80% of the whole world's supply, excluding the German, comes from the Naugatuck Valley. The New Haven Clock Company, which is the successor of the Jerome Company, is today one of the largest. As far back as 1860, it was producing some 200,000 clocks a year. The Seth Thomas Company and others of the historic concerns are still at work in various portions of the state, and the Benedict Burnham Company, with which at one time Chauncey Jerome was associated, became the Waterbury Clock Company, now regarded as the largest clock producer, and of which we shall hear more later on. The keynote of the whole development was that new principle which American invention, prompted and stimulated by the pressing necessities of a new nation, brought into the business of time recording, the principle of marvelously cheapening production costs without loss of efficiency through the systematic employment of machinery on a large scale. As long as the inventive brains and the technical knowledge of the old-time craftsman found expression only through his own fingers, the results would be limited to his individual production, and the costs would be proportionately high. When, however, the master mind was able to operate through rows of machines, each under the supervision of a mechanic trained to its particular function, his inventive genius was provided with 10,000 hands and 100,000 fingers. Furthermore, the production gained in quality as well as in quantity because of specialization. All the time its costs were in process of reduction. This perhaps has been America's chief contribution, not only to the making of timepieces, but also to the world's industry in general. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 13. America Learns to Make Watches. While Eli Terry was sawing wood for his curious clocks back in the early days of the 19th century, Luther Goddard, America's first watch manufacturer, was preaching the gospel to the town and country folk in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Between sermons, he repaired watches. Although we can find no record of such a meeting, it is easy to imagine that while plodding along some dusty country road, Preacher Goddard met Terry jogging along with his cumbersome wooden clocks hanging from his saddle. The thought may have come to the minister mechanic that it would be much easier to peddle watches than clocks. Whatever may have been the prompting, we find as a matter of record that in the year 1809, while Terry was making and peddling his clocks, Luther Goddard set up a small watchmaking shop in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, the place of his birth. He employed watchmakers who had learned their trade in England. At that time there was a law in force which prohibited the importation of foreign-made watches into America, and this gave Goddard his chance. But in 1815, when the law was repealed and the American market was quickly flooded with cheaper, if not better, watches from abroad, he was forced to retire from the field. During those few years, he had produced about 500 watches. Discouraged by his venture into worldly affairs, he turned again to his former occupation of preacher and evangelist, and consoled himself with the remark that he, quote, had here a profession high above his secular vocation. End quote. In those days, protection and free trade had not yet become the rival rallying cries of two great political parties. Otherwise, we might have found this early manufacturer entering politics instead of the pulpit. While he is credited with manufacturing the first American watches, however, it is doubtful whether he and his workmen really did more than to assemble imported parts. More than 20 years now passed before another effort was made to produce watches in America, this time by two brothers, Henry and James F. Pitkin of Hartford, Connecticut. In 1838, they brought out a watch, most of the parts of which were made by machinery, but it proved more or less a failure. After a brief struggle, they gave up in discouragement. Henry Pitkin died in 1845, and his brother a few years later. While the Pitkin brothers were struggling with their problem in Hartford, Jacob D. Custer of Norristown, Pennsylvania, was engaged in a similar task. He succeeded in making a few watches between 1840 and 1845, thus gaining his niche in history as the third American watch manufacturer. But all of these were merely forerunners, for now there stepped upon the stage a young man whose ability and perseverance were destined to launch American watchmaking fairly upon its way. This young man was born in Hingham, Massachusetts in 1813, and his name was Edward Howard. It was born in him to be an inventive and ingenious craftsman, and to feel toward the mechanism of timekeeping the devotion of an artist to his art. At the age of 16, he was apprenticed to Aaron Willard, Jr. of Roxbury, one of the cleverest clockmakers of his time. Young Howard took to clockmaking as naturally as a Gloucester man takes to the sea. Some of the clocks he then made are still ticking as vigorously as ever. Having presently learned all he cared to know about clockmaking, he cast about for other fields of action. His bent, as he himself said, "was all for the finer and more delicate mechanism," and it was natural that these qualities of the watch should absorb his interest. It was equally natural, since he was an American clockmaker at a time when that trade was being revolutionized by machine work, that he should dream of applying such methods to the watch. "One difficulty I found," he is quoted as saying, "was that watchmaking did not exist in the United States as an industry. There were watchmakers, so called, at that time, and there are great numbers of the same kind now, but they never made a watch, their business being only to clean and repair. I knew from experience that there was no proper system employed in making watches. The work was all done by hand. Now, handwork is superior in many of the arts because it allows variation according to the individuality of the worker. But in the exquisitely fine wheels and screws and pinions that make up the parts of a watch, the less variation the better. Some of these parts are so fine as to be almost invisible to the naked eye. A variation of 1/5000th of an inch would throw the watch out altogether, or make it useless as a timepiece. As I say, all of these minute parts were laboriously cut and filed out by hand, so it will readily be understood that in watches purporting to be of the same size and of the same makers, there are no two alike, and there was no interchangeability of parts. Consequently, it was cut and try. A great deal of time was wasted, and many imperfections resulted. Howard's ambition lay in the production of a perfect watch for its own sake, and he wanted to make it by machinery, believing that in that way it could be made most perfectly. Other people had thought of the same thing. Pitkin had attempted it, and there had been some experiments of like nature in Switzerland. But the man who loves his work as Howard did will succeed in anything short of the impossible, because neither time nor labor, neither failure nor discouragement matter at all to him as against the hope of making his dream come true. As Howard was emerging into young manhood, the great period of American invention was rapidly developing. Morse was struggling with the electric telegraph, which he invented and perfected in 1835, and Goodyear was busy with machinery and processes for enabling rubber to be used commercially, thus laying the foundation for one of the greatest American industries of today. Ingenuity was in the air, and invention was conquering realms that had been believed beyond reach. When people told Howard that it was absurd to think of improving upon the manual skill of centuries, he answered that he expected to make his machinery by hand. And when they said that a machine for watchmaking would be more wonderful than the watch itself, he only laughed and agreed that this might be so. Today, we are familiar with such phrases as standardized parts and quantity production, which explain to us how it is possible for a single factory to produce millions of watches in a year, or for another kind of plant to turn out 500,000 automobiles in a like period. The way in which quantity production came about is curiously interesting. Watchmaking received one of its greatest impulses from a famous American inventor, who probably would have been amazed had anyone told him that his idea upon quite another subject would someday help to put watches into millions of pockets. There is no particular connection between a cotton gin and the quantity production of watches, but it is interesting to know that the same ingenious brain which designed the one also unconsciously suggested the other. Late in the 18th century, Eli Whitney gained lasting fame as the inventor of a machine which would automatically separate the seeds from the fiber of crude cotton, a machine which revolutionized the cotton industry of the South. In 1798, Whitney secured a contract to manufacture rifles for the government. He decided that they could be made much more rapidly and cheaply if he could find some way to produce all the separate parts in large quantities by machinery, and then merely assemble the various parts into the completed weapon. The inventive mind which was capable of devising the cotton gin found this new problem to be comparatively simple, and it was not long before Whitney was making thousands of rifles from machine-made standardized parts, where only one could be made before. Half a century later, his machinery was still turning out rifles parts in the great arsenal at Springfield, Massachusetts, and it was not until this period that it exerted a distinct influence upon watchmaking. While Howard in Roxbury was dreaming of producing watches by machinery, another young man, Aaron L. Dennison of Boston, was also obsessed with the same dream and grappling with the same problem. It is therefore not strange that the paths of these two soon crossed. Born in Freeport, Maine, 1812, Dennison was just a year older than Howard. He was an expert watch repairer and watch assembler, having learned his craft among the Swiss and the English workmen in New York and Boston. The year 1845 found him conducting a small watch and jewelry business in Boston. Some few years earlier, Dennison had visited friends in Springfield, Massachusetts, and while there he was taken to one of the interesting showplaces of the town, the Springfield Arsenal. As he made his slow progress through the great rifle factory, he marveled at the wonderful machinery and the system which had originated in the brain of Eli Whitney nearly half a century before. Whitney was dead and gone, but his works still lived. Dennison returned to Boston, fired with an ambition to apply the Whitney system and methods of rifle making to the manufacture of watches. He brooded over the scheme for years, constructing a pasteboard model of his imaginary watch factory and planning in detail its organization. Then occurred a meeting that was to make history, a meeting marking the first step in founding a great American industry and wresting from Europe and Great Britain the watchmaking monopoly which they had continuously held since the days of the Nuremburg egg. Dennison met Howard, and the contact of the two minds was like the meeting of flint and steel. Dennison shared Howard's belief that watch parts could be made better and more accurately by the use of machines. He had the watchmaking experience, and Howard the mechanical skill to design the new machinery. One may imagine how the two young men inspired each other. They had the ideas. All they now needed was the capital, and this was supplied in 1848 by Mr. Samuel Curtis, who backed them to the extent of $20,000. Dennison immediately went abroad to study methods in England and Switzerland, and came back more than ever convinced of the soundness of their own ideas. "I have examined," said he, "watches made by a man whose reputation at this moment is far beyond that of any other watchmaker in Great Britain, and have found in them such workmanship as I should blush to have it supposed had passed from under my hands in our own lower grade of work. Of course, I do not mean to say that there is not work in these watches of the highest grade possible, but errors do creep in and are allowed to pass the hands of competent examiners. And it needs but slight acquaintance with our art to discover that the lower grade of foreign watches are hardly as mechanically correct in their construction as a common wheelbarrow." On his return in 1850, he and Howard established themselves in a small factory in Roxbury under the name of the American Horologe Company. And that little factory was the foundation of what is now the great establishment of the Waltham Watch Company, the first and hence the oldest watch company in America and the parent concern of most of the rest. It was perhaps at this time that an employee, one P.S. Bartlett, returned to his hometown on a visit and was asked by his old neighbors what he had been doing. "I am working," said he, "for a company which makes 7 complete watches in a day." Great was the merriment at this reply. "Why, where on earth could you sell 7 watches a day?" they shouted. With the advent of the factory, the real troubles of Denison and Howard began. It is worthwhile to glance for a moment at the problem which lay before them, if only to appreciate its difficulty. The old plan was to have a model watch made by hand by a master workman. This watch was then taken apart, and its separate parts distributed for reproduction by a multitude of specialized workers involving perhaps some 40 or 50 minor trades. These parts, handmade after a handmade model, were then returned to the expert, who assembled and adjusted them. At the worst, this resulted in gross error; at the best, in individual variation. A part from one watch could not be expected to fit and work accurately in another, although the two were supposed to be alike in all their parts. The new idea was first to lay out the whole design on paper, and then to make the various parts by machinery according to the exact design. It was supposed that a machine making one part would duplicate that part repeatedly without variation, that insofar as the machines themselves were accurate, the parts produced would necessarily be interchangeable, that any set of parts could therefore be assembled without fitting or alteration. The finished watch, it was assumed, would require adjustment only. Theoretically, this idea was correct. Practically, it could not be perfectly carried out, and the results did not fulfill the hopes of the manufacturers. In the first place, there were not in existence any machines of the required delicacy and precision. Every one must first be invented, then designed, then made, and finally adjusted for practical operation. Even so, and notwithstanding the great mechanical achievements of the Waltham Company, the results never succeeded in realizing the dreams of Howard and Denison, of absolute interchangeability of parts. It remained for the Ingersoll organization many years later to develop such a factory system. Before Howard and Denison could make a single watch, therefore, they had to invent all the mechanism and themselves build and install every invention. Moreover, several of the processes had to be worked out from the ground up. There was nobody in America who understood watch gilding, for example, or who could make dials or jewels. Thus they set to work developing the machinery as fast as they could do so, and imported such parts as they themselves could not yet make. It was a staggering task, and a discouraging devourer of capital. "I do not think," said Denison many years later, "there were 7 times in the 7 years we were together that we had money enough to pay all our employees at the time their wages were due. Very often we would find ourselves without any cash on hand, but Mr. Howard would manage some way to produce enough to tide over with." The two men made a perfect team, eager to give each other credit, and each having unbounded loyalty and confidence in the other and in their enterprise. But curiously enough, it was Howard, the artist and dreamer, who seems to have developed into the businessman of the two, in addition to being the inventor and engineer, whereas Denison, the expert watch repairer, became the designer and originator of plans. It was said of him long afterward that there was probably never an idea in American watchmaking that had not at some time passed through Mr. Denison's resourceful mind. He is known to many as the father of the American watch industry, although he insisted that Howard deserved the title as much, if not more, than he. Denison schemed out what was to be done, while Howard found the money and invented the machinery with which to do it. Their first model, an 8-day watch, was Denison's idea. It was found to be impracticable and was soon abandoned in favor of a 1-day model. The name of the company had to be changed because it did not find favor with some of the English firms from whom they bought certain parts. They called it the Warren Manufacturing Company for a time, and their first few watches were marked with this name. Later on, they moved to a new factory at Waltham and incorporated under the name of the Waltham Improvement Company. It was while the act for its incorporation was before the Massachusetts legislature that some wag there produced the couplet, "A Waltham patent watch, which ere it goes, besides the hands must have the eyes and nose." All this time, the tools and machinery were giving trouble. There were innumerable difficulties. For example, New England workmen objected to cutting the pinion leaves because they were shaped like a bishop's mitre. And financial pressure was always upon them. The building was one of the earliest attempts at concrete construction, and was far from stable in stormy weather. Mr. Hull, afterward foreman in the dial room, said, "Often in those days we would jump from our stools when we felt something jar, for fear the building would fall down. Somehow it never did." In 1854 the name was changed again, this time to the American Watch Company. Incidentally, Mr. Denison took his place among the large and honorable company of inventors who have been called insane. He earned that title by saying that they would eventually make as many as 50 watches a day. The company now makes between 2,000 and 3,000 a day. Just as they were on the point of a richly deserved success, the panic of 1857 drove the young company into bankruptcy. The plant was purchased by Royal E. Robbins of the firm of Robbins and Appleton, watch importers. Howard went back to the old factory at Roxbury, taking with him a few trained workmen, and patiently started all over again. He succeeded at last in producing really fine watches, although in small numbers, and his new business, as we shall see later, developed into the E. Howard Clock Company, and practically abandoned the manufacture of watches. Meanwhile, the Waltham factory, under good business management, and with Denison as its superintendent, was safely steered past the financial rocks and shoals of the period, and began gradually to reap the reward of its less fortunate early efforts. It was the Civil War, with its great military demand for watches, which first set the Waltham Company squarely upon its feet by justifying quantity production. A dividend of 5% was declared in 1860, and one of 150% in 1866, the short-lived Nashua Watch Company having meanwhile been absorbed. Since that date, its name has been twice changed, first to the American Waltham Watch Company, and then to the Waltham Watch Company, which is now its title. At the present day, the Waltham Company employs nearly 4,000 people and produces about 68,000 complete watch movements a month, or over 750,000 a year. This output is made possible only through the extensive employment of automatic machines, all of which have been invented and manufactured at the Waltham factory. Even now, it is not possible to buy watchmaking machinery ready-made in the open market. It is all special work, designed and often built by the watch manufacturers themselves. And the development of this great industry, employing at first crude devices operated for the most part by hand power, to the complex automatic mechanism which seems to act almost with human intelligence, has been a marvelous achievement. The company now makes 10 different sizes of regular movements, in more than 100 different grades and styles. Of these, every part is made in the Waltham factory. It was the first establishment in the world in which all parts of a watch were made by machinery and under the same roof. And its success revolutionized the methods of watchmaking not only in America, but to a less degree in all parts of the world. A prominent London watchmaker who went through the plant in the early period of its success said to his colleagues, "On leaving the factory, I felt that the manufacture of watches on the old plan was gone." And the name passed into literature when Emerson, describing a successful type of man, said, "He is put together like a Waltham watch." End of chapter 13. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 14 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 14. Checkered History. One of those mental marvels who can play 15 simultaneous games of chess blindfolded might be able to form a complete idea of the American watchmaking industry in the years that followed the Civil War. All that the ordinary mind can gain is a bewildering impression of change and confusion, with companies springing up and merging or disappearing all over the industrial map. Inventions were as thick as blackberries in August, and to investors as thorny as their stems. Countless revolutionary ideas in watchmaking revolved briefly. Few evolved, and capitalists, large and small, learned the sobering lessons of experience, as capitalists ever have and ever will. With it all, certain points seem to stand out as clearly defined. Among them, the fact that watch production appealed strongly to the public mind at a time when the nation, galvanized into intense activity by the great conflict, was entering an era of extraordinary self-organization. This is, of course, significant. The nation's time, as well as its forests, mines, and other resources, must be a factor in the growth of public wealth, and this could not be unless it were widely and accurately measured, which, in turn, implied the universal use of the watch. The later history of American watchmaking is, therefore, a story of the formation of many companies, the failure of most, and survival in the case of comparatively few. In the sense of being founded by men whose experience had been gained at Waltham, the Waltham Company was more or less the parent of the majority. Of the failures, it may roughly and broadly be stated that the general trouble was most often a lack of cooperation between technical watchmaking skill and business management. Of the occasional successes due, on the other hand, to perfect harmony between these two factors, the Elgin National Watch Company, established at Elgin, Illinois, in 1864, was one of the first. Its officials and promoters were not watchmakers, but businessmen, a group of Western capitalists who organized the company at the suggestion of a few trained men from Waltham, to whose technical experience and knowledge they gave entire liberty of action from the first. This combination of Western enterprise and Eastern mechanical skill was a great and immediate success. Within 6 years from its incorporation, the Elgin Company had built its factory, designed and made its own machinery, and marketed 42,000 watches. It is said to be the only American watch company which has paid dividends from the beginning. And yet this achievement cannot be traced to anything strikingly distinctive either in the policy or in the product. It was a case of doing rapidly and easily, with vast previous experience to build upon, what the parent company had so long strived to accomplish, and of doing this honestly and well. In a small way, it was like the rapid growth of democratic principles in America, having, as it were, the British Commonwealth of 1,000 years on which to base itself. The period of the development of American watchmaking was also the period of the rapid and enormous expansion of railroads. The two were naturally related, in that railroading demands the constant use of a great number of watches, while its progress in punctuality and speed is in direct proportion to the supply of reliable timekeepers. Precision is here the great essential. Every passenger must have the means of being on hand in time in order not to miss his train. But what is of far greater importance, railroad men must know and keep the exact time not alone for their own protection, but in order that they may protect and safeguard the lives of those who are entrusted to their care. Most of our great inventions and improvements can be traced to some pressing human need. Many of them, unfortunately, are delayed until some great catastrophe shows the need. It required a disastrous wreck to bring home to the railroads and make clear the necessity for absolute accuracy in the timepieces of their employees. In the year 1891, two trains on the Lake Shore Railroad met in head-on collision near Kipton, Ohio, killing the two engineers and several railway mail clerks. In the investigation which followed, it was disclosed that the watches of the engineers differed by 4 minutes. The watch which was at fault had always been accurate, and so its owner took it for granted that it always would be. But tiny particles of dust and soot find ways of seeping into the most carefully protected works of a watch, and every watch should be examined and cleaned occasionally. So it was with the engineer's watch. A speck of coal dust, perhaps, had caused his watch to stop for a few minutes, and then the jolting of the engine had probably started it running again. That little speck of dust and those few lost minutes cost human lives. This wreck occurred not many miles from Cleveland, Ohio, then and now the home of Webb C. Ball, a jeweler, who, as a watch expert, was a witness in the investigation which followed. His interest thus aroused, he worked out a plan which provided for a rigid and continuous system of railroad watch inspection. The plan which he then proposed is now in operation on practically every railroad in the country. A railroad watch must keep accurate time within 30 seconds a week, and is likely to be condemned if its variation exceeds that amount in a month. It must conform to certain specifications of design and workmanship, which are only put into movements of a fairly high grade. And the railroad man must provide himself with such a timepiece and maintain it in proper condition, subject to frequent and regular inspection by the railroad's official inspector. There is thus a compulsory demand for watches of a definite quality and performance at a reasonable price. Expressly to meet this, the Hamilton Watch Company of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, was organized in 1892, the year after the wreck which started this reform. This company therefore represents an enterprise founded for a specific purpose and concentrating upon a certain specialized demand, although this does not mean that it is the only company which caters to the needs of the railroad man. All of the great companies produce timekeepers of the highest precision for railroad use, but the Hamilton Company has devoted itself more particularly to supplying this one field. The Gruen Watch Company of Cincinnati, Ohio, is typical of still another line of endeavor, the beautifying and refining of watch cases and watch works. Its founder, Dietrich Gruen, was a Swiss master watchmaker, He came to America as a young man in 1876, married here, and established the international industry which bears his name. It might be said that his watch is not an American product, as the Gruen movements are made at Madrebiel in Switzerland and then sent over to America to be cased, adjusted, and marketed. Perhaps the most notable contribution of this company to the watchmaking industry was to inaugurate the modern thin type of watch. This was evolved by Frederick, the son of Dietrich Gruen, and was made possible by the inverting of the third wheel of the watch, so that the whole train runs in much less space than was previously required. These four companies are by no means the only successful ones, but they do typify the general trend of development of the American watch industry from 1850 until near the end of the 19th century, when a new and even greater era in the history of timekeeping was inaugurated. The story of this development will be considered in later chapters. In the period then closed, however, the ideal of Denison and Howard, which most people then regarded as an impossibility, was realized to a degree which they themselves would never have thought possible. Denison died in 1898 and Howard in 1904. Although watchmaking is the creation of European genius and was rooted in European experience, with boundless capital at its command and carried on in communities trained for generations in the craft, it is in this country that it has been brought to its fullest modern development. The census figures, while incomplete and somewhat misleading, are expressive of the amount of growth and of its nature. According to these figures, there were in 1869 37 watch companies in the United States, employing 1,816 wage earners, or an average of less than 50 workmen, and their combined product was valued at less than $3 million. In 1914, the last normal year before the Great War, there were but 15 such companies. The law of the survival of the fittest had been operating. But these 15 employed an average of over 800 people, or 12,390 in all, and the combined value of their product was stated as over $14 million. These figures are far below reality in that they do not include the large volume of watches produced in clock factories. American watchmaking is typical of the difference between the American and European industry in the 19th century. Here, a complete watch is produced in one factory, while in England, Switzerland, and France, most establishments specialize in the manufacture of particular parts, and these parts are then assembled in other factories. Some 50 different trades there are working separately to produce the parts, and the manufacturer, whose work is chiefly that of finishing and assembling, takes a large profit for inspection and for the prestige of his name. By the American system, 1,000 watches are produced proportionately more cheaply than a dozen, and 1,000 of uniform model more cheaply than a like number of various sizes and designs. Automatic machines tend to economy of labor and uniformity of excellence. The saving begins with the cost of material and ends with the ease and quickness of repairs due to the standardization of parts. Lord Grimthorpe said, "There can be no doubt that this is the best as well as the cheapest way of making machines which require precision. Although labor is dearer in America than here, their machinery enables them to undersell English watches of the same quality." It now remained for American ingenuity and enterprise to level the ramparts of special privilege in the world of time-telling by producing an accurate and practical watch in sufficient quantity and at a price so low as to place it within the reach of all. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 15 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 15. The Watch That Wound Forever. The most important development in any affair is naturally the one which concerns the greatest number of people. In the United States, it is the people who count, and nothing can be considered wholly American which does not concern the mass of the population. We have already seen how watch movements were brought to a high degree of accuracy, and have followed some of the steps by which the industry was developed in the United States. But there remained one great step to be taken, and that was the putting of an accurate watch within the financial reach of almost every person. The way in which this was brought about was thoroughly American. In 1875, Jason R. Hopkins of Washington, D.C., after many months of patient labor, perfected the model of a watch which he thought could be constructed in quantities for 50 cents each. He secured a patent on his model, and with Edward A. Locke of Boston and W. D. Colt of Washington, sought to interest the Benedict and Burnham Manufacturing Company of Waterbury, Connecticut, in its manufacture. Failing in this, Locke abandoned further effort so far as the Hopkins model was concerned. Hopkins, however, continued, and finally succeeded in enlisting the active support and financial resources of W. B. Fowle, a gentleman of wealth and leisure, who owned a fine estate at Auburndale, Massachusetts. This led to the formation of the Auburndale Watch Company. Within a few years, Fowle had sunk his entire fortune of more than $250,000 in the enterprise, and the Hopkins watch had proved a complete failure. In 1883, both Fowle and the watch company made assignments. There are many who still remember the great Centennial Exposition at Philadelphia in 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of American Independence. Those who were there may recall the interesting exhibit of a huge steam engine, at least it seemed huge at that time, and in a glass case nearby, a tiny engine, so tiny that it could be completely covered by a small thimble. This midget steam engine, with its boiler, governor, and pumps, was just as complete in all of its parts as was the big engine. 3 drops of water would fill its boiler. It was a striking example of mechanical skill and fineness of workmanship, for it had been made under a watchmaker's microscope with jeweler's tools. The most interesting thing about this little engine was that, unknown to its designer, it heralded the dawn of democracy in the kingdom of time-telling, just as it then was helping to celebrate the birth of American freedom. In the spring of 1877, Edward A. Locke of Boston, who 2 years before, as we have seen, had been interested in the Hopkins watch, visited the neighboring city of Worcester, and while strolling along the main street in a leisurely manner, he chanced to glance in the window of a watch repairer's shop. There he saw the tiny engine which had excited so much wonder and admiration at the Philadelphia Exposition the year before. For many months, Locke and his friend George Merritt of Brooklyn, New York, had been thinking and dreaming of the possibility of supplying the long-felt and rapidly growing need for a low-priced watch, a pocket timepiece that could be sold for $3 or $4. The cheapest watch in America at that time cost $10 or $12. They had searched in vain for a watchmaker who was ingenious or courageous enough, or both, to attempt the making of such a timepiece. Fascinated by the marvelous little engine, Locke stepped into the shop and spoke to the lone workman at the bench near the window. This obscure and humble watch repairer was D.A.A. Buck, the proprietor of the shop and designer of the engine, who was soon to gain renown as the inventor of the famous Waterbury watch. For the sum of $100, Buck agreed to study the problem, and if possible, design for Locke a watch which would meet his requirements. Day and night for many weeks he labored at this task, and finally submitted a model. It was not satisfactory. Worn by his labors and disappointed by his failure, he fell ill. Some days later, Mrs. Buck sought out Locke and joyfully told him that her husband had worked out a new design, which he believed would correct the defects of the former model, and that, as soon as he recovered, he would begin work upon it. Within a few months he had completed a second model. This time he was successful. Then began the struggle of Locke and his associates to interest capital in the new enterprise. Most of the preliminary funds and factory space were provided by the Benedict and Burnham Manufacturing Company, a brass manufacturing concern at Waterbury, Connecticut, and the predecessor of the present Waterbury Clock Company. Thus the new watch came to be known as the Waterbury. Within the next 28 months, many thousands of dollars had been raised and expended before a single watch could be turned out for sale. It was not until 1880 that the Waterbury Watch Company was finally incorporated and ready for business. Then the factory proudly produced its first 1,000 watches. They were perfectly good-looking watches, but they had one important weakness. They would not run, because, as it was found, the sheets of brass used in stamping out the wheels had an unfortunate grain, and the wheels would not remain true. Another 1,000 were made with this defect corrected. This time most of the watches would keep time, but there still was a large percentage of stoppers. After more study, experiment, and expense, the product was improved until only about 10% of the watches refused to run, and the Waterbury watch was really on the market. It was a wonderfully simple piece of mechanism, very different from the ordinary watch. The whole works turned round inside of the case once every hour, carrying the hour hand with them. The mainspring was coiled round the outside of the movement, so that the case formed a barrel, and was wound by the stem. It had the old duplex escapement of the days of Tompion, and the dial was printed on paper, covered with celluloid and glued to the plate. It had only 58 parts, kept time surprisingly well, was not much to look at, but was sold at the then unheard-of low price of $4. It was put on the market with real Yankee ingenuity. Some of us remember when Waterbury watches were given away with suits of clothes, and the pride with which, as youngsters, we exhibited our first watches, thus obtained, to our playmates who were less fortunate. The 9-foot mainspring required unlimited winding, which was one of its chief joys, and our friends often solicited the privilege of helping in the operation. Some of the more ingenious among us held the corrugated stem against the side of a fence and made the watch wind itself by running along the fence's length, while other children looked on enviously. In spite of the disadvantage of the time necessary for winding, perhaps in part because of it, the Waterbury watch became famous the world over and reached a very large sale for its day. It was more or less of a freak contrivance. People spoke of it with a smile. Minstrels opened their performances by saying, "We come from Waterbury, the land of eternal spring," and there is a story of a Waterbury owner in a sleeping car, winding until his arm ached and then passing it to a total stranger, saying, "Here, you wind this for a while," with the result that the stranger placed a large order for Waterbury watches to be sold by his agency in China. At the time that the Waterbury watch was well established, the world had advanced to a point fairly approximating the life of today. All the marvels of invention which had lifted so much of the earth's manual labor from the shoulders of mankind, and which had been expected to shorten working hours and to cheapen products until the standards of living of all classes would be raised through the possession of beneficial products inexpensively produced, these had gone far toward establishing the factory system. Machinery had come into vogue in place of hand labor. The steam engine, the sewing machine, the railway, the steamboat, the cotton gin, the threshing machine, and the harvester were indispensable aids. Photography and typewriting were novelties no longer, and the phonograph was becoming familiar. Electricity had taken its place as one of man's most valuable servants, able to transmit his messages, furnish him with power, and turn his night into day. These are but a few of the countless improvements that had contributed to the rapid rise of this country as a manufacturing nation instead of one chiefly agricultural. Millions had already found employment in the factories, the transportation systems, and other collective labor establishments. Schools had multiplied throughout the country. Trains, for the most part, were run on schedule time. Business offices, accompanying the development of the great industrial concerns, employed thousands. The department store was beginning to appear. Public utility organizations and government departments were growing complex and extensive. Thus, in every direction, a stirring impetus was being given toward those intricate modern conditions which depend upon the watch. The lives of nearly all people were beginning to be touched by affairs that demanded common punctuality a number of times every day. The hour of opening factory, school, office, or store, the keeping of appointments, the closing of banks and of mails, and the departure of trains. The times were bursting with need for a closer watch on time. From the industrial president to the common laborer and school child, the pressure of modern life, with its demand for punctuality, was making itself increasingly felt. Yet, strangely enough, watches were still regarded as luxuries. It was not yet realized that they belonged among the implements which the daily life required of all. The notion still held that the watch was the mark of the aristocrat, a piece of jewelry rather than an article of utility, a thing more for display than for use. And the prices of good watches, according to the standards of the day, were such as to perpetuate the idea. It is no wonder, then, that, in spite of its crude characteristics, the low-priced Waterbury watch attained a considerable sale. A watch was a novelty, an uncommon possession among average people, and anything approximating a real watch was assured of a large sale if within reach of the ordinary purse. Therefore, the commercial failure of the Waterbury Watch Company involves something more than a mere business failure. Here is something which textbook economists may well undertake to explain, since the article was good, the need unsupplied, the competition feeble, and the profit satisfactory. The Waterbury watch enjoyed an initial success, but in spite of satisfactory quality, its sale gradually fell away until, notwithstanding several refinancings and changes of management, undeserved failure ultimately overtook the first low-priced watch venture. It was not the manufacturing problems, such as had overcome Howard and had sorely tried Denison, but the problems of distribution, which were the undoing of the Waterbury Company. And here the importance and power of the middleman stand out in an instructive way. The conditions of the age demanded a cheap watch. things to come could not eventuate except through the ability of everyone to measure his minutes. Almost from its first announcement, the Waterbury sprang into demand, but later succumbed to false policies of sales. Eagerness for the large and easy orders, which were momentarily attractive but finally fatal, spelled ruin. When first put out, the watch was sold through stores at a very moderate price, and proved to be such a sensation that it suggested itself to ingenious merchants as a trade bringer when offered as a premium with other goods. Sam Lloyd, the famous puzzle man, was among those who saw this possibility, and he devised a scheme which resulted in the giving away of hundreds of thousands of Waterburys. It consisted of puzzles printed on cards. These puzzles were so simple and yet so cleverly designed that, while anyone could solve them, each thought himself a genius for his success in doing so. Lloyd's idea was to take his puzzles to clothing stores all over the country and sell them with watches, in order that those dealers might distribute the puzzles all over town, together with an announcement of a guessing contest. Each successful contestant, upon return of the puzzle with its solution, was privileged to buy a suit of clothes and get a Waterbury watch with it free of charge. Such was the magic of a watch in those days that the Waterbury boomed the business of hundreds of clothiers, who, as in nearly all something-for-nothing schemes, were careful to add more than the cost of the watch to the price of the suit. Nevertheless, the idea took so well that Lloyd spread it into Europe, China, and other parts of the world. Thus, the Waterbury watch became a familiar object in many lands. Adaptations of the scheme, applied to other wares, were carried out by him and by others, until giveaway propositions became the main channel of distribution for these watches. For a time, such methods flourished, and the regular trade of ordinary watch dealers correspondingly languished. But finally, the scheme idea lost its novelty and pulling power. People would not forever buy clothes in order to get watches. In the process, the Waterbury name had become a byword for tricks in all trades. Shoddy clothes at all-wool prices had become associated with it in people's minds. They stopped buying these watches in ordinary stores because others gave them away. Regular dealers cut the prices to get rid of their stocks, and this led to further demoralization because customers never knew whether or not they were buying at the bottom price. Dealers could make no money on them under such market conditions, and because of this and of their shady association with giveaway deals, the Waterbury name became a stench in the nostrils of the legitimate trade. Thus, when the scheme trade died away, and the company again turned its attention to the watch dealers whom it had forgotten in the flush of its easy success, it found no welcome. It had forsaken its source of steady customers, and was now forsaken in return. After floundering about in several further reversals of trade policy, and causing the loss of further investment for its backers, the Waterbury name was abandoned, and the company reorganized as the New England Watch Company. As such, it ventured into new fields of watch manufacture, and offered an elaborate variety of small and fancy watches and cases, and numerous models, sizes, and styles of movements sold on vacillating marketing policies. Never did it attain a genuinely sound footing, however, for it vacated its field of fundamental and distinctive usefulness, viz., the production of a reliable, low-priced, simple watch to meet the advancing requirements of its day. It had gone back to the viewpoint of the watch as an ostentatious or ornamental bit of vanity. Hence, the old Waterbury business was compelled to close its doors, and in the fall of 1914, the first year of the Great War, was bought out at a receiver's sale by a firm who had replaced it in the field of supplying watches for the masses. This firm rededicated the organization to its original mission, modernized its mechanical equipment, and revived the Waterbury name after a lapse of 20 years, until today, through the employment of judicious sales methods, the factory is more successful than ever it was in its earlier days. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Linda Johnson. Chapter 16 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 16. The Watch That Made the Dollar Famous. The next development is so typically American that it is difficult to picture it as occurring in any other country. Heretofore, the history of timepieces had been that of an easily traceable evolution, for each of its steps had grown naturally out of those before it, and the various improvements had been made by mechanics trained in the craft. Yet now, strange to relate, two young men from a Michigan farm, with no mechanical training, entered the field almost in a casual manner, and in less than a generation not only became the world's largest manufacturers of watches, but effected the most radical development in the whole story of telling time, involving, as it did, the introduction of interchangeable parts, quantity production, and a low price. These results might seem at first to be due to a matter of accidental good fortune. On the contrary, they were an example of evolution quite as logical as any that had preceded, and were perhaps even more significant. The whole development came as the direct product of observation, analysis, initiative, perseverance, and hard work, the element of good luck being conspicuously absent. All history gives evidence of the occasional need of a new impulse derived from outside, and bringing with it a fresh viewpoint. There seems to be a tendency in human enterprise for any development, after a time, to lose its original rate of speed, and to spend itself in complexities. The people who have brought it about appear to lose their power to see things simply and in a big way, and on the contrary, they grow technical and occupy themselves with minor details, whereupon the progress of development becomes slower and slower and threatens to stop entirely. Then, over and over again, there is the record of the advent of some fresh new force from an unexpected direction, which restores youth and vigor. In the last decade of the 19th century, watchmaking seemed ready for such an impulse. As we have already seen, it had long been developing from within along technical and professional lines. Excellent and costly timepieces that were marvels of accurate mechanism had been produced. That part of its work had been well done, but the industry was in danger of losing its human touch. Watches were being viewed more as articles of manufacture and merchandise than as of widespread human service in meeting a general public need. In a sense, therefore, the industry was unconsciously waiting the coming of a non-technical man who knew the public at first hand and understood people's requirements, who was not fettered by tradition, who had a vision of universal marketing and distribution, and who was not held back by a foreknowledge of difficulties. It was exactly this vision which Robert H. Ingersoll had of the industry, and he developed it with the assistance first of his brother, Charles H., and later of his nephew, William H. He did not discover the dollar watch, as many think, but grew toward it during the course of a dozen years. It came about, as already stated, in a manner that was typically American. Young Ingersoll left his father's farm near Lansing, Michigan, in 1879 at the age of 19, and went to New York to seek his fortune. He was entirely without technical training, save in farming, but he had a considerable first-hand knowledge of the needs and desires of what Lincoln called the common people. Finding employment for a time, he saved $160, and with this large capital, started in business for himself in the manufacture and sale of rubber stamps. Before long, he was able to send back to Michigan for his younger brother, Charles H. Being of an inventive turn of mind, he devised a toy typewriter, which attained a considerable sale as a dollar article. This was followed by a patented pencil, a dollar sewing machine, a patent keyring, and other novelties of his own creation. In the course of time, the products of other manufacturers were added to the list. Thus the brothers soon found themselves with an embryo manufacturing and wholesale jobbing business. The business grew, and the next development was that of a mail-order department. In this branch they were pioneers, and preceded by some years the famous mail-order houses of Chicago and elsewhere. Their catalog ran into editions of millions of copies. Next, the Ingersolls became pioneers in another sales plan. They developed the chain stores idea, starting with a retail specialty store in New York and following it with 6 others. Incidentally, they found themselves among the largest wholesale and retail dealers in the country in bicycles and bicycle supplies. All of this was a strange but nonetheless effective preparation for watchmaking and the marketing of watches by millions. Robert Ingersoll, who had remained in the selling and promoting end of the business, knew little about watches, but since he was constantly engaged in traveling about the country and in talking with merchants and others, he was gaining a great fund of knowledge as to human needs and market possibilities. Presently, he became convinced that his business, in spite of its prosperity, lacked something vital. He grew dissatisfied with handling a succession of unimportant novelties. It began to dawn upon his mind that these things were hardly worth while as a subject for a business, since they satisfied only passing fancies on the part of the public. He must find something which was really worth while, something which filled a real human need on a large scale and yet in a new way. If this something could be found, and the incredibly large buying power of the great American public could be focused upon it, there was hardly any limit to the business which would result. When this belief had crystallized in the form of a definite conclusion, he began at once to search for the big idea. The big idea had long been waiting for him to reach this state of mind. It had been looking him in the face for many days, had he but been ready to perceive it. On the wall of his room, in a Brooklyn boarding house, there hung a very small bee clock. It was unobtrusive and apparently unimportant. He had glanced at it hundreds of times, with no thought beyond that of learning the time. Suddenly, it ceased to be a clock and became an open door into the future. Its ticking became articulate with a new meaning. "Everyone wishes to tell time," it said. "There is not one of the millions who crowd the cities, travel the highways, or spread over the country districts, who does not wish repeatedly during his waking hours to know what time it is. Sometimes he is in sight of a clock, but more often he is not. Here and there is a man with a watch in his pocket. That man has a chance to be efficient. But good watches cost money, and most people cannot afford them. Here am I, a tiny little ticking clock. I am a good timekeeper, and I am cheap. Make me a little smaller, sell me for $1, and you can put the time into everyone's pocket." At this point, The non-technical man who knew nothing about watches, but who understood human needs, realized that something had happened. He pondered deeply and began to investigate. He took the little clock to a machinist in Ann Street, New York, and together they studied the possibility of reducing it in thickness and diameter. Presently, it was discovered that both the New Haven and the Waterbury clock companies had already produced articles that embodied these conditions. This somewhat checked enthusiasm until it was recalled that neither of these products was an especial factor in the time-telling field. The manufacturers had merely made mechanisms. They had not grasped the big idea of universal service. The timepiece of the Waterbury Company was the smaller, and Robert Ingersoll decided to test his mail-order market, buying first 1,000 clock watches at 85 cents each, and afterward contracting for 10,000 more. These articles were offered in the mail-order catalog for 1892 at $1 each, for the sake of price uniformity with the other dollar specialties upon which the firm was concentrating. This was done, however, in a small way. It was not desired to sell too many on such an unprofitable margin, but merely to test the dollar watch idea, hoping that manufacturing charges might ultimately be brought down through quantity production. These so-called watches must not be confused with the Waterbury watch. That, as already described, had been the output of another company. The watches marketed by the Ingersolls and bearing their name were in reality thick, noisy, sturdy little pocket clocks wound from the back. They were crude and clumsy affairs compared with present-day styles, but were nevertheless reliable timekeepers. The public responded to the idea of dollar watches, although these proved to sell faster in gilt cases than in nickel, and still faster when a 5-cent gilt chain was added. The next year came the World's Fair in Chicago, and the odd little mechanism with an appropriate design stamped upon its cover attracted some attention from the visitors. Thus was born the Ingersoll watch, although it bore slight resemblance to the watch of today. This is due to the fact that an immediate policy of experiment and improvement was inaugurated. During these changes, however, several points remained fixed. One of these was that the watch must be in no respect a plaything, but a practical, accurate timekeeper, not liable easily to get out of order. The second was the definite association with the price of $1, so that it became possible to refer to it humorously as the watch that made the dollar famous. And the third was that it should have a sturdy ruggedness of construction that would defy ordinary hard usage. Each of these points had its social value, that of the last named being the fact that the dollar price put the possession of a real timepiece within the reach of multitudes who were engaged in forms of activity wherein a delicate timepiece would be apt to get out of order. The Ingersolls soon became convinced that they had a worthy object for promotion, and they did not entertain the slightest doubt as to the existence of a waiting public. There passed before their minds a picture of the millions of farm boys who did not know when it was time to come in to dinner, of the millions of working men who had nothing to guide them in reaching the factory on time, of millions of clerks and school children, and of still other millions comprising the bulk of American homes where more good timepieces were needed. Their problem, therefore, resolved itself into two main divisions, those of manufacture and those of sale. The manufacturing end involved a contract with the great plant of the Waterbury Clock Company, by which this factory was to produce the goods according to the specifications and under the name, trademark, and patents of the Ingersolls. This arrangement continues to this day, but has been supplemented, as the line has become more extended, by the acquirement of two factories of their own, one in Waterbury, Connecticut, and one in Trenton, New Jersey. Today, the three plants produce an aggregate of about 20,000 watches a day. Before such manufacturing results could be obtained, however, there were many structural problems to be solved. It was not so easy as it sounds to build a practical and accurate watch within the narrow limits of $1 and still leave a profit for both the manufacturer and dealer. The solution began with the adoption of the lantern pinion, but the principal difficulty was that which had baffled both Howard and Dennison, the problem of producing the extremely minute, separate watch parts in large quantities by machinery, and yet with such exquisite precision that all parts of one kind should be absolutely interchangeable. By dint of unwearied patience and much scientific research, this problem was finally solved, and it is said that Henry Ford got his idea of quantity production from the manufacture of the Ingersoll watch. Incidentally, it was demonstrated that low production costs carry with them high wages. In the field of watchmaking, no element was more necessary than the skill of well-paid workers. In the meantime, the public was waiting, but it did not know that it was waiting. It was going about its business quite unaware that mechanical and manufacturing problems were being solved in its behalf. There were no eager millions standing about demanding watches in order that their lives might be run more closely upon an efficient schedule. Therefore, simultaneously with the consideration of mechanical and manufacturing problems came those of sale, which will be discussed in the next chapter. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Chapter 17 of Time-Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time-Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase BREARLEY. Chapter 17, Putting 50 Million Watches into Service. If this were purely a story of the development of timepieces as mechanisms, there would be little to add to the preceding chapter, save to detail the refinements and improvements by which a cheap, clumsy, but reliable watch gradually discarded its defects while retaining its virtues, and the manner in which it developed into a variety of styles and sizes. Essentially, however, this is a story of man and time, of human needs as served by timepieces. The most perfect piece of mechanism in a showcase is like a stove without a fire. It is a mere possibility of service, whose value does not begin until it is set to work. We have arrived, then, at a time when a small percentage of the total population carried accurate timepieces, and was able to profit by the more efficient adjustment of its actions thus secured. We have seen how the promising experiment of the Waterbury Watch Company failed in an attempt to equip the masses with watches, principally through the defects in its system of distribution, and we have noted the appearance of another low-priced watch dedicated to a similar experiment. It is obvious, therefore, that if the Ingersoll firm had already been able to place 50 million separate watches in the service of humanity, something unprecedented must have taken place in the all-important field of distribution. It is significant that Robert H. Ingersoll first called his watch the Universal. Indeed, his chief contribution to the development of the watch is the idea of universality, a word that makes us think more of people than of manufacturers' methods. Having then a watch that was universal in its possibilities as well as in name, and being keenly aware, through his own tastes and experiences, of the needs of the vast mass of the public, his greatest problem became that of universal distribution. In short, it was a selling problem. At first, there could be no definitely formulated plan. Various methods must first be tried out. From these experiences there gradually arose an adequate system of reaching the millions of people who needed watches. In this Mr. Ingersoll had effective cooperation. He was the pioneer, the salesman, the promoter, the one who knew men in the widest sense and had the faculty of getting results. His brother, Charles H., was the internal administrator and constant counselor. Later there was added to the firm a nephew, William H., who was both a student and an analyst. He scrutinized trade tendencies, deduced theories from what he saw, and gave them wide application in actual tests. Together, the members of the firm worked out sales principles of equal opportunity and equal treatment, words that had long constituted a slogan in politics, but were something of a novelty as applied to business. In other words, they based their plans upon the consumer rather than upon the factory, and upon the idea of goods sold through the trade rather than to the trade. It took some time, however, to perfect their system of distribution, but when finally developed, it was the outgrowth of wide and varied experience. The firm made its first sales efforts on the watch through its own mail-order catalog. The results brought some encouragement, but proved that in itself this method could never bring the volume of sales necessary for a high-geared, uniform quantity of production. The next recourse was to the so-called regular trade channels, the jobbers and retailers, but these dealers displayed little interest. They were not promoters of new lines, but distributors of those for which a market already existed. The jobbers sold what the retailers required, the retailers what the public demanded. Robert Ingersoll's original loud ticking watch impressed them more in the light of a curiosity than as a trade possibility. In particular, it failed to appeal to the jewelers, since they felt it to be out of keeping with the beauty and value which characterized their stocks of jewelry and silverware. They reasoned also that sales of the new timepiece would interfere with those of their higher-priced watches, thus failing to grasp the fact, since proved to be true, that its use would greatly enlarge the sphere of their sales through cultivating a general watch-carrying habit. Some effort was made with outside trades, but these generally considered watches to be out of their line. Nevertheless, in the course of time, persistent effort began to bring results. Occasionally, jobbers made purchases, and here and there a jeweler or hardware dealer offered the watches for sale. When the firm felt justified in spending some money for advertising, the public began to learn at first hand of the Ingersoll watch, and the sales gradually increased. Many people, however, expressed doubt as to the quality of a timepiece that could be sold for $1, and the Ingersolls replied with a guarantee that has since become famous. Then, in the natural course of business, competition developed from the marketing of inferior goods, and the firm found it necessary to place its name on the dial for purposes of identification. In spite of all difficulties, there grew up in course of time a very considerable public demand, whereupon certain dealers undertook privately to raise the price in order to increase their profits. This situation was met by emphasizing the price more prominently on the boxes and in the advertising, a policy which soon put an end to price raising, but led in some instances to even greater difficulty of price cutting. The better known became the price. The greater became the temptation of dealers of a certain class to advertise its reduction in order to bolster up bargains upon other goods. This naturally demoralized the sales of neighboring dealers and caused them to lose interest in the line. Thus, instead of increasing the sales, the reduced price proved a serious selling obstacle. The same difficulty has been encountered by other manufacturers of widely advertised goods, and some of them have sought through the courts to compel adherence to their prices. The argument being, as in the case of the Ingersoll watch, that price cutting does not serve the interests of the public, but tends to interfere with sales, since it obstructs the channels of distribution. At this writing, the question in its legal phase has not yet reached a final decision in the courts, but the Ingersolls have solved it in a practical way, since their trade policies have brought about the voluntary cooperation of the retailers. Such cooperation, however, was not to be attained at once. It came about through much study and after much experience. It involved the assembling of a large amount of data upon commercial economics and a deep inquiry into the fundamental principles of retail distribution. It proved necessary to weigh and compare recent and important factors in the retail situation. For example, because of the fact that so many manufacturers were giving indiscriminate discounts for quantity purchases, it had become profitable to establish huge department stores, chain stores, and mail-order houses, whose scale of operation made it possible to handle goods in large amounts. For a time, the Ingersolls, in common with other manufacturers, gave discounts for purchases in quantity. Later, as the business grew and its distribution problems were more scientifically studied, they saw more clearly the way in which the principles of equal opportunity and equal treatment could be applied. It was in this spirit that the firm began to ask itself whether the large distributors were really more efficient than the small retailers, whether they actually earned the extra amount which they were paid for selling each watch, and whether it would be a healthful thing for the country if all retail business were transacted through such organizations. In short, whether restrictions to such a system were really consistent with the theory of commercial democracy. Approached from this standpoint, the answer was found to be in the negative. A careful research among stores in all sections of the country showed unmistakably that the cost of selling in a small store was actually less than in the department store, the chain store, or the mail-order house. Viewing the sale of each watch as an individual transaction, it was seen that a small store in some far-off country village gave quite as valuable service as did a large store in a metropolis, and therefore should be paid as much. Consequently, the Ingersolls introduced a selling plan, which, under the conditions, was as revolutionary in the field of retail distribution as the discovery of Galileo had been in that of clock mechanism. Yet it was merely that of a flat price schedule. In other words, it was a provision that the dealer buying 1 watches, or even one single watch, should pay exactly the same price as the dealer who bought 10,000. Quantity discounts were definitely abandoned. Naturally, this plan met with cordial response from the countless small retailers scattered throughout the length and breadth of the country, and the close relationship thus established led to other logical developments in the way of cooperation, such as that of display devices suited to the needs of these dealers, a simplified accounting system to increase their efficiency, and various measures of a similar nature. In the meantime, a constantly increasing advertising appeal resulted in a rapidly growing demand from the public, and this in turn made possible the assuring a uniform quantity of output, which was in itself the basis necessary for maintaining uniform quality. Thus, practical experience and scientific trade study were formulated into what has become to be recognized as a definite commercial philosophy, namely that of uniform quality, uniform quantity, uniform demand, uniform price to the dealers and uniform price to the consumer, a statement of principles in which, as in the works of a watch, each part must be geared to every other to ensure effective operation. During the time that these business principles were being formulated, the line of watches was also in process of development with the goal of universality in view. Thus it was presently realized that while the dollar watch was essentially a man's timepiece, watches were also needed by women and by children. Accordingly, smaller models were developed to meet these needs. At a later date, the Ingersoll business principles were extended into the field of jeweled watches, when the factories of the Trenton Watch Company and the New England Watch Company were acquired. At the date of the present writing, there are more than a dozen models, each of which is adapted to a different need and use. But the manufacture of no model is undertaken unless there is a market for at least 1,000 watches a day. And the latest development, as this is written, is the time in the dark watch. Do you recall a soldier in the forward, waiting in the darkness for the perilous moment to go over the top, with his eyes fixed upon the luminous hands and figures of the watch strapped to his wrist? This watch may now be named. It was the radiolite. How it came into existence in time to go into the Great War is a story in itself. This story is the latest step in that steady progress of democratization by which accurate time-telling, once a privilege of the few, became the possession of the many. A good many people wish to tell time in the darkness as well as in the light, and if these people could afford to, they bought expensive repeaters. Such watches, however, cost hundreds of dollars, so that while telling time in the light had come within the reach of everyone, telling time in the darkness was still possible for very few. Therefore, the watch could not yet be held to be of equal service to all humanity in every one of the 24 hours. This equal service at any moment was finally made possible in a somewhat extraordinary manner. In the year 1896, Monsieur and Madame Curie startled the world with the discovery of radium. They found that certain substances emitted rays that would pass through solid matter, as light passes through glass, or as the wind blows through a screen. They were finally able to secure tiny quantities of a whitish powder, salt of radium, which gave forth an energy that acted upon everything brought near to it, and this energy they calculated would be protected uninterruptedly for 3,000 years. Up to the present time, radium and radioactivity are subjects of constant study and research, but radium exists in such small quantities and is so enormously costly that comparatively few have had a chance to experiment with it. It seems a little strange to think of using the most precious substance in the world, many times more costly than diamonds, in order to bring time-telling in the dark within the reach of every person. But this is exactly what has been done. People had long been experimenting with paint made from phosphorus in order to give off a glow in the darkness which would be sufficient for time reading. But phosphorus has its limitations. It must first be exposed to light before it is taken into the darkness, and if a watch dial treated with phosphorus is buried in the pocket, it cannot absorb enough light in the daytime to be luminous at night. With radium, however, the problem was solved. It was found that this amazing substance would affect certain other substances, causing them to shine for years in the darkness by means of their own light. Thus it became possible to develop a luminous coating, which the Ingersolls applied to the hands and figures of their radiolite watch, and presto, the problem of telling time in complete darkness was mastered to the advantage of every buyer. The inexpensive watch revealing the hour with equal visibility in inky darkness as in bright daylight had become a reality. In passing, it is interesting to note that the experiments with the watch face led to many other developments, such as luminous compasses, gun sights, airplane guides, and the like. Then came the World War, and the wristwatch, which had been often ridiculed as effeminate, although it is hard to explain why, since it was first adopted as an obvious convenience in the army and on the hunting field, two of the most masculine spheres of activity it would be possible to imagine, was seen at once to be the most easy means of knowing the time in actual warfare. Millions of watches, consequently, were strapped to the wrists of soldiers and sailors, and the obvious advantages of the luminous dial placed it in enormous demand. Thus it came about that the scene described in the opening pages was typical of countless instances upon various fronts. Although a matter of surprisingly few years, considered chronologically, there is a long distance, measured by the scale of progress, between the moment when a young man, glancing casually at the clock on his bedroom wall, read wonderful possibilities in its face, and the time when the firm he founded was able to take note of such achievements as these: factory facilities producing an average of 20,000 accurate watches a day, distribution facilities, including the cooperation of a voluntary chain stores system of more than 100,000 independent retailers, all operating upon a common plan and under common prices. A product that has come into the most widespread use, not only throughout the United States, but in the farthest regions of the inhabited earth, which has in fact in itself served to turn back the tide by which watches formerly flowed from Europe into America, so that it now proceeds from our shores toward those of Europe and other lands. A name which has become as well known as any in commercial and industrial life, and better than all, the appreciable raising of the efficiency of the human race through universally promoting the watch-carrying habit and putting 50 million timepieces into service. It is altogether an Aladdin tale of modern business. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Time Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Chapter 18. The End of the Journey. Did you ever, at the end of a journey, perhaps across water or up to the top of some high hill, look backward to the place from whence you came and wonder that it seemed so far away? Now, as we have completed our journey together through the history of man's struggle to gain knowledge and control over time, we are impressed with the great contrast between time as it was to mankind in the beginning and time as it is to us today. The caveman with whom we began this story lived close to nature, taking his sense of time from her as he took all else. Morning was when the light came and he waked and was hungry. Noon was when the sun was highest, and night was the time of lengthened shadows and the state of darkness. We see these same things, but for us they have not the same meanings. We count the time by hours and minutes, and we reckon these by machines which we have made, called clocks and watches. These mean so much more to us, that when we set all the clocks forward another hour to save daylight, it seems to us as if we had changed the actual time. It was practically as if we had performed the miracle of Joshua, who in Bible story made the sun stand still, or the miracle of Isaiah, who made the shadow go back 10 steps on the dial of Ahaz. After a few days, we did not feel as if we had set the clocks. We felt as if we had made the sun wait for us, and the very day come earlier. And so it is with the seasons. The caveman called it spring when the swallows came, and autumn when the leaves changed their color. But we judge of these things by the calendar. We say that the spring is very late this year, or that the leaves are beginning to turn early. We have a proverb that one swallow does not make a summer, nor do all the swallows, so far as we moderns are concerned. It is summer for us upon a certain day, no matter what the swallows do, but for the caveman, summer was when the swallows came, whenever that might be. It is like that today among primitive peoples. The Turk who listens for the crowing of a cock or the braying of an ass to tell him of the hour, or calls the cat to him to look at its eyes and judge the time by the shape of their pupils. He is more like the caveman in this than like ourselves. So is the South Sea Islander, who knows the season of the year from the direction of the trade winds. So is the patient savage, who cares little as to how long he must wait for the creature he is hunting to come near the spot where he lies hidden. How different it all is with ourselves. We rise at a certain hour, and so many minutes later we have our breakfast. At such time we must be at work. Our work itself is all made of appointments, one after another, or of tasks to be finished within a certain time. Our meals, our hours of rest, our meetings with our friends, our recreations, and our pleasures. All these, until again at a certain time we go to bed, in order that so many hours of sleep may make us fit for the next day, are measured by the clock and counted out by the tick of a toothed wheel or the regular swing of a pendulum. We say that the savage has no sense of the value of time. We have, and it is by that fact largely that we are better off than he. Value means measure. You cannot value a thing unless you can measure it exactly. And so, because we can measure time, we can see what time is worth to us and make it worth more. The savage keeps an appointment when he happens to make one, but we, because we know how long it takes to reach a certain place, or how long a time we need or wish to spend with a certain man, can make and keep many appointments. We can travel like the wind from place to place, because in measuring time we can measure speed, and therefore we can make speed safe and possible. We can talk to a friend 1,000 miles away, or signal by electric waves around the world. We do these things because our sense of time has told us that the old way of sending letters and messages was too slow. So we have set to work to invent ways that should be quicker. We should never have had the telephone, the cable, or the wireless unless we had cared about time and been able to measure it. The caveman lived perhaps as many years as we, but how much did he do in those years? We who have learned to measure years and to allot each day an hour to sundry tasks have made ourselves able to do far more in a lifetime, many times more. We do not live a greater number of years, but it is as if we lived many lives in one. We speak of time as we speak of money, of saving and wasting and spending. Well, time is money, as Ben Franklin said, but it is something more. Time is life. And we think of our lives as so much time at our command, and therefore we can make the most of them. The gulf between us and the primitive men is a contrast of living less or more, and our more life comes in great measure from our having learned to measure time. Everyone has read the story of Aladdin and his wonderful lamp. You will remember that the poor boy came into possession of a lamp which quickly made him the richest and most powerful person in the world, since through owning it he could control the service of a mighty genie able to perform the most incredible tasks. The modern man, every man, is something like Aladdin, only he is much more powerful. He has the genie of steam to work for him when he pulls the lever, and the genie of electricity ready to serve him if he but press a button. He has many other mighty servants that modern science has given to him, but greatest of all, most useful of all, is the slave of the watch, which lies in his pocket, mighty Time himself. This ability to record time, and therefore to control it, is perhaps the greatest of all man's triumphs. Only see what it has done for him. Have you ever thought of yourself as a person of no special importance? Why, you have far more actual power than was possessed by Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, or Charlemagne. You can command forces and can accomplish results that would have made any of these proud autocrats stare in wonder. If you do not stand out above your age, as they did above their ages, it is simply because millions of other people besides yourself also possess these powers. It is undoubtedly true that we are today a race of giants, and it is also true that each of our powers is directly or indirectly due to the common fact that we all can keep track of time. For consider that what mankind can accomplish today depends upon the ability of people to work together, and that working together would cease if people had no accurate means for telling time. For example, you make a railway journey upon a matter of importance to you. The first thing that you do is to examine a timetable on which is shown the minute when the train is due to leave. You calculate to yourself how many minutes you must allow for reaching the station, and then look at your watch to see how long you will still have for other work. If you had not watch or clock, or you were dependent merely upon the position of the sun, you might go to the station several hours ahead of time in order to be on the safe side. During the hours thus saved, you can accomplish a great deal of work. It is as though your day had been made several hours longer. Unseen in your pocket, your watch ticks steadily. You trust it absolutely, and you know that it will be faithful to its trust. Occasionally you glance at it, and when the hand reached the limit of safety, you start for the train. You reach the station 3 or 4 minutes before train time and find the tracks clear. No train is in sight. This, however, does not cause you the least uneasiness. You merely take your watch from your pocket and look expectantly up the line. Perhaps a minute before the train is due, you hear a distant whistle, then the approaching roar of wheels upon the rails, and just as the watch hand reaches the proper moment, the train itself whirls round the curve and draws up to the station exactly on time. As you proceed upon your way, you notice how other people at other stations are also meeting their schedules and conserving their time. You see the conductor glance at his watch as he gives the engineer the starting signal. You realize that the whole transportation system is merely an enormous piece of clockwork, and that it in turn is a part of the vaster clockwork of modern civilization. Turn where you will, there is nothing that you can do and nothing that you can use which is not dependent upon the ticking of clockwork. The locomotive which pulls your train, the cars in which you ride, the rails upon which you pass, all of these are products of factories, but the factories are run upon the time basis. There is no other way in which they could be run. The workmen in these factories leave their records upon time clocks, when they come and when they go. If the workmen were not there at the same time, the work could not be done, since most of modern work depends upon the ability of people to work together at the same task. Even if one man were late, it might lose time for many. The clothes that you wear come from other factories, where other workmen have time clocks and watches. The building that you see from the windows were put up on the time basis and were paid for according to the movement of the hands upon watch dials. You buy a newspaper, making sure that you are getting the latest edition, and it is at once as though you looked into a great mirror reflecting the activities of all the world. But all of the dispatches bear a date line, and many of them are also marked with the hour. Before the days of newspapers, people felt themselves to be a part of the lives of their own immediate neighborhood and knew only vaguely of what went on at a distance. But now, each day, one feels himself to be a part of the great human family and can sometimes make his plans with reference to things that may be occurring thousands of miles away. But the newspaper itself is a product of a clockwork. There is perhaps no institution whose workers keep closer track of the passage of the minutes. In view of all these things, does it seem too much to claim that if all the timepieces in existence were destroyed and men were given no other means for telling time, civilization would swiftly drop to pieces, and man would find himself traveling backward to the conditions of the caveman? But there is one thing in our modern timekeeping which we still have in common with the first men who ever kept the time. We still go by the sun and the stars, and refer all our measure to that apparent revolution of the heavens, which we know to be really the motion of our world itself. As did those wise men of old Babylon, so do we even now, spying upon the mighty master clock of the universe to correct all our little timepieces thereby. A man sits alone in an observatory with his eye to a telescope. That telescope is of a certain kind called a transit. It is fixed upon the meridian, the north and south line in the sky over that place, and a thread of a spiderweb across the lens marks for him the exact position of the line, in the very middle of his field of view. So as he watches, he can see one star after another come into view at one side of the glass and pass across it to the other side and disappear. He is watching the world go round. A certain star appears, one which his calculations have told him will cross the meridian at a certain particular instant. Beside him is an electrical device connected with a clock, which marks off seconds at intervals round a revolving drum. The star draws nearer to the center of his field. As it crosses the hairline, the observer touches a key, and the precise instant of its crossing is recorded upon the drum to within a fraction of a second. Since the clock has marked its record of the seconds there, the clock can be corrected by the star. Now, if that man had been a priest in Babylon, he would have kept his knowledge as a means of power to himself and to his equals. If he had been a dweller in a somewhat later age, he would have kept it to himself no less, either because people would not believe, or because the claim of too deep knowledge of the secrets of nature might put his life in danger. But he is a modern, and so his knowledge is for all who seek it. On some tall building in a distant city, a time ball hangs suspended at the top of its pole, and people pause to look up at it. They hold their watches in their hands. Upon the tick of noon, an impulse will come from the observatory, and the ball will drop. Then those who have been looking will set the hands of their watches and pass on. At the same instant, the news of noon will be flashed by telegraph across the land and by wireless to ships at sea. The whole Western Union system will suspend business for a little, while the lines are connected and the observatory at Washington ticks off the seconds. Everywhere there are electric clocks, automatically controlled by some master clock, which in turn is governed by the observatory time. So we all, as a matter of course, and without thinking, set our watches by the star. Civilization every day catches step with the heavenly bodies. Back of all that we see of life, therefore, stands the great fact of measuring time, and those who are engaged in giving to man the instruments for this purpose have a special responsibility. Perhaps the ancient peoples were not so far wrong when they permitted time-telling to be a privilege of the priests. It is far more than a matter of money-making. It is a fixing for humanity of the standards of daily life. It is a duty which lies at the foundation of modern efficiency. It is even a sacred trust. Therefore, the man who makes or sells unreliable timepieces is false to his trust. Through his action, people are thrown out of adjustment with the world about them, and they in turn may seriously interfere with the plans of many others. It is hard to believe that there are some people who will still look upon a watch as jewelry, or that there are some dealers who are more interested in the watch case than in the movement it contains. The watchman of olden times was a public officer. He was chosen for his reliability, and people felt confidence when he called the hours. The watch dealer of today is in a somewhat similar position. He has a serious duty to his community. He is not chosen by the public, and yet even more than the watchman, he is a public servant, since the watches that he puts into people's pockets are their principal means of adjustment to the busy affairs of life. In a sense, he supplies them with the basis of their efficiency. His duty is that of supplying the largest practicable degree of accuracy to the largest possible number of people. The slave of the watch will not obey the owner of an inaccurate timepiece. Time itself is elemental. It had no beginning and can have no ending. It is like a great ocean which flows round all of the earth, and neither begins nor ends in any one place. But time for any man is exactly according to his use of it. It is as though a man were to go to the shore of the boundless ocean with a tin cup in his hand. If he could get no more than a cupful of water, it would not be because of any limit in the amount available, but merely in his means for carrying it away. Should he have a pail, a barrel, or any larger receptacle, then the water would belong to him in a correspondingly larger amount. Thus, time each day presents itself equally to everyone upon the earth. But some receive it in cups, some in pails, and some in barrels. Some make of their day a thing of no results, while others fill it with real achievement. Those who achieve are they who have learned to value time, and to make it serve them as the mighty genie that it is. These are the wonders which Kipling had in mind when he wrote, "If you can fill each unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distant run, yours is the earth and everything that's on it, and what is more, you'll be a man, my son." End of chapter 18.
Appendix A of Time-Telling Through the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time-Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley. Appendix A, How It Works. Having traced out the history of the clock and watch mechanism all the way from the De Vick's first clock and the clumsy old Nuremburg egg down to the perfect timekeeping device which we have today, it may be interesting to look a little more closely at the result of so many years and so many inventions, to see what its parts are and how they are put together, and to observe how the wonderful little machine does its work. Modern clocks and watches are nearly enough alike in their structure and way of working, so that if we understand the one, we shall easily understand the other also. The differences between them are few and slight and easy to explain. So let us take for our example a typical modern watch movement, which is easily the more beautiful and interesting mechanism of the two. First of all, as we saw in the days of De Vick and Henlein, a watch or a clock is a machine for keeping time. So it must have three essential parts. First, the power to make it go. Second, the regulator to make it keep time. And third, the hands and face to show plainly the time it keeps. Each of these three parts is itself made up of several others. The power or energy which runs the watch is put into it by the winding which coils up the mainspring. The outer end of this spring is attached to the rim of the main wheel, and after the spring is wound, this wheel would whirl round and let the spring run down instantly, if there was nothing to stop it. The teeth on this wheel, however, are geared into the second or center pinion, which makes it run the entire movement while running down slowly, instead of flying round and uncoiling at once. As we will see later, the spring power is transmitted through the train of wheels and the lever to the balance wheel, which lets the escape wheel turn a little each time it swings, while it simultaneously receives, by means of the lever from the escape wheel, the impulse or power which keeps it running. Thus the swinging of the balance lets the mainspring down gradually, while drawing its power from it. The spring is made as thin as it can be, and still have power enough to make the watch go. For a modern watch, this is about 1 flea-power. 1 horsepower, which is only a small fraction of the power of the average automobile, would be enough to drive all the millions of watches in the world. The center pinion, into which the mainspring is geared, is attached to its staff, to which is also fastened the large center wheel, so that the spring cannot turn this pinion without also turning the center wheel. But the center wheel is itself geared into the third pinion, which is attached to the third wheel, and this again is geared into the fourth pinion, attached to the fourth wheel. The fourth wheel gears into the escape pinion, which revolves with the escape wheel, so that none of these wheels or pinions can turn except when the escape wheel does. But there is a constant pressure from the spring on all of these wheels, which together constitute what is called the train. The escape wheel, therefore, wants to turn continually, and if it was not restrained it would revolve rapidly, letting the movement run down. But it is retarded and can only turn from one tooth to the next, each time the balance turns. This action is secured by connecting the balance and the escape wheel by means of the lever, one end of which forms an anchor shaped like a rocking beam, called the pallet. In the pallet are 2 jeweled projections called the pallet jewels, which intercept the escape wheel by being thrust between its teeth, letting it turn a distance of only 1 tooth at each swing of the balance, as the pallet rocks back and forth. The other end of the lever is fork-shaped, having 2 prongs. On the staff, with the balance instead of pinion, as all the other wheels have, is a plain, toothless disc called the roller, from the lower side of which projects a pin or rod made of garnet. This is called the jewel pin or the roller jewel. The roller being fastened to the balance staff, of course, turns just as the balance turns, and with it the jewel pin. And the lever is just long enough and is so placed that every time the balance turns, the jewel pin fits into the slot between the prongs of the lever fork, carrying it first one way and then, as the balance comes back, the other way. Thus the lever is kept oscillating back and forth rocking the pallet and withdrawing one pallet jewel, releasing the escape wheel just long enough to let it run to its next tooth before the other pallet jewel is thrust in to stop it. It is a beautiful thing to watch, like the beating of a tiny heart or the breathing of a small quick creature. The hairspring almost seems to be alive, and indeed it is in a way the very pulse of the machine. There's only one more important point to understand. You know how the power gets as far as the escape wheel from the mainspring, and how the motion of the balance lets the escape wheel revolve a tooth at a time. But you have still to learn how the power which keeps the balance rotating reaches it from the escape wheel through the lever. Here is the most interesting feature of a watch movement. After the balance has been started, its momentum at each turn starts the lever when the jewel pin strikes it. But unless the balance was constantly supplied with new power, it would soon stop, and the watch would not run. It will be noticed, however, from the illustration, that the teeth of the escape wheel are peculiar in shape and very different from those of the other wheels. The ends of the pallet jewels are also cut at a peculiar angle. Now, each time, just before the jewel pin starts to shift the lever from one side to the other, the latter is in such a position that one of the pallet jewels is thrust in so that its side is against that of one of the teeth of the escape wheel, keeping it from turning. But the instant the lever commences to move, it begins to draw the pallet jewel outward from the tooth until the corner of the jewel passes the corner of the tooth. Then the escape wheel is released, and the power that is behind it makes it turn quickly, and on account of the shape of the tooth, it gives the pallet jewel a sharp push outward, swinging the lever, causing it at the other end to impart a quick thrust to the jewel pin, thereby accelerating the speed of the balance and renewing its momentum. Thus the balance receives the power to keep it in motion, swinging it as far as the hairspring allows. The hairspring then reverses it and swings it until the jewel pin again starts the lever in the other direction, releasing the escape wheel from which it receives another impulse, and so on, as long as the mainspring is kept wound. A watch in perfect time ticks 5 times to the second. That means 18,000 swings of the balance every hour, or 432,000 in a day. And in that time the rim of the balance travels about 10 miles. A clock is essentially only a larger and stronger watch, just as a watch is a clock made small enough and light enough to be carried about conveniently. But the working of the two is practically the same. They are but different members of the same family, varying types of one timekeeping machine, which is among the most ingenious and valuable things that man has made. One interesting thing to know about a watch is that if it is keeping good time, it will serve for a fairly accurate compass. So if you are ever lost in the woods, your watch may help you out again. Lay it flat face upward and point the hour hand towards the sun. Then south will be in the direction halfway between the hour hand and the figure 12, counting forward as the hand turns in the morning hours and backward in the afternoon. This is because the hour hand moves around the dial just twice as fast as the sun moves around the sky, making a full circle in 12 hours, while the sun makes its half circle from horizon to horizon. Now, the sun is always to the southward of you, as you are anywhere north of the equator. At noon, the sun is practically due south. At that hour both hands of your watch are together on the figure 12, and the hour hand pointing to the sun points in that direction. At 6 a.m. the sun is nearly east, so if the hour hand, now on the figure 6, is pointed eastward towards the sun, then south would be in a line just over the figure 9. At 6 p.m., the sun being in the west, and the hour hand pointed at it, South would be halfway back towards the figure 12, or just over the figure 3. For other morning or afternoon hours, the same reasoning holds true. End of Appendix A. End of Time Telling Through the Ages by Harry Chase Brearley.